They're going to commit out onto this. A trade, a 1-for-1 at the beginning. Jake trying to hold back sight with the Bulldog, finding success. 23 HP left. The nade was perfect. What is he waiting for here? Oxy finding his right time to go through the teleporter. Spike still not playing it. They had to clear out U-Haul. They've succeeded. And they do so with a numbers advantage. But do they know where Oxy is? His timing should be perfect. He doesn't have any armor, but it might not matter. 13 seconds left. The first falls. Cloud9 wiped the floor with MIBR again.
And the mind games, Doug, already from Oxy. Takes the TP, but doesn't go right away out shower. Wraps around short. Makes MIBR really have to think about where this Yoru is. And that's just straight from the pistol round too, Doug, right? Yep. He pushed all the way down B long, then TP'd into heaven. Where is this guy playing, right? So MIBR so far not able to identify where Oxy is in these early rounds, and he's getting tremendous value on this Yoru because of that.
I mean, even just that little hesitation that you were mentioning as he comes out of TP, doesn't instantly go showers. I always love seeing what he says across the stage. It's just that brief moment is just enough to instill doubt, to instill misdirection in the minds of their opponents, and you're right, it causes problems.
And MIBR actually did a great job there of keeping two people on the B site, you know? I think it was Artson who was in that hookah area, staying there, getting hit by the Sky Flash on purpose to keep players there. Actually made Oxy invest his ult. I know it's crazy, he already had an ult round, round 3, but nevertheless, C9 was able to take the round win.
Space taken in showers, the orb should be Cloud9's for the taking. They might also have JZZ pretty easily. He satchels across, he still wins out that fight, and that's with help on the other side. The Seekers, the Flash, Vanity repositioning, and the spam lands a shot.
That's just a good feels, man, you know? Feels good, man. Little spray, full blind, gets the headshot.
Molly's keeping him back for a little bit. They still haven't been able to commit to getting the spike down. They seem uncomfortable on the site. Whenever they get some space, it seems like they're not satisfied with what they're getting. They want to try to take more, and it once again is their demise. He's able to trade it back, but that's another round in favor of Cloud9.
I like what MIBR was trying to do there, right? They understand that they're getting choked from every angle. They know there's pressure on the flank, so they want to push spawn there. And very, very great awareness and heads-up awareness from Jake there. And he gets 2 on that. And this is something very, very new. I don't think we've seen Vanity with the op yet. Oh
Timeout called from MIBR. You're right. I don't think we've seen that. You're going to take a look at this kill one more time. I think for Cloud9, I want to harken back to the last time we saw these two teams play. Yeah, that's just dumb.
That's crazy.
That's just dumb. The last time they played, if you remember, started off on bind in the series. Both teams thrifted each other, right? At the very beginning of both halves, so it was a much closer affair. This has not been that way at all. The Cloud9 snowball is already rolling. They've got money for days. Vanity was able to buy an op, assuming it's going to go into Oxy's hands, but they already have such a nice padding. Financially, their ults are cycling really well. This could get out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, and it all started with that aggressive playstyle that we know C9 to have. Like, and teams expect it, but where is it going to happen? Like, you already saw MIBR was so unaware that they were pushed all the way down, and that's a big problem when you're trying to do a default or just like a set pistol, right? Their set pistol was to go A from the start of the round, and when you're not spread out around the map, you get no info that they're actually pushed past that KO dagger, and that ends up being a thorn in your back.
The Opto's going to the hands of Oxy, 6-0. An excellent start for the Duelist, who admittedly struggled, especially the last time we saw him on Yoru against NRG. A much better start for him here.
Yeah, we saw him second-guessing himself quite a bit in that NRG series on the Yoru, going for those aggro plays.
A rare miss, but the threat is there. It's been identified.
He stays. I love this from operators. This is what you want your op to do. Stay until they absolutely push you back. Stay as long as you can.
Yeah,
make them burn more utility. Make them do all these things. Look, he's still there, and now he's out.
He got the Roomba out. He got a flash out. He got plenty of utility out. You're absolutely right.
All those things matter going into the mid-round and late-round post-plant scenarios. Info getting regathered here onto long B, so they're aware that there is 2 there. But I don't know how aware they are of FRZ into this U-Haul area.
He was really far up. I thought Whippy was going to get the best of him, but no. Orbital strike, separating things for just a moment. FRZ does fall at the hands of Jake.
I think he had nowhere to go. I think
he was stuck.
The raise nade from Zeppa was perfect there.
So MIBR finally managed to get the spike down. What can Cloud9 do to respond? The dog in the lap of Oxy. It's been cleared out. No late flank, nothing like that. It's just going to be a fight for the site. They're taking their time with it.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Look at how worried they are of the flank. They're still looking now.
You've got freaking Secret Service protecting RGL right now as he tries to put up the molly. And it buys enough time. Vanity gets caught for exploring. There's the molly.
It is half, though.
Oxy did manage to get it part of the way there. JZZ on the flash, confirming there's nobody sticking it. They should be able to get this round on the board.
And that's just the classic MIBR post plant. Yeah. So fundamentally good. The molly came out so early before the tap even came in. And, you know, Vanity not clearing U-Haul there. That's tough. That's tough. I think we got to have like a counter of how many times we see somebody half clear an angle, you know?
Yeah, I feel like we've had a lot of those. You're absolutely right.
And it's so tough, right? Because, you know, if you take that second timing to not clear it, if he's not there, you might get the perfect timing to get a kill on somebody else, right?
Exactly.
But if you don't clear it, then this happens to you, and the whole retake is just chalked. So
very quickly, as we're just a few moments away from entering the next round, Oxy still has that op. Zeppa satcheled him on top of truck, so he's gonna have an angle that you wouldn't necessarily expect him to have.
Especially for a Yoru.
Yeah.
I don't think he put his TP down at all either, so he's committed to this A site. A big knife here. That's a different knife that we've seen so far. That's to clear all of Octagon. And the teleporter where Oxy was playing previously. Just cutting noise here.
You can tell what the plan was for MIBR there. That deep smoke from the brim, allowing just enough space for our team to get that orb, now one away from having a showstopper.
And I think what you're going to see here now is, Vanity is going to get info here around the Suka area. They're aware that they are in Long B.
They can cuss.
And that's so much info.
Yeah.
You see the raise and the KO not pushed up Long B, all the way in the back.
Dre, I think they might end out flipping all the way back A, getting the orb in showers, and then hitting with Artzin's ult. We'll see if they have that much time or they just want to go short. Yeah, this seems like they are creeping up that way. Concealed behind the Viper util. There's the position. He was patient, but an awesome trade. Zeppa there punishing back a 3v3. They've invested the Seekers as the side goes into disarray. He satchels away to stay alive and preserve his life. Manages to do so.
Spike planted.
I always get so impressed with these like last second satchel maneuvers, you know, where they just get out.
They're playing a different game. This is going to be really tough for Cloud9 too. RGL has his orbital strike. Once again, the post-plant scenario is going to be a factor.
Great tap from Vanity to bait out that breach ult, or that brim ult.
And it's early too. I mean, as soon as they get the fights that they want, there's still plenty of time for them to stick to this.
What was that?
That looked like a mistake. Well, take a look at that one more time. Whippy's going to have to do it on his own. There's the showstopper, and it just buys time. I mean, he can hold this the entire way.
Whoop.
Whippy has no real choice. Nicely done.
Beautiful post plant from MIBR, but C9, what did you get out of that? You got Brim ult out, you got Raze Rocket out. These are all good things, even though you lost the round, right? To set you up for the future half. And a good buy coming out here, and you know, that trade was so clean from JZZ and so fast. It was perfect. Not allowing Oxy to get out in time, so crucial. A little bit of a momentum shift too here. C9 doesn't want any of that. They're going to go into a timeout.
Throw the brakes on it before it gets out of hand. MIBR finally starting to respond, get a couple of rounds together. And I think, you know, you touched on it, Dre. It very much feels like that's their approach. They want to get the spike down and get enough comfort in feeling like they can do that, and then it's all post-plan. It's either Brim mollies through the sky or his ult, things like that. It seems like that's their approach here.
Yeah, and I see what C9 was doing, you know, setting the pace by flanking the early rounds, making them play all the way back for the future post plants. But if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
I kind of still want to see them applying pressure on that flank because it's so obvious what MIBR's game plan is here with these post plants. Playing the molly, playing the Brim ult there. They still had Raze nade that deep into the round.
Which is wild, yeah.
Yeah.
On the other side of the timeout, we'll see how things are approached from the defensive side. If we're going to see a lot more of those flanks, Oxy hasn't really made any big, aggressive space-taking plays either, although he's still performing exceptionally well, much like we saw him the first time these two teams met.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see mind games out of C9. I want to see Oxy get deliberately hit by these knives and then change his position, or even just stay thinking that MIBR would have pushed him out of these angles where he gets hit by the dagger, right?
Well, he got hit with that one.
So let's see what happens.
But he doesn't have his TP anywhere, so no misdirection, at least yet.
They hear him shoot here too, so they know he's still in sight.
Or picked up. Ult online. In the face of the flash, they pause for a moment and then commit. The dog's going to clear out hookah. There are only 2 members here on site. Great dog. Tried getting away with murder, and he's ultimately punished for it. Bazim gets all down. He gets 2 kills. The site is wide open.
And this is why the KO is so good, just in general on this map.
Oh boy. JZZ got overwhelmed there. Spike planted. Remember, we've talked about how it seems like their approach is in post plants and utility. They do not have that here. They have no spits for FRZ. Our team doesn't have his nade.
Oh,
that was dope.
Missed molly. Or was that? Yeah, that was a missed molly.
Yeah, where do they go from here? Satcheling out. They're going to have to deal with the pit. FRZ playing inside of it. It's still in play, a 1v2. Can he dance around his utility long enough to clutch this thing out? The first snap onto it is clean. Peeks out, make sure there's no challenge as he sees Bullet dancing around him. He's going to stick it. Oh, he was off of it. The Red Bull clutch for FRZ as he gets 3.
Stone cold from FRZ, getting another clutch to his name. And that was great. You know, I spoke about MIBR playing out so much on these post plants. This time, opting to use an aggressive Viper ult all the way deep into their spawn. Ends up working out for him, even though nobody came from spawn, but that KO ult is what set this entire round up. They were aware Oxy was there and stuck because he spammed through the smoke. They knew 2 people were there. So when the sight hit actually came in and we invest that KO ult, there's no utility to be used, nowhere for them to go. All we had was the Viper wall to be thrown up.
And that was all they needed. They've got the Roomba just didn't see him. It didn't tag him at all.
Heads up play here from MIBR. That causes them to just contact their way and take that timing.
A little bit of fake info.
It's a heavy short setup here from C9.
Well, due to a false sense of security, Mazine gets opener, Zeppa falls, Jake tries to respond and he cannot. Oh, that was a big Jake. Yeah, that was huge. But ultimately traded.
That was clean.
Now, Vanity does have a rifle. He's 1 away.
In their last matchup, he was the guy that was bringing rounds back every single time for them. Not this time, though, it appears. And I just want to break down what happened in this round, especially around showers. Checking the smoke, right? Just walking in after util was thrown. Now C9 is aware, okay, these guys like to contact through smokes. You're gonna see somebody stay in that shower smoke now and hold it. Maybe get a punish here and there. Vanity, Seekers online, Zeppa with rocket. No ults too close for the likes of C9 or for the likes of MIBR.
No, I mean, it's really just Mazine who's what, halfway there? A little bit more than halfway?
Not really a change of setup from C9 either. Still playing this 2-3 setup. Vanity and Oxy towards the B side of the map. Haggard doesn't get any info.
No, I mean, they've been here a lot. They've lost Tuka. The spam already coming through, and Vanity gets tagged.
Here comes the re-clear.
They're not expecting him. Oh, smart. Realizes it's a clone, tries to punish on Oxy, and he gets away. Oh, dancing with death.
A lot of info gathered here from MIBR now, though. And you already see the rotation from Jake going back to that A site.
The dog to re-clear out long. Oh, and it's not going to see anyone.
If I'm MIBR here, I'm calling my team back. They just dogged long. Come back, come back.
I mean, FRZ's going. He's by himself. I don't know that Mazine's going to get there in time.
Wow.
Oxy falls. Is there a flash for Vanity? He does have it, but decides he wants to try to get away and survive. He's been surrounded now.
And that opens up the blast packs out of hookah.
And he got flashed.
Wow.
What a setup. Vanity not able to get away, not able to survive.
Beautiful team play there. awareness of FRZ, understanding that C9 wanting to go for those flanks.
Cloud9 are calling for a save here. They have no interest in trying to get this back, but JZZ's in a position to where he might be able to get one or two more weapons down. You see the financial situation from Cloud9, it's dire.
And by the way, he took this Showers area without any utility.
Yeah.
He just used this dog recently. When we saw him in there earlier, he didn't use anything. He just checked it. So that's a lot of info gathered on the map for MIBR.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that MIBR is not pushing a little bit more and trying to get these weapons out, knowing that you have his numbers advantage, knowing where JZZ is on the map. Oh gosh, knife out. Takes the flash, tries to take the fight. And instead, it's MIBR who have lost the weapon.
It's so awkward for a JZZ right here.
I'm really surprised they didn't get away with more there.
Just look at how the momentum of this game has changed. C9 starts off strong, right? Sets the pace with these flanks. A second timeout is about to come out here. Wow. But MIBR bringing it back after their timeout. And honestly, off of team play, not even heroics. Just good fundamental gameplay. That pop flash off of the blast packs. So clean. Look at me already.
And you know,
already reacting.
Dre, we've talked about this a lot for MIBR. Fundamentally, they're sound, and you know, a critique of theirs has been that you could argue that they're maybe too sound. They're maybe too fundamental.
Yeah.
They don't play very loose, but so far, it's those fundamentals that have gotten them back in this game.
Yeah, and in their previous matchup, what stopped them was that star power from these players of C9. Like winning these clutch rounds, Oxy just being an absolute demon in the server. Zeppa, exactly. Getting crazy multi-kills, 3Ks, 4Ks out of nowhere, right? There was a big case to be argued that MIBR could have honestly beat them the first time. I felt like they played a better overall team game than C9 did in their first matchup.
5 rounds in a row for MIBR.
Still a very close game, Doug.
And what, 3 ults to work with for Cloud9?
And let's see what Oxy can do with this Yoru ult. As of late, in that last series, he was getting punished heavily by the likes of NRG.
Yeah, we've only seen it once this half, if memory serves me right, and it didn't amount to very much.
Yeah, he just tried to get info around the B area, but the hit was on A, so.
Look at how much respect they're showing.
No early knife from Mazin this round.
They're so far back. They're expecting aggression from Cloud9, and it's just not coming.
And honestly, that's something that's very common that you see. A lot of teams believe that, you know, after a team pauses, okay, maybe they're gonna do a set play, right? Maybe they're gonna do something aggressive. So you're gonna see a lot of teams default on stuff like this. And this is gonna be a rocket bait setup in Showers. Look at MIBR getting all this info, jiggling corners, dogging up Belong. Sees nothing on the dog.
I mean,
free real estate.
Yeah, both teams are really starving each other of info right now. But RGL, we highlighted him, the Death did at the beginning of the show. He continues to shine.
Look
for
at
this
this
squad. FRZ as well. Cloud9 crumbling.
It's so clean from MIBR.
What's tough here too is they've gotten all of these kills on A, but the hit was B. The spike was B.
Gosh.
That's where they wanted to go, but you talk about finding success and the rich getting richer. They got kills everywhere.
It's so smart, Doug, what their game plan is. They understand that off of the dog Belong, right? That's gonna cause the defenders to maybe want to rotate, maybe move out of their setup that they had on A. You see Oxy starting to move off of a shower angle, gets picked off by somebody holding him, right? That was RGL. FRZ was already pushed up into that U-Haul with his Viper Lurk utility, right? Gets another guy that was rotating from hookah to maybe TP. And just dismantles the entire defense of C9. A hard read from MIBR that round.
And that's what it results in, a flawless situation. I mean, perfect.
And now they're hunting for guns too. Confidence building for MIBR.
I my fingers. Multiple fingers.
6 rounds in a row, the financial situation for Cloud9 just continues to kind of sputter. They got a couple of Buckies here, a Guardian to work with, and this is, again, we talked about RGL, how good he was. FRZ was finding value on the other side of the map. Vanity got caught. That was as close to a perfect round as you could possibly ask for.
And all these kills based off of a reaction from one dog.
Yeah.
One dog Belong caused Oxy to peek out of shower, move from his spot. When Oxy goes down, now the hookah guy is trying to, or the U-Haul guy is trying to get info again on short A, gets taken down. just getting suffocated around the entire map.
Here's some of the aggression that MIBR were expecting. 3 have just pushed down a short, 2 have stayed, as Jake is going to rotate back B. So they've got to know the hit is B here. No real knowledge of what's happening in showers, but a little bit of ruckus made on B, and that should confirm where the hit is. Whip B's up close. He's got to get both, but he can't. Just one found. Ult invested. The flash out as he lands it. On to Vanity, and MIBR again finds success.
Flipping the site from MIBR. Very wise to do so.
This is winnable here for Cloud9. Zeppa has a rifle. Oxy has a rifle. They both have ults. And it's a 2v3.
We've seen this from Oxy before.
Can he do it again?
Is he aware of Hookah though?
One enemy remaining.
It's all on to Oxy now. Understanding where the first is. Couple shots clean. Tap onto the spike. The flash out. No challenge yet. Just buying his time.
Wow.
He doesn't take that, does he? No, he doesn't. The flash is there, and RGL turns on him. Oh, that was almost something.
MIBR looking very clean right now, Doug.
Before the switch.
Not letting it slip away this time.
They're just rolling.
Not letting heroics be the factor in this half. Getting the trades. And honestly, not letting Oxy just have his way with them.
Which
Like
again,
last series.
yeah, exactly. That was the win condition for Cloud9 last time they played.
And talk about resilience too, like for the mental. Being down 0-4 off the rip. It's such an important match for your team. Live or die.
Yeah. Elimination on the line. You've got to commit. You've got to convert. You've got to do it here.
C9 have been sitting on these ults for like the last 4 rounds, but they've been getting so outplayed that they can't even use them.
Perhaps a bit more willingness to invest those here. Mazine gets the ult again. I feel like they've just farmed this orb all half.
And look, they've constantly just been walking into showers. But C9 is here to check them. Huge 1v1.
I mean, they're getting everything they want.
Wow.
Zeppa with a great trade, though. They commit the ult. They've got the Seekers down as well from Vanity on the opposite side of the map. There's a big timing that Ardzine can hit here. But they just cut noise. They throw the brakes on it again. I really like this from MIBR. I really like how they're approaching this.
Putting doubt in the minds of C9. And you might see TP. Yep. There it is. But Oxy's already here, and he has full utility. But they're doubling back. The double lurk strat, Doug.
The thing is, Cloud9 haven't moved a ton. I mean, Oxy flipped because he could, because of his TPs, and he's already back A. They keep trying to find just a small time window to find weakness in the defense, but Oxy's ahead of it. Now they're going to commit. All the ults have been used. The flash is great. Zeppa's on the swing. The spike does not go down as he gets 3. Mazine left alone, a nade at his feet, and the round in favor of Cloud9.
And MIBR cooking a little too much right there. I respect it, you know. You're playing bind. You want to use the TPs.
Yeah,
you gotta have a round where you do around the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You gotta have that. At least one of the rounds.
Switching sides.
And take a look at that one more time. I mean, they were intent on trying to get around Oxy, and the approach was great.
Man, and the KO ult just a second too late.
Yeah. Zeppa cleaning things up off of that flash. It was a beautiful setup from Cloud9, and a really important one given they had lost 7 rounds in a row. They were struggling to get back in the saddle and start to find some success.
Valorant is just so crazy that the timeline is 4 rounds to 7 rounds back to back.
Oh, you know, we talk often about how difficult it is to win rematches. We're actually going to take a listen from Ardzine and why he thinks MIBR will win this rematch and advance the play-ins.
Com certeza, eu tô muito animado pro jogo contra a Cloud9, porque a gente tá querendo aí uma revanche. A gente deixou muito a desejar no jogo contra ele, né, na MD3. Mas agora a gente tá com esse gostinho assim de revanche e com certeza a gente vai mostrar um resultado diferente do que a gente mostrou na primeira série.
So he said that.
Oh, Dre, he's keeping up to his word. He said it was going to be different. He understands that they underperformed the last time they played. This has been a very different song.
And he's somebody who I think is going to develop into a great duelist for this team and in the league in general.
Yeah.
I think that MIBR last season lacked a star player, like an X-Factor player, when Heat, you know, was ultimately benched from the roster.
Sure.
And now they have somebody who I see that they believe in him. Like, they let him overheat And for a rookie to overheat like that, yeah, you're going to get punished a lot, but it's a good sign that he has the confidence to try to make those plays. And with more time and experience, he'll just get better and better at it.
Yeah, it's been fun to listen to you watch his gameplay and go like, yeah, I love this style. It feels a lot like you in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he's just fearless, you know, even if he's getting punished. I like that he's testing those boundaries and seeing how much he can get away with before getting punished. And I think that just with more experience, like I said, he'll know when the right moments are to overheat.
And ultimately, I mean, if you're building a team, if you're putting together a roster that is so fundamentally sound, you want that on your team, right? You want somebody who can be that spark. And yeah, maybe it doesn't always work out, but someone who's willing to try to make a play. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, exactly. Because when you think about all these duelists you're going up against in the league, like even Oxy, the likes of Oxy, who Demon One said is the worst duelist, right? It's like the level of duelist is so high, that you need to have somebody like that can just get you these 4Ks. And he's had a great half so far.
Still plenty of Valorant to play, though. Cloud9 kept it competitive at the end. They managed to stay within 2, and this pistol could really evaporate that 7-round lead. Or streak, excuse me, that MIBR put together. The opener in favor of Oxy. Mazine's already down.
Wow. Good reaction from C9, getting the first blood, and they had sight, but they heard 2 people through the TP, and they take a counter TP themselves, but now they're just stuck.
Yeah, they had to take a step back because of the molly from RGL.
How is Seppa in?
Oh, we're here again, are we?
In spawn right now.
We're back to this. I mean, they just hold, they freeze, and they let Zeppa do what he can. Surprise.
No way!
Yeah, RGL continues to be a rock for this team.
That is so unfortunate for Zeppa. He had the play, he had the timing.
All right, now look at this. If they creep up A, you've still got 2 members from MIBR who are behind you, and surely you're not expecting that. Of course, as I say that, Vanity turns around and cleans up Artsin. Expecting a second. You saw the flood!
30 seconds left.
Nobody expects the double flank. RGL again. 3 bullets left. It's not going to work. A 2v2 and the spike is trapped. They're going to try to flip the map. They succeed. They've gotten out.
And they better commit this time. Surely we jump through. Yes.
I mean, 13 seconds left. You don't have a choice.
10 seconds left.
Any util to think about. JCC is his dog, but he tries to flood out. He tries to take matters into his own hands, and he succeeds with it. Jake.
And here comes the dog.
Has 1 HP.
First dog kill.
1
Almost.
HP. Not able to land the shots. It was way too much for him to deal with there. That pistol's huge, man.
And C9 there. I don't know if they got delayed by a molly. I wasn't able to see, but
out of showers?
You gotta think. Maybe they should have fully committed onto that.
Well, it was RGL's molly.
So he did molly them off.
Yeah, he had never left A.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, he had never left A, and as soon as the TP went off, he repositioned and dropped it. There was no way for them to get out.
Great job from RGL on that entire round. Killing the flank. Beautiful flick and clean shots. Delaying the showers TP. Sets up the entire retake for them. Whoa, multiple different retakes, right?
Yeah.
3 retakes that round. Retake on B, retake on A.
Now, we've seen this out of Cloud9 a lot so far in this kickoff tournament. They're forcing, after losing a pistol, this situation no different. They've got Stingers, they've got Spectres, they've got a little bit of everything.
And if I'm MIBR, I'm definitely reading into this. And that's why you see the Viper Molly out there.
Yeah.
Huge. Perfect anti-eco. Anti-buy, honestly, from MIBR. A lot of teams opting to buy, like you said, and usually they go through hookah, get those close range fights.
Room of finding a little something.
Very smart of Oxy to break that with his classic. Might put doubt into the minds of MIBR if this is a buy or not.
Toxins going up.
They haven't shown much, but they also haven't really taken much. The only real space they had was showers, and then Oxy had to give it back.
Dagger should be coming back online here for this hit.
I think it'll
in 15 seconds. Won't be here in time, but
no, yeah. He won't be here in time though. And
great
again,
KO Molly.
They're doing such a good job of keeping him back with utility. The KO Molly, the Brim Molly from the previous round. MIBR just not allowing anything through.
Wow. I don't know how Whippy gets some of these kills with the crosshair he has. I gotta be honest, man.
It works for him.
But you're 100% correct, though. how do you deny players from going off and taking fights? Utility.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that was so annoying to me as a player, was getting util bombed out and not even being in a spot where I could shoot my gun.
Sure.
I'm just losing off of pure utility, right? It's the worst feeling as a duelist.
And I would think especially when you're trying to make a play and make things happen. You're down 4 rounds, you know, you lost the pistol. That's where the duelist is supposed to go in and provide a spark.
Now utility just stops you dead in your tracks, punishes you. Another like light buy going into this round. Put Mobs in.
Spike down.
Speaking of utility, doesn't even need it.
Yeah, the best utility is a Vandal like that. That knife getting a little
confident.
info. Whippy once again finding a kill that we'll just continue to wonder how he gets away with it.
RGL did play here previously.
The Molly's a little late this time, but Artine is not.
That's what we were talking about. You know, Oxy wants to make these plays, needs to make them, honestly. But MIBR just more aware this time around.
He's in the smoke. Do they know he's there? RGL falls.
This is a crucial round for MIBR. For not just confidence when they're up numbers, but for how their previous matchup went.
One enemy
They
remaining.
want to try to put Cloud9 away. Don't
Spike
afford
down
really any window, or any opportunity to get back into this thing. That's now 5-round lead for MIBR. It felt like this was going to happen earlier. Like, I thought this is where we were going to be, but in the first half, MIBR still managed to reestablish control.
And this is the danger. Oh, let's see this replay real quick. Oh, he didn't even
The
see
second one was
Vanity.
free, yeah.
Yeah, he could have gotten 3 kills right there, honestly. But this is where you see that force buy coming in to honestly be really disastrous for C9, because already 10 rounds on the board for MIBR. And this first gun round, Oxy doesn't even have a Vandal.
Look at how aggressive they're going down long. Vanity's caught. He has nowhere to go. But he might be okay with it as he gets 2.
I have the spike.
What a stand. But can FRZ do a bit of the same on the opposite side of the map? Seeker's used. JZZ trying to do his best to clear him out. Is he going to commit to this flank?
Picks up the Vandal.
Yeah, he scoops up a weapon. He is going to go the conventional way. Meanwhile, Cloud9 have taken U-Haul. They're concerned about what's happening behind him. You've got Whippy, who's making sure there's not a late flank as the dog clears out showers.
Here's the doors open up. Should be the info. But there is one on the flank, but where?
They've got to do something to get him out of U-Haul. No real post-plant. Whippy has a spit, but again, I don't think it's going to matter. Whippy with, or excuse me, Vanity with 3 on the round. FRZ left alone. Maybe finds a way to play around his utility, but again, he's heavily outnumbered and outgunned. Here, Oxy's just going to take care of it up close and personal as they finally get another round.
And you are 100% correct. MIBR there needed to at least either take short A control or take the U-Haul control. Very smart of C9 to spread out onto that post plant, giving them showers control, holding the flank, controlling 2 areas of the map in the post plant. Which makes it so hard for the defending team to retake.
But also, to go back to what we were talking about previously, heroics from Cloud9. It kept them in the game. It won them the series. Last time they played, Vanity's 2K there. I mean, without it, they probably don't get that round.
And honestly, in that replay, you know, usually we hear a lot of hype out of C9, a lot of energy. Right now, a little bit lacking in that department.
Our team takes a dry challenge. Across short, there was no knife over the top or flash or anything. Maybe cooking a little bit too much. They wanted to take some space, and it seemed like it was going to be, what, a really delayed crunch through sand and short, but it doesn't pay off.
And honestly, if I was teams prepping against C9 now, I would understand that if I'm not seeing Vanity use his Sky utility somewhere early on, that he's somewhere holding the flank from spawn. I mean, we've seen this on other maps as well, not just this one. Something to read into for these teams moving forward.
Even with the numbers advantage they have, though.
Like, he's still in spawn right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, putting doubt in the minds of MIBR, but at this point, when you're down 3v5, you just want to gamble, stack the site. Get the save in if they hit the other site.
They've spotted one. Nothing really to follow up, but the second there. He could TP out or he could stay. Decides to go back showers, and they're going to flip the map, but what do MIBR do in response? They stay.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts on this really quickly. A 5v3. You rather flip the map or just play your numbers?
I would definitely, I think they made the right choice here, right? Oxy got all the info. You know everyone's on A. You already had 3 people towards B that can beat the rotate. A lot of people would be surprised at how fast you can beat the rotate on any map, really, if you get the correct info. Like even if from the moment Oxy had seen them with his ult, even if they decided to run, you can already beat the rotations if you're leaned, right? That 2-second timing, 3-second timing that they're sitting there debating if Oxy's gonna go for a crazy play, you know?
That's just enough, yeah.
It's enough time to take the site, so very, very good calling from Vanity and Lexus C9. And honestly, I like what MIBR did here too, right? They went down 2 people very early on. And you have to gamble stack, and maybe if Oxy had not had Yoru ult, maybe they have a chance at bringing that round back, but this allows them to get a save in.
They tried. They might make the other 2 weapons carry over. Yeah, they bring those over. So there's going to be enough to put something together. But a big response from Cloud9. Just when it felt like it was going to get out of reach, they respond.
And in a very funny fashion too, right? We're talking about how C9 is the ones that were trying to make all the plays, and now they just slow the whole game down. Wait for MIBR to make the mistakes.
I mean, down to a crawl.
Yep.
And they were right. They read it perfectly. MIBR were the ones who messed up. And it keeps it competitive. It keeps them within 3. Jake is 1 point away from having his ult online. Thought they were going to maybe make a showers play.
Just showing some early pressure. More aggression from MIBR here. Nice little pop flash from KO. I think that was from CT spawn.
Wow. Tab. FRZ staying alive for now. You have so much presence, eh?
Very patient anti-eco right now.
Dude, again, they're in spawn.
Yeah.
They're just so concerned about these late flanks, this like quiet pressure that we saw in the previous round.
Did RGL see them?
No pings on the minimap, but maybe. Is there a flash for JZZ? No. Beautiful molly. That's gonna keep them back. But can they fight through it? Oxy on the swing. JZZ punishes, but the spike once again is going out B.
Again, the right read from C9.
Well, it also helps when you don't leave spawn. Right? You can adjust and you can call much more quickly.
Yep.
30 seconds left.
Mazin's here though. He is by himself, has a sheriff. How does he play this?
Planted.
Vanity's the one who commits to getting the spike down.
Early nade here.
Zappa still has Roomba. And they have to clear elbow. Vanity has to take this fight. They invest the ultimate. And the onus is going to be on MIBR, and they're going to have to do this pretty quickly. Jake waiting, biding his time, looking for the right moment to strike. That crossfire's brutal. Jake and Zappa clean it up.
You're going to think now, if you're the likes of MIBR, should I have just saved that KO ult for a future retake? Maybe a more even one where we had a full buy and better positioning, perhaps. But Vanity really getting a read on how the rotations of MIBR are going now, based off of pressure that they're showing in showers. Understanding that in that exchange, Mazen is probably going to lean. But even if he stays, there'll only be one guy there. 3v1 is what you want for the attacking side, always.
They continue to fight for showers and deny some of this space from Cloud9.
And this is why the Yoru is so good on bind. Is the feints that you could throw with the utility in shower. Just being a menace in that entire area. If he wants to, he can solo take it with a flash and a clone. He could fake that he's taking it. So many possibilities that you can do.
Prepare for hellfire.
Doesn't seem like they're going to be as slow this time around. Zeppa's the only one who's not with the team right now. A late lurk.
Shower.
Meanwhile, the rest of Cloud9 is taking A. Are they going to be able to hold the showers? No. Ardzin falls. I don't know if they're expecting RGL, who's going to be there. Jake swinging back sight, getting the best of Mazin. JZZ pushing forward, having to make a play. They've spotted RGL. This seems like it's going to get out of hand again.
And they TP on top of it.
The tenacity with which Cloud9 is playing right now is so impressive.
Yeah. A lot of layers in the gameplay right now. Vanity setting up these rounds beautifully. Oxy in this round showing early showers control. We're aware that there's multiple there, right? We saw the brim smoke come out. The clone was broken by somebody else. Brim ult into you, so you know no one's there. You flip the site. While that's all happening, you have Zeppa who walks in to Hookah, grabs control, allows for the TP play to open up if they want that. Here's the rotations the entire time. Just clinical outplays right now from C9.
Like butter, baby.
Yeah, it really just feels like they've slowed down these rounds so much, and Vanity has been a step ahead.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if RGL can keep this weapon. They're hunting for him. They're looking.
Whoa.
I don't know that Zeppa's going to get there in time. That was probably the last attempt.
Respect their elders.
Whippy falls. RGL keeps that weapon alive, and I mean, ever important. There's not much else there.
Down you go.
Look at that. Just free kills, it looks like, just walking into their crosshairs. And a wise timeout here from MIBR. Needing to recognize the pace that C9 is playing at. Maybe if you're gonna make aggressive plays, do it with more utility, right? Maybe better, deeper KO flashes so Vanity doesn't get two in that corner. Maybe a molly to flush him out next time when he's stuck, instead of trying to just pre-fire spray him down. So I really liked how MIBR was setting up this half. I liked that on the bonus round. They were going aggressive, changing the pace. But getting punished like that from heroics, honestly, Vanity should not have gotten two in that round. That was so crucial.
I mean, that really, it feels like that play kind of changed the tone of the entire map.
It did, for sure.
MIBR still hanging on to a lead, though, albeit a small one. And this goes back to the conversation we were having earlier about how oftentimes on the opposite side of a timeout, you're expecting something, right? Like, what's a set piece they have? What are they going to want to do aggressively to take some space?
And look at, they're already setting up for the in-spawn default.
the don't move for 30 seconds.
Yeah. Call that red walling on my previous team. You don't go past the barriers.
I mean, it's been working for him.
Yeah.
Toxins going up.
And again, it's just like I said. If you see C9 not taking early control of anything, with Sky Util specifically, you should have an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, but have MIBR clued in on that? I think that's the question.
But also, even if you know what's going on, sometimes there is no perfect answer for it. Yeah. And that's the whole point of running a default as the attacking side. Putting doubts in the minds of MIBR.
Scout destroyed.
Vanity's job here is just to get the info.
Yeah, who's where. Maybe draw out any utility they can, just like the dog right there.
Dark poison's on.
Did they hear the Yoru TP? I'm not sure if FRC can hear that from Hookah.
I'm not sure. I mean, this has just been
I've got your trail.
an outrageous performance from Cloud9 these last couple
Beautiful
of rounds.
IGLing.
Everything is just so well considered. JZZ with a flash in his face, trying to spam through. He gets the best of Oxy. But the rocket in his face, he's not able to survive any longer.
30 seconds left.
They've gotten out onto the side, and they're going to flip the map again.
No way.
Because Whippy's already up short. The careful thing, though, here is that sometimes you overcook these a little bit too much. Is there going to be a way for MIBR to punish? No, I just don't think they have the weapons here. Jake committing to the spike plant. Vanity continuing to frag. 3 on the round for him.
I mean, talk about putting things in your own hands, man.
Yeah, Vanity's become the brains and the brawn here.
Vanity IGLing masterclass right now and dropping bombs on them. That was such an important kill on Heaven on RGL. If RGL gets that kill, this could be a completely different round.
Yeah, I mean, he was the first one there. He buys a little bit of time. Rotations come through, and you know, maybe there's something, perhaps an upgraded weapon
Look,
too.
he's smiling too. He's having fun with it out there.
You know,
he's got a smirk on his face.
Toxins going up.
Trying to find the solo stinger. But I think FRZ just wants to die to bomb here. Not trying to give Jake or Vanity an extra ult orb. This is so reminiscent of their first time playing each other. Just
really is.
blow for blow. Vanity at the top as IGL.
That was just unlucky timing from Oxy, man. But the follow-up was good.
And that was the main kill.
Yeah. That just opens up so much, and then Vanity can continue to do his thing.
Those are just icing on the cake, but that Heaven fight was so crucial into winning this round.
That's now 5 rounds in a row for Cloud9. I can't imagine the approach changing for them either.
Yeah, it's just so tough for MIBR because they feel like every time they're going for these re-clears, they're getting punished. So now that they're not re-clearing, that opens up the entire map for C9 to use these teleporters and do all these crazy defensive manipulations.
I mean, this hit was filthy out from Cloud9. You had the Roomba up, you had the dog up showers. They take everything so cleanly. And I mean, this is a perfect time to inject pace into the round.
Yep.
Right? They've been so slow, they've been so methodical, and then this time, right out of the gates, they know what they want to do, they commit everything, hold W, and they get the site, they get the round.
Time to jump.
Great IGLing right now. I cannot stress it enough for everybody out there watching.
Because, I mean, defensively, it feels like you're constantly on the back foot, right? You don't really know what to expect. You're not finding success anywhere. You're just kind of left lost.
C9 have started the last like 4 or 5 rounds so slow, waiting for aggression, punishing it, and to just throw in the fast hit now. MIB are just not really ready for it. And honestly, the hit was a back sight fight as well, right? Not letting MIBR play that backside area, delay the bomb, just taking the fight to them. Confidence has just been totally shifted now for C9.
Take a look at it again.
Fight I was talking about.
Exactly. Oxy so far up. Vanity just continues to go nuts. I mean, you can see it, the frustration in their faces, the confusion,
it's just
the lack of answers.
It's so tough because they've tried playing aggressive. Now the one time they're playing back and trying to just play like a delayed bomb, right? They get absolutely punished in their basically back sight.
Oh, that flash didn't make it out of TP. Not that it matters. It's just a clone up showers.
3 people here pushing through shower, but the info is going to be gathered a little bit too late.
One thing to note here, I can't imagine Cloud9 try to flip the map against the teleporter as they've been doing. They have no knowledge of what's happening A. And with Oxy's ult, they're going to find out that the site's completely open. There's nobody there.
Exactly. And I think had Oxy had seen more than 2 people at this site, they probably would have opted to TP. But that's why the Yoru is so good on this map.
They're going to try to flood out behind the Seekers. JZZ getting the best of Jake. They're so far back here. They're not playing outside, but Oxy's behind him.
Are they sticking it?
Oxy's gotten behind him. Azine's going to fall, but Azine's going to take the defuse all the way.
Oh my gosh! And that's the round MIBR win?
I mean, it doesn't have to be pretty, I guess.
The economy is still in shambles though for MIBR, even though they got that ninja defuse.
It was just so far back.
And honestly, up until this moment, C9 has been so on point with not letting anything slip.
Hit them when they're not looking.
Even on A site previously, tapping the bomb and waiting for the pushes through smokes. But this time, just not aware that MIBR was going for the Hail Mary.
A little bit more of intent out from MIBR at the beginning of the round. The flash through teleporter, the pit down short. They want to take this fight into showers. Or at least create some space. I believe the work was picked up by Mazine. He's now 1 point away from having his ult online.
He's so pushed up on this ult.
With a judge.
I think you're going to see a Brim ult behind him with the Sky Dog going through here. That's what I would call right now if I was C9.
Well, there's the dog.
No Brim ult though.
Oh, he's waiting.
Coming now. There it is. Pushing him back.
Oxy got through though. He got through, but he's by himself. He's punished by RGL.
Launching smoke.
Spike still hasn't made its way out of showers. Mazine playing close. That's all. That's all instantly popped. Spike's still not playing it, and RGL's hiding behind the smoke.
Oh my gosh. I think Jake is aware.
Does not swing, does not fight, does not make a sound. Meanwhile, Zeppo with the spike. Team's got to win this fight. So important. You lose control here, and that you've lost control of the spike. You lost control of the site. You've lost control of the round.
One enemy remaining.
And potentially the map as MIBR get to map point.
So cold from RGL, just staying his ground, understanding what his job is in that round. He doesn't need to move. And Mazin honestly going absolutely huge. And I love this set play. It's pretty much what I was getting at. I would have loved to see it earlier with the dog though. Allowing the Viper not to get out at all.
30 seconds.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Down A.
Oxy maybe doesn't even have to commit his TP at that point. He can just flash out a shower and maybe survive, not get traded. Some things to look into if you're C9 for the future.
The duality of man.
Chef's kiss.
Right back into the action. MIBR once again going aggressive, and Whippy ready for it. Holy smokes, was he ever?
And what a gamble from MIBR.
That's now 2 rounds where they've tried taking contact aggression up short, and it's failed.
And you know, I respect the confidence and the aggression to try to catch C9 off guard, but it has not worked up to this point.
Yeah.
At all, anywhere. Even in showers the previous round.
And once again, they're left in tatters. Just a couple members left. With an
And they have
attempt to avoid
Skyle.
the T. Yeah,
This is impossible. This has got to be impossible. Good delay here. And you already see FRZ not moving his position. Maybe they'll TP.
Oh, he's tagged up,
Player
bro.
standing.
Freaking peppered. Now they know where the last player is. Courtesy of the Seekers, Vanity gets a spike down.
Spike planted.
OT seems inevitable.
And I understand. I understand what MIBR was trying to do into this round. You know, trying to catch C9 off guard, but it has not worked up to that point. And such a big round. Now you're going into
Switching
OT.
sides.
But honestly, and like you were saying, I respect it because I think there are two situations that can play out there. Either you're playing not to lose or you're playing to win.
Yeah,
right?
and so they're definitely playing to win.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a good sign going into this OT. But you gotta just think if they had just done a normal setup, like every other round they had won on defense, maybe this map would already be over.
Yeah, sure.
To drop 2 players like that so early on.
A tough spot to be in. We'll see what OT holds for us. Rifles and full armor for everyone. No glass cannons or anything like that.
No ops. See, I don't think I've ever seen anyone from MIBR op on this map. Maybe Artson in the last series on Jet?
Maybe.
Wow, Artson disrespecting the Viper model. It's not something you see every day.
But this is what you want out of your duelist, right? This is what you want out of someone who can inject a little bit of X factor into a situation. Maybe he's the one who can take matters into his own hands. And it seems like MIBR, perhaps with a little bit more noise, but a similar approach to what Cloud9 was doing in the latter half of their attack side.
That flash doesn't connect on anybody long B, but here comes the hookah reclear. This is going to be really big information if Vanity spots him. Big info here. This might cause a rotation from C9.
Yeah, what do they
towards
do?
This B site.
What do they do with this? I think the response...
He missed the knife lineup. Oh, and that could be disastrous for MIBR. No knife, no info gathered.
He's beneath him. Oh, he was beneath him. Vanity was there and he was ready. He was waiting. It seems like they're going to try to hold this fight up close and personal. They're both playing just on the other side of this wall. MIBR not being allowed entrance. They're not being allowed access onto the site. Whippy knew exactly where they were, and this hold has been ferocious from those two. Attempting to do it themselves. Finally, the reinforcements arrive, and is it too late? Oxy's behind them. Finally showing up. Do they know where he's coming from? He could be anywhere, and RGL drops him. MIBR take the lead again.
C9 had that round in the bag. All signs were leading to them winning that round, but they got a little too antsy. A little too quick on the retake. Emotions maybe overflowing in that moment to cause lack of good judgment.
I mean, Vanity was there to take care of our team at the beginning, and then Whippy single-handedly shutting down Octagon.
We had full numbers there. 3v2 scenario. Yeah, even Imi knows. He knows they had that.
Slipping away at possibly the worst time.
Oh, speaking of op. Oh, he just gets sat down.
Smoke's down.
I mean, a massive start, and now the dog's gonna spot everyone. They're just gonna fight in showers. The flash out, Jake on the swing, JZZ's there. They hold the line. So much pressure applied, and how do they get through this? RGL's left alone. He's got 58 HP, and now he's surrounded. They should be able to get the spike down unless FRZ can strike at the right time.
Oh my gosh.
10 HP
player
for the
standing.
controller, and it very quickly evaporates.
I got this fight.
Can Oxy keep this map alive? He's gonna have to do it on his own. RGL with the smoke, FRZ with the spit.
Portal closed.
This is so tense.
But they're playing it so disciplined, so carefully, so meticulously. I mean, it's fundamentals versus playmaking right now. And Oxy has an
have a
opportunity.
smoke.
Yeah,
They do have a brim smoke, and this is huge into this round, but Oxy's in such a good spot here.
he gets the first, drops him. Instantly falling, FRZ, he's going behind him.
No smoke online anymore.
I mean, Oxy's in such a good position right now. He's daring the challenge! And FRZ hits the flick!
He one-tapped him!
An excellent response to what Oxy had just done to them. What a map from MIBR.
Oh my gosh. Doug, that was insane. And I really got to shout out RGL into this game. His brim mollies. His mollies.
Yep.
Even in that last round, on point. Understanding that Oxy's probably wrapping back short, Oxy could not pinch the shower guy in time. And that allows so much time for FRZ to get that flank in and actually regroup with RGL into that round.
Oh, I got to go back very quickly to what we talked about at the beginning of the map. It felt like the series could have gone either way.
Yep.
The first time they danced. This time, the first map goes into OT. It comes down to it's something like a Molly. For example, these teams just seem like they're matched up so freaking well.
Very high level Valorant being played right now. And man, Mazin and FRZ having the most first bloods for their team. That's 5 for Mazin, 4 for FRZ. That's the KO and the Viper.
We're gonna step away here very shortly, but when we return, the desk is gonna break down the first half. There's another map to go, potentially a third. You're not gonna want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plans for Ryzen. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An assist from the wingman to get the clap onto RG, allowing Oxy to get his second ace.
Abriu, gastou o dash, tira a cara, Artizin vai pra cima! Meu Deus, Artizin!
I'm here with the coach of MIBR Bazooka, a very, very tight first map. But I have to ask you about the agent comp. It was different. We saw the KO. Was the KO to stop Oxy, or what's the reason with the agent comp?
That's something we have been cooking for a while, that we be able to change comps during the tournament. So we have a lot of different comps for different maps. So it was a little surprise for you guys.
Surprise indeed. Well, good luck.
We needed to see MIBR mix things up, and boy, oh boy, they did just that, picking up a massive overtime win against Vanity and the boys from C9, 14-12. Golden, we're here alongside with Athena as well as Uber as we break it all down. Great game, top to bottom. Genuinely fantastic Valorant. I think that both teams really illustrated that they took those losses and learned from them, tried to implement new ideas, and even when things weren't working out, they pivoted in the mid game, and that was so vital, especially for MIBR.
Baby Bay leans on this a lot. He mentions that like the calling in this game is really interesting. He especially highlights Vanity, but I think we see it on both sides. And the timeouts. Those precipitated complete changes in approach from both teams. We saw MIBR start off by trying to do this, like dry contact into backside while still holding onto the spike. That's the incorrect read, but eventually they fix it. They change tack.
Yeah, I think they were worried about Oxy kind of on that Yoru trying to flash and flank behind the rest of the team, but Oxy was looking a little bit more passive. And so with that, they just took a timeout. They started talking. They're like, hey guys, we can just post mat the way that we know. And like Riff said, I mean, lineups, let's go. They're so good at lineups. I mean, their post mat was so good. And this is kind of like the phenomenal MIBR that we have seen, the MIBR that we kind of come to learn to love, is playing those post-mats, is playing those retakes, and I feel like they really fell into their playstyle.
It's the other way of playing the post-punt scenarios, right? If you control showers, you can sit your brim up there with the Secret Service and make sure you can play that way. It might feel a little bit more exploitable at times, but it's the polar opposite of their approach, right? Instead of pushing back Spike, they don't have like Harbor Viper. They can't like section off that part of the map and explode through with util like some other teams are trying, even like the Phoenix comps we've seen from Loud. This worked really well for them, but again, we had like multiple more adaptations across the course of this map from both sides. C9 eventually sniffing this out.
Yeah, which to me, it really speaks volumes to how these teams have just grown as individuals, right? Because I feel like if this was last year, you get a little timeout, you kind of just continue to run things as they are. Whereas now the competition, everything is so close. And these guys know, like, it really is the margins that are going to be the difference between getting these wins. I mean, look at the OT. It literally came down in overtime.
I mean, for sure, like MIBR as a team as well, we've talked about how they're all consistent. So this game, their numbers and their frags were all similar to each other. It wasn't one person standing out. And I think because of that, they looked so stable as a team. And each one of these players can kind of take the round and put it in their hands. And we've seen RGL clutch a million times. Like I've said before, I love watching RGL. And all these other players are just holding their own, taking their ones. I feel like that game was just such a big game of just taking these 1v1s.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I love there is that Cloud9 turned a weakness into a strength in the second half. They were trying to fight for showers, fight for ace short, and they were losing out because Oxy was being just forced away behind util.
Yeah.
They conditioned MIBR that they'd be doing that every round. So they take round 16, round 17, they do what MIBR did in the first half. They sit back off on the attack and wait for these dry contacts because MIBR are getting restless. They want info.
It's literally, that was literally the end of the game, right? The end of regulation play, right? You're thinking to yourself, oh, MIBR's got this one wrapped up. 12-11 is great. Nah, let's send 3 down mid. Let's see what happens, right?
Into like an angle that Whippy's holding passively for that purpose.
Right into the blender, you know? Those are going to be the things that they most definitely are going to have to address. But, I mean, they're okay with the victory. On the other side, though, for Cloud9, they're certainly going to need to figure out how they try to get themselves back into the game. Thankfully, we had a chance to catch up with the coach of C9, courtesy of Liz. Let's check it out.
I'm here with the coach of Cloud9, Emmy. Heartbreakingly close. You strung so many rounds together at the end. What do you say to your team in moments like these?
It's not really. We know we're better than them. It's just about fixing what's going wrong. So on defense, we're playing as 5 individuals, and on attack, we're playing as a team. So as long as we fix that, we'll destroy teams like this.
Well, best of luck.
All right, well, here is the map select. They need to continue to play as a team. You just heard Coach Jimmy say, but we are going to be going to C9, or C9's Ascent. Rather, this is MIBR's pick, C9 on the defense. But I still think C9 on Ascent look pretty all right here. This should be I would love to see this go to 3, honestly.
I mean, Vanity's calling is fired up, and I think his Sova was so good the last time we saw him on a set that I'm really looking forward to watch them play. I think their IGLing is going crazy, and I think even though MIBR kind of has the momentum, you're always worried about bringing that into the next map. I feel like bringing it to overtime means that C9 can still feel it.
Look out for Cloud9 on defense. They're starting on defense to rotate a third agent onto the A site, with Oxy refusing to give up tree. He will play forward that util. He'll make sure he holds his ground. And Jake also, in those A main fights, you know, the Omen throws the one-way, tries to play around that. If he doesn't see movement early, he will sneak out of A main into Wine and try and be in a position.
It's going to be fascinating to see if they really try and take advantage of that, because you can see like multiple times in that last game they were really just playing off of the information MIBR was giving them, and it was working out for them in a few of those rounds.
And again, and then Vanity plays Odin on B, right?
Yeah.
And has these ridiculous spray transfers and such. So that's always hard to play into when the enemy Sova is fired up and getting a lot of info off his own util and has that Odin. So you'll see C9 give up mid if they rotate that third agent onto A. That's been exploitable to some degree. NRG sent crashies up the guts multiple times to try and get that info. That's maybe an opening for MIBR here if C9 are going to take the same approach as that match.
I feel like MIBR is really good at setting traps up, though, on Ascent. I feel like especially towards that mid area. So if C9 is giving it up, I think it can go both ways, where they can just abuse that mid control, or they kind of get nothing in their traps. And I feel like one thing MIBR was doing a really good job of as well was kind of taking their ones. I mean, we spoke a little bit about how it was a little bit questionable that they were aggressing, completely dry, no util, but going into it, they just started taking their ones, and doing that right before an execute might be super beneficial. And this Viper double controller, we saw this earlier, and I personally really like this comp. I did not think it was going to work, but I really like it.
Well, let's see how this one pans out for MIBR. They could wrap this up in 2, or will C9 force a third? Let's find out and send it over to your casters. You got Doug and Baby Bay for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, Dre, it feels like we're back to monkey business. Viper, Omen, on Ascent. We're starting to see teams deviate from what has become the standard comp on Ascent. What are your thoughts on this double-controller comp with this guy?
I don't know how good it's going to do, but, I mean, MIBR chose this map.
Sure.
And they're
confident in it.
Yeah, they probably knew they were going to start on attack, so I'm kind of expecting some slow plays just to feel out the defense of C9 at first. But C9, we saw they're very good at this map. They're very comfortable on Ascent. Took energy to the distance. Granted, it was a mirror matchup, but I do believe that C9 have played double controller on this map before, so maybe they'll have a lot of experience and know what to do against it.
MIBR on the attack side, as you mentioned, we're going to see what this double controller comp has in store for us. So far, not very much as far as pace goes. Seemed like they were waiting for Vanity's util to come through. Now confirming that that's not the case. They've gotten past the shock. The dart still hasn't been invested. Oxy taking a little bit of decay. Stays alive for now, but it's just not much to really get out. It feels a little labored.
We've seen this Omen flash before from NRG.
Yes, we have. Vanity playing backside with the classic overwhelmed and outnumbered. Wow. The timing might be good here for Oxy. Just barely missing that window, but applying pressure anyway. RGL holding down main. They can't expect him there, but he's got to be cleared. RGL with 2, the third falls as MIBR get their first.
RGL is such a beast lately on this roster, I swear.
He's been nuts.
Yeah, this entire tournament, he's been an absolute standing point for MIBR. And, you know, when it comes to pistol rounds like that, it's like, there's always a talk between the coaches and the players, oh, maybe we just run the same pistol again, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Very similar pistol to NRG. Maybe they won't expect it back to back, you know? And these are the little mind games that are being played between teams and strategies like that. But
here,
MIBR, not second guessing that at all. Omen flashing already into the back site. That's a hard read though. That's problems, I think, for the side of C9.
The dog pushing forward, sectioning off a couple layers of the site. Jake playing on the other side of the door. They've managed to dodge all of the util, but I think Jake has suspicions.
That's on
somebody
purpose,
is going to. Oxy's on forward. What? He just dashed into his face to take the fight
with a classic, and he 2-tapped him.
Just so confident. But can Cloud9 convert this into a round win?
And RGL understands that Oxy isn't on the flank anymore. Still a little bit wary, but doesn't see him yet. What a flash.
It's so perfect. Mazine has to take a step back. RGL is forced to wait on the other side. He has to push out through the smoke, and Cloud9 was there to greet him.
And this is all off the back of Oxy getting that kill. That was so crucial.
Gun here.
I think there were two things there that ended up being the problem. Yes, number one, Oxy getting that aggressive dash forward to get the kill, and then also they smoked RGL off of the site.
Yep.
They refreshed their smoke so early on main, he couldn't get involved, and when he did get involved, the round was over. Hey, you see him pushing out finally just to see that he's being triple faced.
And for a team that is known for their fundamentals, MIBR getting ecoed by C9. That is not what you want whatsoever, especially on attack ascent.
Yep.
That second round after you win pistol is so important into snowballing this map. This is a map where getting 4 rounds is a great half on attack. And that eco round is so important. Could be the difference maker in this map. Something so small like that.
It's interesting here because of how MIBR handled the previous round from a buy. They had only bought 2 rifles. So yeah, they lost it, but they can still afford to buy a little bit and keep this thing interesting.
And Mazen, we saw his first bloods on the last map.
He was nuts.
Will he be able to replicate that onto this Viper?
We're already seeing some of these early mind games. As soon as the alarm bot gets cleared out, they smoke behind it and push forward into mid towards B. Now they rotate. I mean, right on cue. They also just got a knife tagged onto Mazine, so they know where he is. They know that there's a late lurk. Flash out of smoke. Vanity playing backside with Whippy, not far off. You start to see some of this fame come through. They're all lit up, but they're not able to get any of the shots. At least Whippy wasn't. Vanity can, though. Not able to land the transfer onto the third. Mazine and FRZ have both upgraded weapons, but Cloud9 have numbers, and it's just FRZ by himself.
Wait a second.
Can he keep them back on his own? He's trying. The spam is there. Just in the nick of time, it runs dry.
Runs out of ammo.
Now Mazine has to do it on his own. The dink onto Jake is not enough.
So rare that you see a team so comfortable just giving all of B main, giving all of boat, market, and playing for that back site. It seems like C9 is just so comfortable in this position. Understanding that Zeppa will be there with the flashes from spawn. And it's honestly really hard to punish, especially when you have Omen smokes coming out to help the people back site.
Yeah.
Those flashes over the top. You know they're there, but what can you really do about it?
Might have a little tiles crunch here. Flash shot, no, it's actually just setting up for Oxy to hold the line with the op.
And I think that that is going to foreshadow some things further into this half. Aggro plays. Already setting up tiles flashes like that to set up Oxy later in the half.
He's already repositioned.
There it is. Great info gathered from Vanity on Cat with that drone.
The knife hit everyone. The knife hit all 3 of them.
Yeah, there's no way this hit is coming through now. MIBR understanding that. They need to slow down. Lurk smoke to get out. But noise being made that they left wine. I don't like that.
There's still so much time to cut noise and decide where you want to go. The problem for MIBR is they haven't really taken any space anywhere.
And up to this point, MIBR towards this B side of the map has only really gotten contact when C9 was back site. Oxy here on a more aggressive angle. And they're gonna run straight into his op.
There it is. Right into the op, right into the crosshair, and right into a 2K. The potential for a third.
He's heating up, Doug.
Not connecting yet, but it might just be inevitable. Waiting for anyone to swing. Finally clears out the secret, but he's not able to land the shots. Oxy overwhelmed.
Oh no!
And the op can't hold.
10 seconds
It's
left.
falling apart for C9. It was so good up to this moment.
Shadows traveling.
A 2v2, Jake and Zeppa are gonna have to figure out how to pull off this retake. They should have plenty of time to do it, and it's gonna be an approach from 2 fronts.
No utility from the side of MIBR after this smoke. I don't know when the next smoke is gonna come up for RGL.
Zeppa just got his knife back.
And this knife is gonna get so much info.
The timing on it is key. There's the knife, only tagging one, so you've got to know the other one's close. He's got to be playing exactly where Jake was on the swing. RGL gets it to a 1v1. He's so weak! 4 HP, has to reposition. Jake is on the hunt, time is short. And he's gonna get the defuse. What a play from Jake.
Wait. Oh, 0.65. We've seen this before.
I mean, it was the exact same number, I think.
Yeah. I think it was 0.67 the first time, but same thing. And honestly, that one little change of Oxy just playing a little bit on a more aggressive angle, able to get 2 into that round. It was good on MIBR for bringing it back, but at the end, that small little change in setup.
I think he has it. Oh, yeah. You got it.
And I don't know who called that. Maybe it was Vanity. Maybe it was the coach. Maybe it's just their game plan, but that is clean. Setting up Oxy already this early on.
You want to put the game in your stars' hands. They weren't able to get it through on bind. Maybe Ascent will be a different story.
100%. And honestly, like, yeah, it wasn't the Oxy that we saw the first time around getting 3Ks, 4Ks, aces against MIBR, but he was still at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, he still had massive impact.
And that's crazy to think about.
He's got the opportunity to impact the round even more here.
What a flash.
That's so clean. The smoke and then the flash instantly pushing him off, but Zeppa stays close. And they're not out. Zeppa with 4. FRZ alone. Ace still
give it to him.
A possibility. Oh, Vanity might be the one to spoil this.
Yeah.
Start to see the spam come through. FRZ trying to take a challenge, and he succeeds.
2 HP to his name. He has been the clutch master for this team.
I mean, 2 HP though. You don't have the spike in hand. I think people just want to know if Zeppa's going to get the ace or not,
30
to be honest.
seconds left.
I'm surprised we're not hearing ace, ace, ace.
It started. There it is.
Right on cue.
Nicely done, Dre. Nicely done. They're just not giving him anything.
And it seems like it's just inevitable at this point. This would be massive. Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
But
plenty of
round,
opportunity.
Yeah, plenty. And another round for Cloud9. A big start here on defense. It goes back to the fact that they thriftied. They've just had so much momentum since then.
And I think a lot of players in general don't expect people to push through Viper walls like this, but Zeppa, he's always going to be confident in making these plays. He's so comfortable. And he understands, because they, like I said, they've played this comp before on C9. Maybe not this roster, right? But it was last year. So they understand what the gaps are of the comp, what the weak spots are. And that pop flash being one of the key factors into countering that A hit. We'll see if there's any adaptations out of MIBR in the future rounds. Maybe a molly on the door to prevent that from happening.
There's a much more aggressive alarm bot out from Whippy in mid.
FRZ has bought this Odin back-to-back now.
He's trying to combat Vanity's antics. And look at that. As soon as the alarm bot gets cleared, a smoke comes out from Jake towards Market.
Yeah, that's a one-way as well. Makes it very dangerous to run through.
Wonder here, they've invested a lot of their util to protect B. MIBR have done a really good job of just off of clearing the alarm bot and some spam. Getting all of that util out.
Jake is playing this perfectly, Doug. Wasn't antsy on the flash right away in cap. Gets info with his Omen ult. And Omen ult is one of those ults that, you know, on the defensive side, there's not really a lot of ways to use it besides for, like, you know, flooding in. Maybe ulting back B as the hit is coming through.
30 seconds left.
Your Marv.
So I like, yeah, exactly. I like it being used in this scenario for info.
Our team dashing forward. Jake tried to reposition, but JCC was there to punish. FRZ is going to have a late timing up mid, too. There it is, right on cue, but they've spotted him. They know where he is. He's going to have to get out. But that's pressure applied.
Was that through smoke?
I think so.
He opted through smoke.
He's got blades on as well. Kept back by the utility for now. But finding a time to strike, spotting the first. Mazine will fall. JCC's on the trade. RGL playing down, and Hell trying to find some space. Not able to hit the transfer. FRZ left alone. It's a battle of the Odins. Spike landed the tap there. FRZ throwing a shoulder and dropping Vanity at the same time.
Oh my gosh. The Odin 1v1 and he doesn't even opt to stay with it. He switches guns to the Vandal.
That's wild.
It's not every day we see things like that. And wow.
That was still filthy.
We thought he shot him through smoke. That was just a really nice shot.
I would have loved to have seen that 1v1 from Vanity's point of view. He played that so cold, man.
FRZ has just been so crucial for MIBR in these clutch rounds. That's why you saw so much respect from C9. Yeah, Zeppa could have gone for the ace, but they just want to win.
Yeah.
They just want to win the round.
Out here, Oxy has an outlaw. You might get a shot here onto FRZ. All really depends on how he plays this. You hear the camera toggling. Ooh. He tagged him.
Big damage done. The outlaw, criminally underrated, honestly.
What do they do from here, though? They've got to know that he's the late lurk. Look
oh my gosh!
JCs, he is! He's in their spawn! He's getting everything! Meanwhile, they thought they knew where he was. He's going to get an insane timing, too! They're both going to fall! Wow! Clinical from MIBR.
And Vanity, not expecting the garden push. What aggressive play from MIBR. JZZ taking things into his own hands, pushing the Sova ult solo, ends up killing a guy by mistake. He was going for the Sova. Oxy. Did he get the third?
3. I mean, talk about being opportunistic with your timing and getting value out of it. No Odin here. Just a stinger and some shocks. The buy for Cloud9, not great.
This Cypher just so annoying to play against when he's doing this B default with the cam in the cage.
Paranoia out, they've cleared the turret. Whippy's tucked. Starting to see members dash across. Vanity once again finding value.
That should put a halt to things.
Oh, yeah, that's their spark. That's their go.
Seppa's really low in spawn right now. Almost getting spammed out.
And look at how Cloud9 understand. Now that our team's gone, the tip of the spear has been blunted. There's a real good chance it's going to be a late hit somewhere else. Jake and Oxy are already back at.
They're ready for this. Look at how passive Jake is holding from. Info gathered.
Oh, they got the paranoia out too. There's still a lot of time in this round.
I like that MIBR is opting to go through A main with the bomb. Had that bomb gotten killed somehow on Cat, this round could be completely different. So really trying.
Bazine's going to have pit off of this. I don't know if he'll invest it, given it's a light buy, but Cloud9 not sparing any expense. They've invested the lockdown.
Can he get out in time?
It's going to be close.
Oh, they heard the step on Cat, surely.
He takes a slight step back as it dissipates. They get the pit out in main. It's all going to be spam. It's going to be a barrage of utility to try to keep him off the site. Oxy did get it to half.
It was a great knife from Zeppa, though. They can't use another molly
yet.
He's
going to hold it. He's going to hold it. Oh, he got spammed through. 1 for 1. RGL left alone. He's healthy. And Whippy was not. Vanity is neither. He swings, and that's another Red Bull clutch for RGL.
Oh, my gosh. And I was doubting it. I was really doubting the Viper ult. But being able to just finesse and land the molly through it, that's so clutch. It's so hard to have that lineup when you can't not see the bomb at all.
Yeah.
Oh, that just feels bad, man.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
This right here.
RGL, man.
Dude, we've talked about this a couple of times, but the guy just continues to answer the call.
Sitting at 12 and 6. He's a duelist on this map.
He's been so impressive, yeah. A deep exhale from Bazooka.
And when you're running this double controller comp, a lot of the pressure of dying early as smokes.
Hang on. Oxy's flashed. He's going to have to dash out, manages to split the uprights. He was in a really aggressive position with the op. Vanity has fallen. Oxy does too.
Wow.
The idea was there to set him up, to get him on an aggressive angle and to try to catch him slipping, but it just doesn't work out.
Great Omen flash. Not skipping any corners as MIBR.
Again, the fundamentals, man. They're just so drilled.
Ooh, great dog there. FRZ with the Odin again.
They're calling for a save here. They have 3 rifles. I think they're done with this round.
Yeah, and when you're playing against like this Viper comp, just Viper in general, so good on the post plant. We already saw it in the previous round, right? The mollies being enough to basically stall time enough for RGL to close out the round. And the trading right now for MIBR has been phenomenal going into these sites.
I mean, they've done everything phenomenally these last couple of rounds too.
I think I'm going to be expecting a timeout soon if I'm C9. 5 rounds given to MIBR is tough. That's tough.
A quick look before we turn away. It seems like the buy is going to be shoddy for Cloud9 as well. So what do you do here? You're facing up against, yes, a comp that they maybe have seen before or ran before, you know, whatever, but it is something that's out of the norm and it's causing problems. The Cypher, you mentioned it, has been outrageously annoying. Viper has been difficult to circumnavigate as well. What are you calling here if you're Imi?
If I'm Imi, I'm telling my team the early aggression is going to be very hard to do because right now how MIBR is playing this map is they're ready for every single early aggro, peek with the op or even a rifle that Oxy's trying to set up, right? They have the Omen flashes off the cam, right? They're able to use the Viper wall at A to not get killed. They can cross all the way to the orb, right? You want to re-clear. That's how you want to use your utility. You want to fight after the second phase of utility that MIBR is using. Because they're ready for the first layer. You got to set up for the second now. And that's why when Oxy was set up on that stairs, they showed a different look, right? That small change was able to win them that round on the B site.
They've put a rifle. Uh-oh, that timer's not moving.
Hopefully not a tech problem, but I can get even more into it, honestly. Like
you might have to.
The mid side of the map, right? Completely open. They don't have MIBR's comp doesn't have a Sova, so you can really play around that bottom mid area. Get somebody pushed up, maybe even Oxy, right? He has the confidence to go for these mid-round flanks through the back, all that stuff. He can updraft over the trips on the hit, right? Or maybe even just having him try to find that timing and take the 1v1 against FRZ, who's honestly just been a menace in that B side of the map, able to set up rounds for the B hit, showing the same utility. And this time, when C9 is trying to punish him in the actual main, Omen Flash comes out, stuff like that, right? So maybe have Oxy do a different route. Don't fight him head on, right? Take control of mid, get pushed up, get info.
They've tried a couple of different looks here.
That Sky utility is not good in the mid side of this map. Gotta be confident against this comp in that mid area. Take control. If you have mid, you're able to flood faster.
I am being told that Tech Pause gear is actually a pesky little audio issue. As soon as it gets rectified, we'll get back into the action. But MIBR, you know, you mentioned it. They've been really freaking good these last couple of rounds, man. RGL continues to lead from the front. FRZ has been just such a nuisance, and with that Odin as well.
Yeah, and Artson right now, he's sitting at 0-8, doesn't even have a kill.
What?
In this half, and MIBR's up 5-4.
Wow.
Yeah. So really, honestly, it's like what I always say on this map. When you're playing Jet on attack, it's either 30 or bust.
Yeah.
It's so hard to attack as Jet. We even saw him get punished when he dashed into boat. You can't always choose the right spot.
Right.
Vanity just runs into the Jet smoke, kills him with a stinger.
Your job is to create space there. And I think that's where you do see some of the value though in it, because it's not showing up in the stats, but he is creating space. He is opening up room for FRZ to go off, for RGL to go off.
Exactly. It's tough, man, playing Jet on Ascent. It's not an easy feat. Usually on defense is when you're able to show, you know, individual prowess and timings and stuff like that.
Yeah, and some creativity and
which we're not really seeing out of Oxy right now. Not recognizing that this middle of the map is so crucial. And honestly, MIBR has been doing quite a bit of like late lurks on Cat, right? Having 4 go B main, C9 aware that there's 4 in B main, and then you see Mazen going late Cat. So getting pushed up in mid somewhere aggressive could catch that guy off guard, make them have to commit to B, or make them have to come re-clear all of mid. And that can open up a lot of opportunity for kills, especially for a guy like Oxy.
Sure. He's got to get online if Cloud9 wants to stem some of this bleeding. I am being told we're changing something out. I promise this is not as bad as it sounds. We're just going to step away for 2 minutes. Where earlier, we actually spoke with our team about this rematch. That has gone very well in favor of MIBR so far. Why he's not worried about facing Oxy again. Take a listen.
O Oxy ele jogou muito bem realmente na última série, mas creio eu que acho que essa série foi um momento dele. E a gente tá aqui para provar que a gente não precisa de um jogador para jogar pelo time, a gente tem o nosso time, então com certeza a gente não vai deixar ele performar do jeito que ele performou.
We're back. I told you guys it wouldn't be too long. I'm being told that things are fixed and we're getting back into the action. So again, if you've forgotten, MIBR has just rolled over Cloud9 these last couple of rounds. They've taken a 1-round lead. RGL and JZZ have been leading from the front. Oxy has been really quiet, but again, is there something that they can do? Dre, you talked about how we needed to set up across the middle of the map. Seems like that's where he's playing right now.
Oh, he's going back to guard now. This is still fine. This is still fine, but something I want to point out as well is the narrative of this map and last map, like C9 winning the first 4 rounds. In this case, the latter after pistol, right? Yeah, 4 rounds after pistol, but MIBR coming back.
It does seem like the rounds come in bunches between these two squads.
It's so insane how the momentum just shifts.
There's no late lurk here.
And this is what I was talking about with Oxy in mid. This is perfect. But MIBR already adjusting.
It's not like they have Seekers or anything that I got to pop out of. They're just going to push out of the smoke, dash forward out onto Jenny, the spit back.
Ooh, that Molly tags his teammate.
Yeah, it did a little bit. Just off the mark, and Mazine falls. Vanity's here with a quick 2. The buy's not great. He has a Bucky. If he wants to find value out of that, he's going to have to get into their lab. RGL committing to the spike, getting it planted. Ult online.
Are they aware of Artson? He jumps into the heaven smoke.
It's just so bold, and he finds both. That Bucky did damage, but it was not enough. RGL in the swing, dropping Oxy.
One enemy remaining.
And once again, Cloud9 left in tatters.
Oh no, Doug.
1 rifle remains for the defensive side. And yeah, there are a lot of weak members on the side of MIBR. This would be ridiculous. 16 HP on one, 30 on the other. Wow. But our team gets 4.
Not skipping a beat is Artson, starting off 0-8. And then when his moment comes, he takes it in a full grasp and gets a 4K. And so aggressive too. That's the X factor I was talking about.
Yep.
He's top gen, and he smokes heaven and jumps into it. Catching C9 off guard.
It's because you called him out.
He heard me.
Yeah.
He heard me. But I do want to say, C9 played a great round up until heroics from Artson. They actually cleared mid. They understood FRZ wasn't in the flank. That has not happened yet. They finally did it.
Oxy with the op mid.
Yep.
Continue, I'm sorry.
And they were able to have 5 on A, honestly. It came down to a 4v5 retake that Artson just made a play on, but good play from C9. That was a good adaptation.
And maybe with better weapons, it's a different result. Something like that. The heroics proved to be the difference maker.
But again, like, MIBR not even using utility in this mid area of the map. No Sky utility used just until now. Oxy could have gotten tremendous value there.
Zeppa understanding that there was something afoot.
Cover going out.
I mean, this got out of control very quickly. Oxy's still playing the opposite side of the map.
Wow, how did he get that kill?
They're playing so slow. They're really throwing the brakes on this thing.
Putting doubt in the minds of C9. I think C9 is aware, though, because the person who was lurking mainly towards that garden side when the B hits came out was Mazen, and Mazen is now dead. So I think C9 is definitely aware no one's towards this A side of the map. Oh, that's a big seeker.
They're going to try to get out. I don't think they can. FRZ falls. The spike is stuck in the middle of the map. This is a solo mission.
Oh, this has to be huge for Oxy.
And JZZ's got to get a massive timing. If RGL can win this 1v1, there's a shot at this. But it's a big ask.
Oh, did he see the barrel? I don't think he saw JZZ's barrel.
They're so patient with it.
Oxy has no idea this guy's behind.
I mean, how could he?
He should know soon, though. When C9 clears this cat area. Yep. Right on cue.
Chaos introduced into the round.
JZZ not moving, though. Now they might think he's in A main, Doug.
Knife. Only tagging one.
Uh-oh.
But there's a little bit of help. Heaven. RGL again. Can he find a second? No. JCZ left alone. The spam up in Heaven's going to give his position away. He's got to swing out and take the fight straight, getting it to half. What? Pulls off. JCZ tried going for a play, and Jake was there to greet him.
Great comeback in the round from IBR, but C9 was definitely in the driver's seat.
In the half.
Zeppa doing his best, his absolute best. 14, 7, and 11.
Just huge. This play was so well done by Jake. I mean, he knew there was likely going to be a drop. He knew there was going to be a challenge.
Okay, let's go.
Their scouts.
The op is still in the hands of Oxy, too.
Here we go.
Get out of my way!
Vanity has his ult. You hear Blades invested last round of the half. Look at all of that Killjoy utility B.
MIBR is 5-man the last couple rounds here. Off of that timeout that C9 took.
No use of the nanos yet.
Look at this backside setup.
There it is. Instantly popped. There's the Hunter's Fury. Is he going to find any? Whippy on the spam. Not able to land the shot, but he connects on a JCC when it matters. 8 bullets left. Is that going to be enough to drop the duelist? No. 4v4, the op now showing up, but they've lost control of the site. There he goes. Oxy dashing forward, trying to create space. Like a lamb to the slaughter. Jake and Vanity, the only two that remain, and they're separated. FRZ, the one separating them. Keeping them apart. Pushing into the smoke. 7 bullets left. He tries to keep them at bay, and that's exactly what they do. MIBR with 7 on the attack half.
Frustration for the likes of C9. Missing crucial things like swapping the op off of Oxy before dashing in.
I mean, he had a really good attempt there, but it just wasn't enough. And again, FRZ just keeping him at distance, not really able to make a play. And I've got to remind folks, elimination's on the line. And Madrid is up for grabs if they can pull it off. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break down that first half. Take it away, GB.
Thank you so much, fellas. What a display that we're seeing here from MIBR. They managed to find themselves in an advantageous position as we flip sides going into the half. But guys, I mean, again, what a series that we've been treated to here. Both teams really showing so many layers.
I feel like this game is extremely swingy, very momentum-based. I think MIBR have cottoned on a little bit to knowing what the defensive setup is from C9 based on where Oxy's playing. So when they see him try and jump peek mid, they kind of know that it's a weak A-side hold. And that Viper Wall kind of forces C9 into retakes if they feel like they're going to get hit. They tend to play in tree and away in heaven, which is what in that one round allowed Artsin to get up in there. But I like this play here, like funneling them into mid. Oxy is a trap play.
Yeah, exactly. Oxy's been doing a really good job at putting presence, but I think MIBR, like you said, did a really good job of finding that. And
they got wise to it.
Yeah, and they have that Cypher cam towards that B main, completely pushed Oxy off, denied all of that. So Oxy actually started finding some success towards mid. And now Zeppa, I mean, Zeppa went crazy here. I feel like C9 and MIBR, this game was so scrappy. We talked about 1v1s from the last game, but this game has been 1v1, fights, swinging through smokes, util dumping. Even earlier, we saw Jett jump into heaven and just take those 2 kills. It's such a scrappy game, and I think it looks so good for either side.
It's been a rather seesaw game, if you will, of big swings on each side here. MIBR, C9, both squads really just showing that they don't want to go home here, because let's not forget, folks, this is it. If C9 loses here, we will not see them in Madrid. MIBR's journey continues, so they have to fight tooth and nail here, Uber. This is it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be wild not to see C9 advance here. That would be crazy, but hey, it's possible from this point.
And MIBR could very well be the ones to do it. Let's see what happens and send it back over to Baby Bay and Doug.
Thank you, GB. The brutal nature of this tournament format demands excellence. And if there was an instance where excellence needs to make an appearance for Cloud9, it's now. With elimination on the line, you're down 2 rounds, backs against the ropes, and you're on the attack side of Ascent. There's a lot stacked against you here.
So tough against this Viper. And already a mid-trap setup from MIBR.
They've got a really nice setup, you're right. You've got JZZ who's got the flash, you've got the pinch in from Cat. This is disaster for Cloud9.
No util, that was dry.
Enemy remaining.
Holy smokes.
What is this guy on right now?
The flawless for MIBR.
FRZ putting a knife in the heart of C9 fans everywhere, it seems.
And it might not have been the twist, but it's set up for it too.
The arena quiet. So confident. Just walks off cat, but he did have the support of his teammate next to him.
It was such a good setup.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the fun things about defensive side of Ascent is you can do that, right? Like you can take ownership of this situation and make something happen. That's exactly what they do. You've got an Outlaw in the hands of Ryzen.
If there's ever a time for heroics, it's right now, Doug.
Yeah, it's gotta be. The flash out from Zephyr. They're gonna try to flood into the guns. Mazine with 3. Jake on the trade.
It's still doable, 2 guns.
Yeah, Whippy should be able to upgrade a weapon. Jake got a little ahead of it. They're separated.
Wow.
Get out. Outlaw finding a kill. That's all it is.
Get the Outlaw! Get the Outlaw! It costs more than the Bulldog and the Spectre.
That's such a Jet mindset.
I mean, especially against the team of like C9 who,
yeah, for sure.
For the most part, does like to go into these light armor buys. That gun would have been crucial into this round. Nice spray down from Mazen.
With the Molly behind them too. Like they had nowhere to go. They were stuck.
That was their answer for the anti-eco. Not trying to die to any early aggression.
They did drop. They kept 2 weapons. Dropped everything else. So
Spectre and a Bulldog.
It wasn't all lost. Potential to bonus much weaker now. And again, Cloud9 invest.
Taking the fight to C9 is MIBR, and it all starts with the duo in mid of Artson and JZZ, and that's a huge kill, Doug.
Gosh.
Numbers in favor of MIBR right now.
Dude, that was a Ghost and a Spectre. And they just destroyed him.
No damage taken as well. What does C9 attempt to do here? What a cam! Info gathered.
2 caught mid. And you imagine here, as that cam sets up, you think through the rest of the half, there's a real good shot. There's an aggressive peek out of mid after that. See if that happens later in the rounds.
Oh, look at the positioning of Artson right here.
It's in such a good spot. You're going to have to deal with these trips without a go button. You don't have a ton there because Oxy falls. Artson with a great position.
How do you break this trip, Doug? They still haven't broken it.
Yeah, I don't know that you do.
It caused them to flip. It's an unbreakable trip, apparently.
Trying to reposition and find their way in through heaven.
It's chaos.
Dropping down.
Oh, this shot is so important for RGL.
He spotted him. He knows he's there, but now he's alone, and that might be okay. Only one found. Mazine and JZZ still there. It's actually just Mazine now. He's got a Guardian.
Spike planted.
Into 2 Vandals. He's healthy. Has some util.
That turret doesn't look at him in.
You're right. He's going to be able to creep up so far.
He has 2 Viper Mollies and Orb. Does he invest any? He should know that they're in hell here.
Oh, it's forcing the swing out. Now they know where he's coming from. He lands a shot on the first, vulnerable.
You know for sure now he's not in the right corner, Doug.
Thought he would have after the first. He's going to take the challenge to Whippy! And Mazine does it!
Oh my gosh! They went into the round!
The heroics for MIBR continue. And again, I mean, you can feel it. The air has been sucked out of this arena.
They went into that with a Spectre and a Bulldog. Scrappy buys.
What a play from Z, man. All smiles.
Oh my gosh. Just the perfect scenario to be in as a Viper. You have 2 Mollies and they're both in hell.
And the turret, I mean, the turret.
Yeah.
I think the turret was a really big part of it. You called it out from the very beginning. There's still some to buy for Cloud9 here. Guardians, a Bulldog. Cloud9 left looking for answers. Yeah, the last time they played, it was close, but I don't think they expected to be in this position. RGL is tucked.
Look at the proactivity from MIBR right now, Doug.
They're playing this defensive side beautifully.
Instantly re-clearing the A main space after that pop flash. They should know Trip is here. Farzi is just unstoppable right now.
The man can do no wrong.
Oxy's sitting at 6 kills, having a really rough map right now.
And I don't know that it's gonna let up anytime soon.
This would be huge for him.
Yeah, he's got to find some space here. If he can get his timing right, but he's surrounded. He's gonna have 2 people pushing him.
What is RGL doing to these guys?
Last player
And Oxy
standing.
falls again. Another flawless round. RGL with 3, MIBR up to 11.
MIBR in form right now. Leaving no corners unturned, unchecked.
They found my wife.
Look at this confidence.
First from FRZ was great, but this right here, wow. I'm getting tired of saying this guy's name. He just continues to step up.
This has got to be the last stand right here for C9. You got to give it your all. And it's so tough. You see it right there. It feels like your dream of going to Madrid has been just sucked out of you. And we need a reset here. The crowd needs to hype up C9 to keep them in this.
I mean, they're doing their
best. They're
best.
visually just not in it right now, Doug.
I mean, Jake with head in hands.
A lot of pressure on this kid.
We'll see if the crowd's able to will a comeback from this squad.
And it's doable, Doug. You can always come back. That's what's so beautiful about Valorant. It's not over till it's truly over. When that scoreboard hits 13 or 15, whatever it may be in OT.
I mean, it might not be fully over, but it certainly does feel close to it.
And in these moments, Doug, if you're C9, you really got to band together and just have each other's back.
Yeah.
Hype each other up. Just because you lose this doesn't mean your entire season is over.
No. You're on a break for a long time, though.
Mm-hmm.
What do they have in store on this attack side? You know, we've talked a lot about how MIBR on this defensive side have played aggressively. They've been the ones to set the tone on the round. Not the case this time. And again, perhaps expecting a very fast, very aggressive hit on the other side of the timeout, but it just doesn't come.
And these are the plays that I was talking about that I thought Oxy should have been doing on their defensive side. Re-entering space.
This is really tough here. Our team has procced the dash, but there's no paranoia to clear him off of this.
I think this is a little too obvious with that Viper Molly being there. And that's very wise of Artson to back up.
They just dogged A long. It didn't tag anyone. So Jake
Rotations.
should be able to fill some space. He also has the ult to flip the map.
Viper. Was that a missed smoke?
Yeah, there's a gap.
From RGL?
Looks like it. They've invested the ult. Oh no! FRZ's there. Oxy not able to get out, not able to find space.
He just can't catch a break this match.
Can Artson hold him back on his own? He's been tagged. Not able to get the kills. The Zepp will find space. Vanity does too. The hero for MIBR. Add it once more. Drops Vanity Jake on the flank though, and it's a big one. Can the young buck find some space? Perfect. Great kill onto the first. The paranoia is splendid. Cloud9 stay alive. They get to 6.
It all starts with one, Doug. And Jake, player who had his hands in his head. Playing great right now. 15 and 12. That flash was perfect. You already know RGL is
One enemy remaining.
probably upset at himself for missing that smoke.
Why didn't he just like crouch peek you like he knew you were there? He just like started spraying at you.
It does feel like MIBR has had a sixth sense in how this map has gone, so I believe it feels way worse for them. Vanity has this ult here. And again, given the stakes of what's going on, imagine you invest every single thing you can.
Look at these trips, Doug.
They're just so annoying to get through.
Scout destroyed.
Talk about how the life of a Jet is a hard one on Ascent. It's even worse when you have trips you got to get through and Cypher to play around.
MIBR has been doing a great job as well of changing those Cypher trips up.
Yeah.
So even if Vanity wants to use those shock darts to break them, you don't know for sure.
You're guessing.
Mm-hmm. And normally what you see is a lot of teams using Sentinel utility in the mid side of the map.
Right.
But MIBR not putting any there.
They're not concerned about it at all. Oh! Artine patient. Not pulling the trigger at the first and punishing on the second.
Nowhere to run!
100 Fury's gonna get a kill. Jake pushes forward as well. He's on the site by himself.
30 seconds left.
He stepped up big so far for his team, Doug. Doesn't want the dream of Madrid to end here.
Oh, but can he continue to do so?
This would be massive.
The problem is, too, you're still having to get through some of this Killjoy, or Cypher util, excuse me. Zeppa's on the flank. He's gonna find a perfect timing here. If he plays his cards right, this could be great. The flash out is awesome. Artine gets high ground, drops Jake. Vanity trying to hold the line, and he can't. A 2v2, and there's the flank, but FRZ knew. Whippy on his own cannot convert.
No way, Doug. FRZ too aware. He's in the flow state right now.
He's ascended. I don't know how. I mean, I thought Zeppa was going to crack that thing open for sure.
Everything he's doing is just magic.
Match point.
I mean,
Oxy is having a rough map.
Yeah.
Can't get anything going.
One enemy remaining.
Everyone hiding.
And to go back to the conversation we had at the beginning of this series, Oxy was the difference maker the last time they played. He was the X factor. Right now, he's been silenced.
It's tough, Doug. I know what it's like to have a team play to just counter you.
Yep.
And in those moments, you need your team to really step up to the plate when you're being shut down like this, like Oxy is.
Cloud9 looking for a second lease at life.
Oh, he gets legged. A little bit of luck this time.
Yeah. But how much more are you going to get away with it? The paranoia was great. Oxy falls.
And his Viper wall makes it so hard.
I mean, what do you even do with it? You've got a pit on the other side.
Oh, this is perfect, though, for C9. They know they have to be funneled into this left side of sight.
Yeah, what do MIBR do here?
I don't think two people can fit. Oh,
he's going to ult out. He's going to dodge it.
Oh, my gosh.
He doesn't get detained either. There was nothing to consider that. And now he's back in. Cancels the ult. He's rejoined Artine. They've played this perfectly.
Look at that lineup, Molly.
Wait, but Jake's up close. Jake's up close. He spots a barrel. He's going to get both. Jake with a massive play.
Shadows traveling.
Now Mazine is left alone in a 1v3.
Still, signs of life for C9. Jake has been playing like a beast this game,
Yeah,
truly.
He stepped up. Mazine is not done with this round, though. He's not done with the possibility of putting them away here. Starts to flirt with the idea of doing this on his own, but it looks like he's going to think twice about it and just live to fight another day.
Jake really creating so many opportunities right now for his team. And I do want to point out that this comp from MIBR, they're so drilled that Mazen has a lineup from a site that lands lane with a Viper Molly.
Oh, that's huge. Sorry to cut you off there.
Whippy dying?
The Whippy dying and Jake dying. The money's not great.
Sees the barrel there.
Let's go, five more. Let's go. Let's go.
Holy fucking me.
Right.
Only when we're here, huh?
About that.
Only when we're here, I feel like.
Isolate them and kill them.
JZZ. I didn't even realize how much of a banger of a map this guy was having. 20 and 12.
Yeah, he's going nuts, but you can hear it in the comms of Cloud9.
It's not over.
They're attempting to will themselves back into this. FRZ just has a sheriff.
That is so cool.
Wait, what is this mid play?
They had an aggro cam on Cat looking into tiles, and it was not broken. This allows them to creep up.
Zeppa knows. Flash in his face, takes a quick step left.
They just deposit the Killjoy here. This should cause a reclear from C9.
I don't think they know JZZ's here.
If this forces them into the B site, you are going to run through Viper Mollies and spams from Mazin, who has that Phantom.
There's the first. And there's the spam. Whitney got tagged. The second Molly. Oxy's got to know. Nice shot. Oh, better lucky than good sometimes, I guess. Again, the turret. Starting to see some of these little things. Your turret's out of position. Whitney trying to hold them back, though. In the face of the Seekers. Paranoia's a little late. He gets the kill on the first, but it's traded. Cloud9 still with numbers. And the round comes to a screeching halt as they wait for Util to come back up, as they mull over how they want to attempt this retake.
Here.
There's a dog in play. RGL with 2 smokes.
Great
and
spam.
Zeppa falls. Dark cleared.
Great smokes.
Vanity with 2 shots there, the smokes, but it doesn't seem to matter. Can RGL pull it off on his own? The first falls. Time is short, though. Cloud9 refusing to go away.
Wow. And Jake, again, delaying the time for that retake by popping Omen ult. They thought he was flanking for a good, like, 10 seconds, Doug. Maybe not 10, maybe like 5 seconds, but that
like
makes
10
a difference.
for them, I'm sure.
Yeah. Big investment into that round from JZZ as well.
Yeah.
Using those Seekers into that in a 4v5.
And as the tension continues to build, MIBR trying to put a stop to it as early as possible. They call a timeout to think things over and talk them through. MIBR on the doorstep of qualifying for play-ins, of sending Cloud9 home early. And I think there were a lot of people who didn't give MIBR much credit at the beginning of this season, at the beginning of Kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I was definitely a huge fan, but only because I knew them. I knew the level they were at. I think Fraud has brought so much to this team, along with Artson. And Mazin, too. Mazin, great IGLing so far.
Well, I think it was interesting to, you know, in the arrival interviews with Bazooka, he said, you know, we've got some special stuff cooked up for you.
Yeah.
Because of Fraud.
Yeah, and the last time MIBR played this map, it was a standard comp. And now they're playing this total off-meta comp on this map and making it look so good, especially on that attacking side. But I feel like a comp like this is just naturally weaker on the defense. You don't have as much utility.
I mean, in the face of that, though, they won 5 rounds on this half. Still up 4. But that buy from MIBR is not great.
I think Artson is saving for an op for next round, so not opting to buy anything into it. A little scrappy of a buy here.
I mean, they have a runway to play with. They can afford to do something like that. Quiet on the cross.
Have we seen a Bucky kill yet?
Toxin screen down.
I don't think so.
I don't think we have.
There have been attempts. You might be willing that thing into existence. Silence across the map.
Nobody wants to make a mistake right now. Info being gathered, and already bomb being moved towards B side of the map. Look at FRZ.
He's so far up, and you've got to context it. I mean, RGL has the paranoia.
I don't know if Cam can see this angle early enough for this flash to hit. He's so pushed up.
We're about to find out.
It all depends on how they clear this corner.
Yes.
They need to be explosive.
Oh, forget the paranoia. Forget any util. Forget the cam. It's just going to be FRZ's gun.
30 seconds left.
They bring Zeppa back. They find the space. RGL's gotten back sight. Sheriff in hand. And the trampling of Cloud9 overwhelms them. They've gotten through this pretty cleanly, all things considered.
Nice from C9. Letting the KO go first.
But this is where the game changes, right? Because now MIBR have guns again.
Op online. Crucial.
As you mentioned, yeah.
Vanity does have the Sova ult, though. Does he invest it into this round?
Down B.
I've got to mention, huge from Zeppa there, too. Hitting the ult at just the right time, knowing there could be something a little bit more aggressive because they had no info on that side of the map.
Those are the fundamentals that we always talk about.
Here we go. Can Cloud9 continue to prolong this series, to prolong this map?
Standing ahead.
It's a massive hole they've dug themselves, but it seems like they're pretty fancy with a shovel, at least so far.
It's a very early dog in A main from MIBR.
Op has been found. Oxy's really close here.
And this is what I'm talking about with this guy. Takes an op shot, still jiggles it, he's still here.
He holds. That's crazy. He's just so confident and so bold.
Does C9 read into that?
First trip cleared.
Usual pathing for Jets when you take that op shot on Cat is to go top mid, or go to B.
Ready yet. Right here. Not ready yet.
Barton deciding to stay A, going heaven now.
Revealing area.
I mean, if he tags anything with that dart, yeah, I thought the ult was going to be able to find more value, but it looks like it's just a distraction, just something to make some noise. But JZZ has the potential to spoil Cloud9's dreams right now. If he goes unchecked, it's a problem, but it's just one. Oxy dashing forward. Artsin is repositioned. He's got the op in hand.
Down A.
Numbers, MIBR. No ults to deal with for Cloud9. Nothing else there.
Full Omen utility up for RGL. You're gonna see this Omen flash. Probably hitting the likes of Jen and Hell.
And the Odin.
Cover going out.
Start to see some of the smokes come through. If there's anyone in main, you're not gonna get a chance to splay. Vanity's so weak. There's a paranoia. There's the swing. He drops down and he gets it with the shorty. That's all it'll be. MIBR send Cloud9 home in advance.
And Artsin, the X factor in the moment. That's what he needs to be for his team.
And he was.
Jumps out Jen into a Viper Molly with the op and gets 2. What a map from MIBR. Great play. Winning the rematch. They took that personally.
Dude, and you know, you and I were talking about this earlier. It's hard to beat a team twice, man.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat a team twice when you've learned your tendencies, when you've seen their tendencies, the micro adjustments that have to be made in order to come out on top. It's hard.
JCZ 7 first bloods.
This
guy was cooking on the sky. What nerf?
Yeah, no kidding.
You're 100% correct though, Doug. Going into the rematch, MIBR changing their comp, taking a risk, playing to win.
They said they had something cooked up, and we saw it. Both maps. Bind had a different comp, Ascent had a different comp, and now they're greeted as victors. There's a lot to be excited about for this squad.
What a game. What a series. I love those jerseys, Doug. Gotta be honest with you.
Yeah, the jerseys are clean. But honestly, the gameplay impressed me the most.
Yeah.
They've shown that they're prepared. They've shown that they know how to get past what they've had to deal with from Cloud9 so far.
I can't even Cloud9, oh no. The signs that were being handed. Zeppa looking really good. Honestly, C9. Yeah, it sucks in the moment, but it's a long season, Doug.
Yeah.
And you have plenty of more opportunities. Got to really band together as brothers here and cook. You know, cook in this time that you have off. Get a mental reset in. Do some team activities.
Some team activities.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get your head off of this loss because they're very emotional players. You can tell.
Yeah, they're wearing that when you saw it on Jake's face.
Yeah.
I mean, on the other side of the stage, there's so much to be excited about. A team that people didn't expect a ton from continues to impress. They continue to get better. They've shown depth in how they want to approach maps. They've shown that they can adapt from one series to the next. There's a lot to be excited about for MIBR.
It's a brand new team compared to last year. They always had the fundamentals even last year, but really everybody's stepping it up.
And so with that, we have to say goodbye to Cloud9, at least for now. No longer in contention in Kickoff, no longer in pursuit of a spot at Madrid. They put up a hell of a fight, but it just was not enough. Just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
There's a lot to look forward to for this team as well, Doug. They have a lot of potential. And I think the start needs to be in these moments, these high pressure moments, controlling the mental.
We're going to send it down to the stage. Elizabeth is standing by with RGL for good reason for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Doug. Now, they once said it was just MIBR, but it's just MIBR, the winners against Cloud9, sending Cloud9 home. And I'm here with RGL Meister, an incredible performance. I have to ask you, you have faced Cloud9 before. What was the conversation with the team like going into this match?
É só MBR, né? Mas vocês estão vendo, mandaram a Cloud9 para casa. Qual foi a conversa que vocês bateram para esse jogo?
Primeiramente, obrigado a todos, né? E a conversa foi basicamente, galera, vamos fazer o nosso jogo, não vamos nos importar tanto com o jogo do adversário, vamos focar no nosso, porque na primeira vez foi muito no detalhe, existia um mundo do 2-0, então a gente só tranquilizou, falamos, vamos fazer o nosso jogo e foi isso que fizemos hoje.
First of all, thank you all. You know, the conversation was just to focus on the game, and there was that fear for the first time of the 2-0. But we were just talking about having the best of our times, and if it works in the end.
I have to ask you about the agent composition. Surprising for us on the talent side, probably the audience side. What was the conversation going into picking those agents?
Qual foi a conversa para fazer o comp de hoje, para escolher os agentes que vocês tiveram lá?
Na Bind a gente tinha mais de uma composição, e como a primeira não deu certo no primeiro dia, a gente colocou a segunda em ação. E mérito do nosso capitão, Mazin, que está sendo muito criativo, está sendo um pouco ousado nas composições e vem se provando muito forte.
Yeah, since on the first day that comp didn't work very much, we changed the comp, and I think a lot of the credit goes to Mazin. He's been helping a lot, and he's been doing great calls, and we're following him, his leadership in game.
I'd love to ask you specifically about Fraud and what Fraud has added to the team, because Bazooka kind of dodged my question earlier, but I do want to ask you, what has Fraud brought to this team?
Quero te perguntar especificamente sobre o Fraud, o que ele tem trazido para vocês?
O Fraud, mesmo longe, é um coach incrível, né? Dispensa comentários, né? Então, ele e o Bazooka são dois coaches incríveis, então eles se somam muito. Então, por mais que tenha ideias diferentes, às vezes no fim do dia a gente sempre chega num ponto final ali que é bom pro time todo, então a gente sempre sai com a mesma ideia e sempre somando as ideias.
Even far away, Fraud is one of the best, and he complements Bazooka really well. So even if when they have different opinions, in the end of the day, they reach an agreement that is good for the whole team.
And clearly a 2-0 win. Congratulations. Everyone please give it up for RGL Meister. An incredible performance. But stay right there because we have a lot more Valorant. We'll be heading to a break, but grab a snack, go to the bathroom, and we'll see you soon.
Take my beat back. Take my beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat. My beat.
Yo creo que este Sentinels es un poco mejor en tema de como de juego en equipo que el año pasado.
In crucial situations, we kind of like autopilot a lot. People are not like talking, we're not making plans, and that's something we've been working on and we've noticed in our previous matchup.
On a punishable spot here. Yeah.
Leviathan has very good individual players. Obviously, they added Aspas.
Tenemos dos campeones mundiales que realmente aportan demasiado al equipo, tanto en tema PE como en tema ideas, en tema comunicación, en todo sentido. Y eso siento que somos un equipo mucho más completo y mucho mejor preparado que el año pasado.
Welcome back to Day 7 of VCT America's Kickoff. Goldenmore here alongside the Breakdown Buddies. Oh, it's them in the flesh. We got Balla, we got Wyatt. We're going to break down our second elimination match of the day. It's Sentinels versus Leviathan, which sounds wild to say out loud, given the amount of hype that these two teams, Balla, had coming into this. We all felt like these were teams that were shoo-ins for Madrid.
Absolutely. This is crazy because I just realized watching that MIBR game, somebody just went home, right? Like, this is insane. And for Sentinels and Leviathan to be here, I mean, these two teams have champions on them, and they're here in the lower bracket, still trying to fight in for play-ins.
Yeah, this was an inevitable moment that we were waiting for. This is why it was the group of death, because three of the teams that were speculated to be the best in Americas were all trapped together. Only two of them can go through, and we're at that point where, sadly, one of the teams that is one of the best in the scene, see ya. They're gone. It's over.
And
This
also,
is crazy.
how they both, got here as well, I think speaks volumes here. Like, Leviathan, they felt like a team that was, like, destined for that spot. And who knows? They could still very well be in that position. But, of course, standing in their way, you have the Sentinels, who could very well end this run today. And one of the individuals that could be a threat on this team, John QT, is actually standing by with Elizabeth to get his thoughts going into this matchup.
John QT, if I can have a word with you really, really quickly. This is your second elimination match. What are the vibes of the team going into it?
Everyone is calm, collected. We're just excited to play. We're just playing it like it's a normal game. So, yeah, just excited to play pretty much.
Well, best of luck.
Now, he says that. But it's anything but a normal game. This is an elimination matchup, Wyatt. This is it. They have to play. It's good to keep that calmness in the back of your mind, but you also need to be playing with a little bit more oomph here as well.
And specifically for him, this is the biggest game of his career. And he's just like,
absolutely.
This is fine.
I mean, he's already had some big performances, though, thus far.
I mean, for John QT, he stepped in, and there's a lot of pressure on this team. It just feels like he doesn't care, like, the entire time. Throughout the offseason, coming into kickoff, this is a team that, like, literally blew up last year because of the amount of pressure that the fans put on them, that management puts on them, that everybody here puts on them, too, because they had the champions from Sauce and Pancana last year. John is filling into it so nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the rare moves where Sentinels just pick up a guy because he's just a good player that they need for their team. He was like, for the wider scene, pretty unknown, was incredible in challengers last year with M80 and was just exactly what they needed. They needed the IGL to bring this team together, to make it cohesive, which it wasn't at any point last year. And now we have that. Expectations so high from their success in the offseason. They were expected to be a favorite getting through this group.
Yeah, and even for a player like Zekken as well is another one to talk about expectations, because remember when we were chatting with him about filling into that primary duelist role, being the guy, the tip of the spear for the team, if you will. And he said it was a lot of pressure, but he was excited for it, and I think that Zekken, Balla, could very well be a difference maker for this Sentinels team if he gets that freedom to play the way that he knows how.
Oh, absolutely. He has to be. He has to be the guy who steps up, because last year he was almost the only person, I think, who Sentinels had performing at a level that it was maybe matching expectations or exceeding them last year potentially. But yeah, it's this guy. He has to perform. He's the best on this team, and it's for that reason that he's stepping into that duelist role that everybody was thinking, oh, tens, but it's Zekin now.
Yeah, he's been so good on each different duelist that he's playing. The Jet for him has become such just a pocket
Picking up
pick.
the op.
It's been so good. Yeah, opping is doing it all. I mean, this is a guy that we saw blow up teams on the international stage with XSET and then setting these high expectations, which he's met, but the system that he's been in, this team's existence over the past year, the chaos, the roster changes, have just not put him in a position to shine on the international stage again. And finally, this is an opportunity for that to happen.
This is that.
Yeah, you know, it feels like almost if this doesn't happen, if this project continues to fail, it's like they're kind of wasting this guy. He might be in, you know, I'm not going to say for sure the prime of his career because he's a young player, but he is damn good, and he needs to be on the world stage. That's how good he is.
They haven't had the chance to go to an international tournament other than like lock-in all the way back and throughout the offseason.
Everyone got a trip to that one.
Yeah, exactly. It was a freebie.
You know, it was a nice trip, though. I mean, I quite like Sao Paulo. I couldn't agree more. It was quite a long one. But you know what, though? We did have that opportunity to chat with Tens and Zekin, I mentioned before. We asked them actually who was scarier, who's the team that they were a little fearful going up against. Let's actually go ahead and hear what they said.
It's only 2 teams that are going to make it to Masters Madrid. If it's you guys, who else do you think is making it?
I would probably say, I would say either between Leviathan or Loud, I think.
Okay.
I think those are probably the 2 strongest teams in the Americas region right now. I think the rest of the teams are kind of below that level. And yeah.
Who is scarier, Leviathan or Loud?
Zach, go ahead.
I'd probably go Loud just because they have a core of 4 players who have been together for a very, very long time. Lev is still, they have a lot of superstars, obviously, but they're a new team and they're still developing. So I think for now it would be Loud, but we'll see.
Okay. So Zekin also has a career as an analyst as well because he was on the money with that one. I think that everyone felt coming into this one, Wyatt, that yes, you know, Leviathan are going to be a threat, but there was always that lingering thought in the back of your mind. This is still a new team from different backgrounds. What happens when they're tested? We saw that happen, and, well, I mean, the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, the new team versus the core that Zekin is talking about could not be illustrated more perfectly than the match we saw yesterday. Lev were sloppy. Their split is sloppy. It is not cohesive.
Unexpected.
At all. With different comps, they just can't figure it out. They went back to the old reliable 2023 comp. It was better than the Sova comp, but it still didn't work out. And you have to question, of course, yes, they have put together this super team. Well, one of the components is world champion initiator Com, but he came in really recently. And you could see the influence on the team. It's why they had the Sova on split, trying different things. But trying different things to integrate and make him feel comfortable, which I like, but they just didn't have a lot of time with him. So how much can you really expect them to be cohesive with that late change, even though it's for a quality player?
Yeah, I don't like cutting super teams slack in most cases.
Okay.
I think I will here. I think this tournament structure is so rapid, so fast, and I think the way that offseason came together for Leviathan at the end, Com was a hot ticket that came real late. So there's not as much time to get that depth that you need to be able to prepare all the maps in every single map pool, whereas you see other different maps that they're playing, and they look very good. That Bind, for example, I mean, that's Aspas's playground, but it looks fantastic, and I think that's one that is going to be difficult to challenge them on.
Yeah, I think for me, what I am excited to see here is for Leviathan to finally, like, be challenged in this situation. This is where you start to see the kind of cracks in the armor form, if you will. And then this is how Leviathan fixes it, because they'll need to fix things. It's good that they lost here, because now you're like, okay, cool, we know what it's like to lose together. Now let's go and make a run together, because this is what's going to form a relationship between these 5 players from really different backgrounds coming together to form this super team, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the most international team there's been in America so far.
It's the most America's team.
Yeah, it truly is. And the key part of that was them with their first, I believe the first move or second, whatever. They brought in a
big one.
The biggest move somewhere alongside Tex early on in the offseason. He is obviously quite possibly the greatest player in the world. He's always going to be, at the very least, you can't not have him in the conference.
But
You're a joker and a clown if you don't have him at least in the conference.
We proved that if it bleeds, you can kill it, though. and Aspas did bleed that game.
But listen, if there's one team that's going to shut down Aspas, it's the team that birthed him. It's the team that created him, GB. So it's Sonic. Yeah, I don't know why you did that.
I don't know. I felt like it was
production said,
apropos.
Back on cam, and then you did that, which is wild. But you get what I'm saying here. So when we're going up against Sentinels, different story. There's no way in my mind they're going to be as good at shutting them down than Loud.
The thing is, I think when you have Aspas on your team and you see stats like this in terms of his worst performance almost ever here on the stage, it's different because this is elimination. This is the type of games where there's high stake, and it's always the time where Aspas just turns on, right? And he just destroys. So that map 3, for example, he disappeared, and that's not what you're expecting from a guy like that. It's absolutely not.
Star player.
The coordination and the chemistry between the rest of the team, I think, is something that's really difficult when you have so many factors coming together, right? When you have Tex, when you have Comp, when you have multiple world champions coming together, that's the difficult part to make it work together.
Yeah. What does fascinate me is to see this. I want to see like Calm and Aspas continue to find success together. Maybe Calm can be a kind of a setup guy. You know, he needs to be the setup guy for Aspas.
Like that guy.
And he needs to be that guy for this game. And if he is, that will be quite dangerous for Sentinels to deal with.
I mean, I'm already looking at this, the games that they've played so far, and Calm is the most talkative on the team.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah, and that's exciting because we get to see Calm still in his element from last year. Whenever he was playing any of those weird gimmicky comps, especially with the Sova, always being so proactive on that agent.
And it helps for a team that speaks a lot of different languages. They're, you know, the guys from LATAM, Aspas, they're, of course, all calming in English, not their native language. So having Calm be able to pick some of that up, offer a lot of mid-rounding, help out King is super crucial. But yeah, to your point as well, he's a unique player. And bringing in a unique guy like that late in the off season is tough.
It's gonna take a while.
At least he provides value no matter what, right?
Absolutely. Provides value.
I'm scared though. If he is talking as much as he is to fill other gaps though, because of potential language barriers or something like that, especially if King is still the IGL
I'm actually not
on
concerned about the language barrier when it comes to because King's
I'm not either.
Yeah, I think that, but I do agree with what you're saying though.
Yeah, the comfort thing is what I'm a little concerned about when it comes to somebody stepping up like that, because you don't want to fill that hole completely. You want them to grow into it.
Very true. That will continue to be the question we ask for this team, you know, throughout the year, because we see all these different combinations coming in. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. This is a very similar conversation we were having about Sentinels last year as well, and then they had to make some adjustments.
They were trolling.
Well, going into the season, we were like, how are these things going to pair together? Turns out it did it. But that being said, though, ahead of today's match, we did speak with the Sentinels IGL John QT about the areas the team needs to improve. Let's actually check that out.
I think in crucial situations, we kind of like autopilot a lot and we don't make plans. I think it's a lot of the like mid-round situations, late round situations we mess up, and people are not like talking, we're not making plans, stuff like that. So that's been pretty bad for us so far.
We'll, of course, have to see how John QT and the rest of the squad from Sentinels fare against Leviathan, a big matchup that we're about to be treated to here. But let's go ahead and take a moment, though, to continue to talk more about some of these players. We got Zelsis, who, I love the phrase, the vibe merchant. He definitely brings that energy to the team, and he's going to need to here, because this is going to be a tough game no matter how you slice it on both sides of the field here, Wyatt.
Yeah, we're watching a clip right now from last year on Cloud9, late in the season when they were struggling. He was the guy keeping the positive attitude for the rookies on the team. He was the guy lifting up their spirits when they were having some rough games. And that's the character arc he's been on, is becoming this positive leader figure in the team. And that was one of the main reasons, if not the main reason, they ended up going with him in the offseason, is there was a moment where they were down in one of those offseason tournaments to G2, like 10-2, something at the half. And he was subbing in, and he, with his energy that he brings to the team, that vocal ability that he has to bring them back, win that game, and then it just kind of became clear from there, like, all right, this guy is just he fits so well into this team that we have to use him.
I'll tell you, Cloud9 is missing him right now.
for sure.
I think that kind of guy on that team right now would help a lot, and that's exactly why.
Would have been big in those OTs.
Exactly.
You know?
That's exactly why Sentinels is having so much success with him, is really having a resurgence and actually making everything feel good together, right? I think last year they were marred by role issues, by tons of changes, because nobody could figure out what to do with everybody. Now that you have Celsius able to plug in and fill in some of those roles, I mean, it's perfect.
Valorant really has evolved into a game where you need to have one or two of those like insanely flexible players on your team to cover those gaps, to fill the roles that you need to. It's actually been really cool to see all these players evolve over the course of the last 2 years. And that being said, though, well, we want you guys to share who you think is going to walk away with the win here. Is it going to be Leviathan or will it be Sentinels? This will be fascinating only because, I mean, like, you know, the two very good teams here, but we all know Sentinels fan base is quite loud.
I got a free shirt outside. There was nobody there.
You went and got the free shirt?
They were all inside already.
I want to get the free shirt, man.
They gave me a free shirt. I'm gonna.
You're going for the
I'm gonna step back from voting in the fan poll. I feel like
I'm compromised.
I'm compromised. My vote has been tainted. I will not be opening my phone. I will not be voting in the Twitch chat.
Do you have a prediction though?
Wait, are we doing predictions right now?
Yeah, sure. Why not? We got a minute.
Okay. Well,
are you really gonna just write it down? All right. I'm actually curious.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I don't have my whiteboard.
And everything I just said out the window. I'm going with Sen, and it's not about the T-shirt. It has nothing to do with the T-shirt.
Nothing to do with it.
It has to do with I've lost my train of thought. Paula, take it away. Why are you going with who?
Why am I going with who? Tell me.
I don't know.
Oh,
Sentinels?
I think I'm going with Sentinels too.
Okay. All right.
I think that this team is really coming together nicely, and Leviathan, that last game was abysmal, I'll have to say. Against Loud, they got rolled in some of those, and they looked bad in some instances. That's not something that you want to see coming into an elimination match.
Okay, for the truth, I agree. Sentinels, actual coordination and teamwork on more maps than Lev will have, in my opinion. Not the T-shirt, going with Sen.
All right, well, let's see what ends up happening here. Our desk is flipping back and forth, but for now, though, let's head on over to the map select to see where our teams are headed.
Welcome to the map pick ban. After the coin flip, it was determined that Sentinels is going to be Team A and Leviathan is going to be Team B. Sentinels, you have the first map ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox. Leviathan.
We ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. And the first map pick?
Pick Split.
Pick Split. And your side?
We pick Attack.
Lev chose Attack. And your map?
We pick Breeze.
Pick Breeze. Sentinel side?
Defense.
Defense. And the map ban?
Ban Ascent.
Ascent.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus. And the default map's gonna be Bind. And Sentinels, you get to pick the side.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, awesome. Good luck, have fun, guys.
Thanks. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Riot Games Arena, we have a one-way ticket to Sen City. Give it up for Sentinels!
Don't forget, all you beautiful people, make sure you get your VCT 2024 capsules to support your teams. And these two teams definitely have a lot of supporters, so I wouldn't be shocked to see a lot of these skins, especially because that Leviathan one looks dope in matchmaking. But Wyatt, you had said that you had things to talk about. You had actual analysis to break down.
Yep.
Yeah, so what do you have?
I told you to send it straight to you. And I'm catching it. This map pool, the first two maps are really good for Sen. Split, we saw them already find success there. They had that close game against Loud, but they beat 100 Thieves in solid fashion. John Cutie was going crazy. Saucy was going crazy. Lev have used two different comps on Split, and they kind of sucked with both. So that's good news for Sen. And then when we go from there, you know, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but Breeze is the second map. That was a map that Sen beat PaperX on twice in the offseason. Like, I think these first two maps are looking really good for Sentinels. And then the third one, if we get there, is Bind, and then we're in Lev territory.
Well, if we're at map 3 at that point, I mean, you just throw the analysis out the window.
Sen are solid favorites to be in the first two.
Dude, I like to disagree with everything that people say, usually, but I just have to agree with everything.
Is that what it is? Every time we hang out, you just disagree with me?
Yeah, I like
wow, you're a terrible person.
Split, I mean, that's just awesome that Kaplan is immediately just driving that knife right there. I mean, that's perfect. That's one that Leviathan knows they're struggling with, and because they have a permaban, they have to contend with. And a team like Sentinels, who has been working hard in the offseason, has the depth that Leviathan does not, so they can make decisions like that, and I think it's going to pay off.
Could very well. This is going to be quite difficult for Leviathan to have to try and overcome here, Wyatt, but they have Aspas.
They do have Aspas, and I'm looking towards one thing, which is what will he be playing, and what will the rest of the Lev team be playing? Because they play with two comps. Yesterday we saw them play with the 2023 double duelist standard comp, where they were essentially going for all of the same defaults, approaches that we saw all of last year, and they looked better with it than their original comp, which was the Calm Sova experimental one, where they got blown out of the water by 100 Thieves in their first match. So I'm really looking towards them. We know what we're getting from Sentinels. It's going to be that standard Cypher comp that they looked great on.
All right, well, we're going to get this agent select here in a moment, and we will see what the compositions would be, most notably for Leviathan, as we had discussed at great length, what look we're going to get for this team, and we are getting double duelist here for Leviathan. And
no, I'm just kidding. No, I think this is good. I think this is the only real choice that they had. The Sova comp did not work. It was not ready. Maybe in split 1 or something like that, they'll be able to bring it back out. But this is the only choice that you have when you have only one match left in this tournament to stay alive.
And frankly, their match wasn't terrible against Loud. It was sloppy.
Loud played great.
It was sloppy,
after a point.
For sure. But they still have Tex and Aspas on the duelists here. If they just take it a little bit further with the fragging than they did against Loud, that could be the difference maker just on its own, because those two guys are crazy. They can just frag out.
Or Sentinels is not able to inject the same amount of chaos that really made Leviathan kind of lost in that first half. That could go
and that's a possibility, right? I mean, we always got to factor in, what's on the other side of the field there, right? And for all we know, like, there could have been an opportunity where Leviathan just goes back and says, okay, guys, we know where we had screwed up. We need to, and they have the players to do it. That's the thing.
Don't forget, Loud was running a funky comp in that one, right? They were running the double initiator on Split still. That, like, I don't know. I think that could have been the key factor into why Leviathan was not ready for exactly how this was going to go.
Yeah, real quick, just want to let everyone know, quick mouse issue on the stage, and then once we are good to go, we're going to jump into the action. For now, though, we're just going to keep on yapping. Okay, a couple yappers.
Paul and I have been, we've been doing little silly, like, who do you think's gonna win this game kind of thing. Now, if you were to hypothetically engage in a little, like, what do you think is gonna happen? What do I think is gonna happen? I would personally say that on the mouse front, I would say it's Ten's mouse. What's your guess? whose mouse do you think it is?
Well, all you gotta do is look at the stage, right?
No, that's cheating.
Okay, so don't look at the stage.
I'm looking. I got the TV right now.
We got like 4 TVs.
Saucy's mouse is working. I think it's on the other side. I think
no.
It has to be the Leviathan side, only because
Ten's has like 7 mice. He can't have a broken mouse. He just gets a new one. There's nothing wrong with it.
He's got another one on Prime delivery, just right around the corner. It's just so good. Oh, man. All right, well, it seems like we're going to be good to go in a little bit here. But yeah, you guys are both calling for Sen. Any chance here for Leviathan?
Absolutely. What is the chance of
I'm trying to create conversation, you buttheads.
And you're doing it. And now I will respond.
Okay.
There is absolutely a chance for Lev. The player quality is outrageous. This map is clearly not their strong suit. They have proven that 2 times. But their players are incredible. They can win just playing a pretty simple 2023 style game with this comp because their players can go crazy.
Now, what do you do with your hands if Leviathan wins split?
What do I do with my hands?
What do you do?
I don't know. Give them a nice thumbs up. Great job out there, guys.
What do you do, though, Leviathan? Okay, wait a minute. Just got the word from the producer. We're good to go, folks. Here we go. Let's see how this match is going to get settled. Sentinels versus Leviathan, and who better to call the action than Bren and Sideshow?
Let's get this started. Sentinels versus Leviathan. Elimination game, Josh. Here, right now, and it's all on the line to play for that play-ins, a chance for that lifeline of Madrid.
You think about the expectations for both of these rosters. They are sky high. On one side, you've got an assembled attempt at a super team from Americas, and on the other, a Sentinels that's retooled this year. Neither of these squads want to be going home. It's such a tough group. This is the conclusion of, inarguably, I think, the toughest group in Americas here. If you end up going home in this one, no more chances to make it to Madrid. Both of these rosters want to be attending as many of those global events as possible.
High expectations set on the shoulders of each of them.
And you see Sentinels running a pistol round at the beginning here, where they're going to paranoia and try to throw a nade off the cam contact. Lev are nowhere near. Right, so both teams' pistol round ideas don't even interact with each other for now.
Opposite sides of the map. Will be a chance here for Sentinels to play their retakes. They're known for it, their defensive setups.
Yeah, their defensive retakes, they're so good over towards A.
Really nice. But an open plant. They're going for heaven here. Now a refight will be on the cards. Out towards ramp now, everybody. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder. One slip up could spell disaster, but that double face just off the boombot contact. Paranoia followed it up, and now they're finally at least taking a bit of that space, but they've got to refight past this wall, waiting for it to go down now. Clearing it.
Sen are trying to be extremely thorough here, but the more time they take, the more Mazzino's pull is going to be just an endgame checkmate.
Slight slip up there, Zekken just not having the gun out. King just holding it down, straight into the elbow. You can't remove it. And that's Lev. Pistol round. Granted and gained.
Spectacular individual stuff from King to open things up. He really struggled in that opening match, and I thought, ooh, that's not a great sign for Leviathan's season if this star player, super fragger IGL, isn't going to be able to be online. And then he was amazing in the match against Loud.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll struggle to get value out of him here. Senna's still going to have a little bit of danger in this one, though. There is potential for some kind of crunch over towards B May. They're going to go for this smoke and flash setup.
Paranoia as well. That's just delayed ever so slightly. Sassy with a repeat, but large expenditure of that utility here. Still, it's all about navigating it. I mean, there's been insane amounts of consistency with teams winning on their eco rounds. For whatever reason, in Americas, teams have just gotten a lot better at using the util, using the classics.
It's not just in Americas as well. Happening globally right now. King is pulling attention towards A. Sentinels have already rotated, expecting some kind of pivot. And there's nobody home on the A side. Yeah, but no rifle dropped. He was only running with a ghost, so it's not a huge opening in the round for Sentinels. They'll need a little more.
Tech's going walkabout, him and Aspas hunting for some more kills. Love to fill up the ult meter. Guardian not getting the job done, but will he expect Tex tucked? Just a bit of bait, swinging round 10. Oh my. Still good for the one, but eventually with the trade now, dropping down onto the site. You feel the pressure mounting onto Com. Has to really adjust the aim here just for the boombot, but the damage definitely being pumped into them. Zelsa's from the back here. Pull. First line of defense onto this one. Dissuading this from the plant, but Aspas taking damage. Mazzino with the rifle.
They're
this
so
is
weak.
Scrappy and weak and winnable. No planted. Out wide. Second with the ghost. That was earned a little bit earlier. Stick kick. Sassy! Oh my goodness!
It's unbelievable.
The consistency in the ecos.
And I think the biggest playmaker, yes, it was still tight towards the end, but the biggest playmaker in that round is TenZ with a classic, in my opinion. Because the way that he just broke that hold, I mean, obviously King goes down early, but it's this one. Double headshot and so much damage there onto Aspas. Broke Leviathan's attempt to go and take some other portion of the map. These second round kind of eco wins have been more than 50% higher than they were last year. I think that's absurd.
It's ludicrous.
I think it's because teams, in a weird kind of way, are being forced to play around the utility instead of just relying on hero plays.
Playing field being brought up a tad. This new year of VCT.
And of course, Aspas could still be an incredible danger in this round too.
Wow,
Shot in the back,
shut
though.
down, shot in the back, and he did have the rifle. Will be retrievable once the carnage is cleared out through mid.
Leviathan playing this eco round as the Sisterhood of the Traveling Vandal. Just dropping the gun around, seeing if anybody can make use of it.
It's Tex's turn. Free aim in the right spot there. Through the wall, no bullets connecting. Flash with the repeat. Used in kind. Util still creeping up onto the angle, but will the crosshair placement be good enough? Lots to manage, lots to watch out for. That is a dirty angle. Celsius, he wants a little bit more here. Pushing all the way up, clearing out the players. Pesky problems up into heaven, so a clean one for Sentinels, flawless.
They've dealt with any danger there. Got themselves started nicely on this defense half. One of the things to keep an eye on is that Leviathan, during their game with Cloud, the desk had a lot of criticism for them being a little sloppy, times being off, the fundamentals not quite being there. So that's a big area for us to be paying attention to as Leviathan start their attack side. They need this one, otherwise their economy is going to be flat again.
You see a bit of a skirmish breaking out now, out into B main. One-way smoke, round the corner, disrespect shown by Aspas. Dash though. Used to get out of dodge, still holding close to the corner. That is Sassy, choosing to use this. Just a Trailblazer. Gets confirmation that there are a few players tucked still now into B main, losing control of it.
That's extremely early in the round for Aspas to be using his dash. They're not going to have that to be able to get into sight. It does make it difficult to run this burst dive comp without a dash engage, but they're drawing out good utility from Sentinels. Now the question is, are they actually able to use the other minute on the clock to go and take some space and make it easier for them to get into sight?
Smoke's refreshed. See Calm, he's got Trailblazer being held into his hands. Not going into the direction of market though, Zelsis. Doesn't expect that. The Tex could have already crossed, so overzealous is the approach. It's given that first kill advantage now to Lev with 38 seconds. It's ticking down steadily. There's danger here that they might run out of time, but now you might just see a bit of an explosion out towards heaven with the flash. Sets that one up. Taking all that space off angle by Zekken. What can he do with a rifle? Satchel. Delay and deny. That's just Sassy with the Spectre still. Double drop down, too much to deal with. Playing close to the pillar. You got a crossfire setup from Sen. They're really just trying to evade capture, but Aspas doing so much for them. 12 seconds. Remember, time becomes an issue, especially with TenZ holding close. Through the box, John is there. 6 seconds. Has to be the committal. Did time? I'm not even too sure. I'm not too sure. Did it have enough? It's a win! No. It's a win, not enough time!
Unbelievable! Unbelievable that Sentinels are able to win that round by TenZ hiding in a corner, dropping the spike plant, allowing John to play in, and then John just hides. I mean, if we can get a replay and look at the milliseconds on the clock here, it's got to be like single-digit milliseconds that made the difference. It was extraordinarily close.
Nailbiter, 3-1 lead for Sen. The defense side is going to be where they're favored. They put a lot of work into this, especially on split, like the analyst was saying. Cram through, Aspas. So damn low, there's coverage there. Over the shoulder, that's Tex.
And that's very good awareness from Leviathan. TenZ fights A-Ramp super aggro in a lot of these rounds.
Aspas, seen him do this one before. Updraft. Over the top, now a dash as well. Follows it up before the util. Sassy, he's still alive. Sentinels maintaining that ground. Flash through. That's a peek from the rest of his team. It's connecting onto everybody. Blind as anything. Aspas through the main angle. It's being watched for, and he's a lone player left to do so much here. Aspas, we know he's capable, but he just cannot land the Blade Storm.
And it's another lovely round from Sen. They were aware when the Viper Wall went up, did 94 damage to Aspas at the start of the round, and then Sassy's anchoring is excellent because it not only does it find him a pick, but it also creates so much pressure on the rest of Leviathan, it actually plays in the rest of his team through Heaven. You can't focus on everything at once when Sassy's alive there being such a nuisance. This is already starting to be a little bit of trouble here for Leviathan. They're going to start getting up to big ultimates, but they've let Sen get 4 in a row right now, and one of them was stolen away.
Oh yeah, should have been a guarantee round number 2.
God, the round where they lose to time, if they just are able to get to the spike.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that.
Less than half a second earlier, they are very favored in that post-plant situation. It's really tough for John to win unless he wins by time there. And these fine margins could make all the difference as to whether your dream run to Madrid is alive or not. We saw last year in Americas, the smallest things have cascading impact down the road and completely changed the tide of Valorant history, of who made it to the big tournaments, of who won them.
Knife anybody?
Exactly. It is a dance on the finest margins when it comes to the battles of these top teams sometimes.
What's being called by Lev here on the other side of this timeout, like we've been calling? I mean, the showstopper Tex definitely could do something with that. All grouped up, 4-1 default. Zeno on the opposite side of the map here, but Lev probably going to be going for a familiar play, maybe a fast play up through ramp, or possibly to the site with the ult. Who knows? Ramp control. That's what they're aiming for.
Again, this kind of play designed to bully Tens, who is often going to be in that spot. He's actually made the swap over to B with John Cutie. So coming out of the timeout from Leviathan, Sentinels change up how they're running their defensive side.
It's common enough angles that are just being spammed down here, but given a lot of room to breathe. Left the wall up. Methodical with the clearance.
Oh, that's actually allowing the dog there to take all of that space. It's given Lev a much happier time over in Heaven.
Yeah, full control of it. Still worried about Ven. Aspas!
That's a huge pick.
Lovely adjustment.
So much more threat now as to where Leviathan can go in the map. They can be in B Heaven right now, but instead, Lev, it looks like the best call of action here is to go from Heaven to site with Tex's ult. And it's going to be so difficult for Sassy.
And Sassy marooned, isn't he? On an island into the corner. This time the nade will clear him out surely. Dash forwards there. Sassy still gets the one. Follow-up second, spamming, spraying and praying. Only with the Phantom, though, it's damage. Bullets going wide here. Plant for King. Themselves now into this post-plant. Casino from afar will be, again, the backup, potentially with the stars, but already in, straight into elbow damage. Weakened. Second on 12 HP. How did they get themselves into this one? It's almost an impossibility. Maybe with a satchel to set up the play, but nobody wants to peek for it. Leading the charge, Zekken, weaken a player, showstopper, and fired! 2 versus 2. You gotta get a move on here. Players round Zekken, 12 health still, and trying to do it versus the star player of this team, Aspas. He bides his time, he waits it out, he knows he's got a cross, but he misses the initial shot. A tap, Zekken baiting, but ice cold from Aspas. He knows how to win it out.
Immaculately played with the timing there from Aspas. You'll often see the superstar players go for the clip. Not him, not in that moment. Making sure that Lev get on the board coming out of their timeout round. And that opener onto Celsius was also a huge one for Lev to be able to get into the site and commit somewhere knowing that their back was clear. Second really made a try of it there though.
All as the lowest player. Really did make it look dangerous.
Leviathan are putting an enormous emphasis on dominating ramp control at the start of these rounds.
Same play almost every single time, just with the full comboed up. Hoping to catch a player that might just be overextending, like you said, you know, Ten's playing in that position from time to time.
Extremely reminiscent of the game that Finesse called against EG last year. All of this pressure A ramp opens up mid. I mean, you look at it. they've rotated 4 players over to try to deal with any potential A heaven push. Only now is Sassy going back to make sure that there hasn't been a deep lurk.
Poison's on.
Map control into mid though, still being held down for the time being. They're concerned that players are still holding on to that ramp control.
I think this round, Bren, Com's Seekers are just going to give away that there's nobody anchoring A. If Com decides to use it at some point, they should be able to get a post-plant Viper's pit down. Look, all of the Seekers going up there.
Yeah.
Actually,
well,
one
one's going into sight, so that does put some concern and consternation into it. Celsius spraying down with a kill trip. Close angle, second still there. Tries to disengage with the satchel, but can't get loose. A King.
30 seconds left.
Still there with the hold down, and the pit really giving that cover and fire. Sentinels are fast onto the approach, just spamming all the corners. Not into the usual places, but it does allow them to get into the site.
This is so difficult, so awkward for Lev. They could just get swung through. Sassy, though, has no flash.
Close contact for Aspas. That is magical. The reaction times. Fire on all cylinders. Snap to the side. Celsius and King onto the high ground here. Cage tapping away. Half on the diffuse. John QT. He will be removed. The molly on top, but is it going to be enough? Surely. Potentially. Celsius! Decay and vulnerable, but already
spills out from screens and puts so much pressure onto people trying to play any kind of post-plant positions, trying to get the spike down. And the flicks he had inside here, the rifling skill to pick up 4. Beautiful awareness, good reaction and protocol from Sen. And they've knocked Leviathan's economy down instantly. I mean, when you win one and lose like that and just get rid of all of the loss bonus, devastating.
Yeah, detrimental. Working with scraps here.
One of the ways that Leviathan were able to put some pressure on Loud and cause some of that chaos was by getting these lurks in through A. It's so much more difficult to do that when there's a Cypher on the other side. You don't know when you're going to hit a trip or a cam. This time, though, John, reluctant to dominate this smoke with Aspas having popped his knives. Could be inside of it. He certainly was.
I hear that dash here. Full control. All for the side here. The Viper's pit, though, that's going to be blocking off the screen's angle. It allows King to play deep into it, but it doesn't cover the actual spike. They're committing the Cosmic Divide into this. It's on a weaker buy round, a really all-in approach from Lev, and it has to come up with the goods. Aspas, still with the Blade Storm. Smoke dropped down. He's just trying to sow some chaos into it, make sure he can play the distraction, but it's all being watched for. 2 players there, still from the main angle. Mazzino a tap onto this one, round to the back, and he does bite back, half on the defuse. Celsius. The pull wasn't in time for this one. Re-smoked off as well. That's going to be putting this all on the line. The pressure there. Sentinels. They have it all under control.
That's really bizarre from Leviathan that they weren't allowed to apply any pressure there to the diffuse. They had the pull. The pull was a little late and already allowed half to come on. And then there didn't really seem to be a game plan for the follow-up. The retakes from Sen are calm, controlled. They go through the motions, ensure that they punish anybody that tries to refight for heaven or swing onto that diffuser. I love the methodical approach that Sentinels have. It's so different to last year.
Really well drilled. They alternate that defensive setup. It's immaculate. Looking around the ults that they might have to.
So this is one of the first times where Leviathan don't dominate a ramp at the very beginning. Second and 10s were both there, ready to fight it.
It's been re-cleared.
Yeah, Dog is going to re-clear out King. But I think this should make it obvious that Lev are playing for mid as well. You don't see anybody over on this side of the map.
Bots. King. Hoping for the timing, that's a showstopper. Around the side 9 health, King. Oh my goodness, going to be holding your breath after that. Tagged up, delayed. Celsius is there with the snake bites, still trying to just lock down control of this heaven area. Now, there's going to be that pressure onto John QT. Has to play within his cages, backing away. Maybe he can point straight to the tracers. They're going to be swarming his position on from the high ground approach. He doesn't know which angle to watch for. How does he get that kill? It's precise. Players into the position. King takes a cheeky one. Bite of the apple. Backs away. Doesn't overstay his welcome.
Excellent timing in the round there from King. He's put his players in an advantage situation. Sen are going to find it difficult here.
Squad.
Heal on line 2. Top these players right back up. Crossfire. All into Spawn, how do they deal with this? It's all watched into main. The movement, TenZ attempting to jiggle and force that fight out, at least isolate it. Has to be given up now by Sen, they realize it. Big player disadvantage, so Lev. Right round for them to get themselves back onto their feet.
A really important
They've
time.
got to keep these guns intact.
Yeah, it is important. I mean, they're pretty fine in their current situation. They would still be fine even if they lost another one. But yeah, Lev's economy is only just starting to build up. So they would like to keep it as healthy as possible. A reminder, Leviathan picked the attack side to begin with, right? And this composition, often we've seen it go really well on the attack side. The double duelets can be explosive, difficult to deal with. But Sen have got a very nice idea of when they want to play retake, how they want to slowly clear out the rest of the map and put pressure on Lev in the post plan. But when you heard the devs talk about the map pool, this is where they were expecting Sen to have the largest advantage.
I think that makes sense as well. Consider the amount of attention that Sen put into it.
For sure. This was an amazing map for them during the offseason, and it even looked good. It looked so winnable in the game against Loud. But you could have said that for both of these teams. It's been an extraordinarily tight Group B. Sen are picking this time into reclear B main, which isn't something they've done very much of. But here comes the Trailblazers on both sides.
Misses. Oh, stun. Can't link that one up into a follow-up, so Zellsis, does he really choose to press the advantage? Yes, he does. I mean, absolute insanity from him. Luckily, traded out for Lev.
You could see there they expected Zellsis to be back in vents. They were trying to put some pressure on him with a flash and a double blast pack. Sassy takes contact over here. He's got TenZ and Zeka, the young'uns of the squad, to back him up. And again, we see King in a position where he'd love to try to get a lurk off, but he just can't get that aggressive. He's worried about running into all of the Cypher utility. There's only 30 seconds here. This may end up in a mad scramble
30
towards
seconds
A,
left.
where John could again play to try to win the round through time. There is very little on the clock.
The cage as well to partition up a section of the side. 20 seconds. Gonna move on.
Destroyed.
Dash forwards by Aspas, clearing it up and cutting it up into the side. He wants to take the peek. Trying to play the anti-flash, John! There's 2 kills. Spike still up into heaven. He got to drop down here. Mazina got to go for this plant.
It has to be safe.
Oh my, round to the corner, King. Trying to exert his control onto this section of the map, at least maintain that control for it, but just locked down into too many unfortunate positions.
I thought the way that Leviathan were coming through heaven was actually really nice. The flash, Aspas coming forwards, and John just takes a swing timing that completely catches them inside of their utility. The timing plays there from Zellsis and from John, stepping in front of the util to some degree in order to find that aggression, find that timing. It's another round where Sen are able to get off a retake because their players are just in a great position right as the spike goes down.
There's no hesitancy when I heard that spike going down. I realized they could take the fight of one player out of the action. It's one of the bread and butters of the success of Sentinels so far this year. They've really been drilling that, making sure they make those correct decisions, not wasting any time in the moments, and when they matter. We'll have a few rifles online into this one, just Aspas and Com. Potential playmakers, Nate. No way, Com. Almost blinded himself into the process. Follow up with the Morley, almost with the transfer. Zellsis. That's looking like an absolute menace still. With the Stinger in close quarters, that's really where it thrives. So Tex, an exchange of the weaponry into mid, you can start to calm the round down if you are Lev.
King knows that there's a camera up here, breaks it, maintains a little bit of pressure over towards A heaven. In the meantime, TenZ is walking out B main, just using that info and having some bravery to go and take a risk. You could argue it's unnecessary in this kind of round, but Lev have picked up 2 rifles. It's quite even.
Second looking for the walkout. Sees it, first shot. Not quite landing to the dome, but it's damage done equally. Has to back away and respect this now. Plant onto B. Section to the side here. Lev seeking to reclaim a bit more ground. Pushing forwards into
This ult is so good.
Big ult.
It lets second and tens know whether or not they're being pressured.
Oh, and a small phase. Mazzino, who's just trying to cross into a better position, a better angle. It's all onto Tex, really, with the rifle. King, what can you do? Only with the Sheriff wrapping around. Attack onto the defuse. Tens, they're picking them apart here. And the damage, far too weak. Tex just can't make a play. 8 rounds now for Sent.
You are really seeing the advantage here for Sentinels taking the offseason super seriously, drilling all of these setups, protocols. The team is on the same page. They're decisive with each other, not making too many individual moves. Even when Tens makes this repush out through B main, he comes back to second, and they play together off each other very nicely.
Okay, watch the B pop, but you guys need to not rotate off A. Yeah, because remember the Ash roll here?
And you hear there's Zelsis drilling out what his team needs to be looking out for in round 12. It's not going to be the B pop though. Everybody from Lev getting ready to burst into the A site.
Potentially again using that showstopper, but it's the final round of this first half. How do they take it? Early flash being utilized by Sen. Put some pause and hesitation into the play of Lev. They can't quite gain that ground like they were hoping for, but now taking it in a different direction. Cosmic Divide playing in front of it. Sassy's there, backing. Now away, kill trip. Tex just trying to hold this one for us, but he's lit up like a Christmas tree, and you can play Ring Around the Roses, weaving in and out. The Cosmic Divide, it does not matter, will not protect him. Clearance called here by Sen. Pushing down now with the Trailblazer, flash forwards. It's all being utilized, making sure that they can just make this as difficult as possible for Lev. But with the plant down, maybe they can have a go of it. Still, all the players in position onto the post plant, pushed up onto the site. Complete control for Sen. And it's slow. It's the way the siege goes here. 5 players, they can pick them apart, but Aspas might just be the first one to do it. King alongside him. Filling up the feed and ready. Need more where that comes from. It's all down to Aspas. He can't get it done.
Once more, the methodical nature of Sentinels there, putting pressure on the people as Plant was going down, and then setting up that advantage retake. These have worked so nicely for Sen.
Switching sides.
And their defense has, I think, generally been a bit better on split, so there's still chances for Lev in the next half. But in general, this has just been an outplay. Lovely, lovely retakes. Great way to start the match for Sentinels.
Wonderful beginning. You're right, there is still chances for Lev, but this is just domination on their map pick. Elimination game on the line, and we've got Liz standing by with Mama Zekken down in the crowd.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here with Mama Zekken. I don't know. Let's go what? What's that?
Let's go, Zekken!
Let's go, Zekken. Now, I have to ask you, we've literally watched Zekken grow up as a player. We saw him while he was in high school playing. What has it been like as his mother, watching him grow up as a player?
As a mom, I feel so blessed because Zekken really works so hard, and all the teams too. They're so good, and you know, he's born to play. He's been playing sports since he was 4 until now, so he's really born to play and win. Let's go, Zekken!
Let's go, Zekken. Now, I have to ask, because as someone who's also from the greatest state in the Union, New Jersey, well, I'm not New Jersey's finest, I am New Jersey's dumbest, but I know it's a very far away state. So having Zekken move literally across the country to achieve his dream, what was that like?
It's a lot of hard work, to be honest. You know, we gotta like make sure that we get in touch with the school, the management and everybody. So, you know, he's a very professional esports player and a very good A student. I feel so blessed that he finished high school with good grades, like A student. I'm so blessed. And until now, you know, make your dream come true, guys. You know, dreams really can happen, you know.
Yes, they can. Now, if Zekken could hear you right now, what would you want to say to him?
Zekken, we're so proud of you. Have fun and kick butt. Bring home the trophy, boy.
Okay, very, very simple words. Well, thank you so much, Mama Zekken. Can we give it up one more time for Mama Zekken? The sweetest. And it has been a wonderful halftime, but we have a game to get back to. So Brennan, Sideshow, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz.
Second top frag in 14 and 5, straight A student. Were you a straight A student in high school, Brent?
I failed the later section of high school, actually.
Yeah, well, that shows the difference between you and Zekken, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to perform up here. Fun fact, Zekken, one of our top players in Americas last year statistically, despite the poor performance of his overall team, and he's up against Aspas. Also holds the top spots.
Never gonna need this pistol. Aspas is spotted Sheriff. Doesn't look like they're going towards him in this round, though. I mean, look how quickly Sentinels have taken fence control.
Zekken, early bit of damage applied here. Takes one straight to the head, but the heal's online. So back up to 100. King with a jump spot, holding the molly to snake bite. Here's the rumble with the footsteps and just slows it down. But this is a lot of utility and a lot of players being pulled around at the minute mark.
Sen are still really flexible in terms of where they can end. Celsius looking to apply some pressure. This Viper Orb is lovely. Very difficult to work around. You need two players watching either side of it.
Just dragging that attention away of Lev.
And Sen have created a nice opening for themselves over towards A.
Bazino anchoring position into elbow. We've seen many players pop off from this spot, but can he do it too? Look at a draw with that one, but he'll take it. Sassy, drop down and out of the fight now. Will be the plant.
30 seconds left.
Safe position, forwards. Second, actually giving up the ground when he hears the flash and the footsteps once more following up behind this one. But is it a refight called? He's still holding this one, hoping for the right clicks. Tex finding it. A stun, now applied. Really finding this one difficult. Risks have to be taken for Sentinels because it's all Lev right now, picking them to pieces. Round into the corner. And how have they managed to find this? All the kills. John QT. It's 4 so far. Ace. Available, ready, and waiting. The crowd is chanting. They want it, they can feel it. Tex shuts it down, but the damage, 18 health, sticking half on the defuse. It's all 10s.
How have Sentinels pulled that pistol round away? They were in a 2v4, I think, at some point during that.
Should not have been possible.
Just doubled up from Tens and John Cutie, finding that value in terms of the way that they were playing off each other, using one of the jump peaks in order to set up the other to swing. Crazy good pistol round, and Lever forced to force here. There's no other option. You're down 10-3. You just got to send it.
Complete investment. Listening to one too many Sigma male financial shorts, I think, but all in.
This was without the plant money. Lev on defense side.
Revealing their hands with the early bullets coming through straight through mid. But Sentinel's not eager to fight there. Just that pressure applied.
Concealment.
Set the sights onto B main. Jiggle. Not punished by Mazzino. He grabs that info.
Poison orb emitting.
Look at how annoying this Viper Orb is. Gives them ground into B main, and a call is being made here right at the minute mark. Well, slightly util with the satchel forward, still using the orb to cross into the site, and they're trying to flood attempt to defend this one left. Will it be enough? Second! Just run straight wide there. Into hell, into the smoke. Playing off of instinct. Plant. Not push back. 4 players up now. Ult online with a neural theft. That's going to be spotting out where any of these potential players are. And Zekken, of course, he jumps on the chance. Bomb removed. 2 players left for Lev, and it's everything that has to be invested. It's a miracle if they win this one. They're going to go for it. You have to at this point. But the crossfire set up as Jiggle peeks, watching for the high ground angle. They know where the last player is. An impossibility for King. Truly an impossibility. He'll do some damage, but that's about it. Up to 11%. They are running away with this map.
And that round might be the first nail in the coffin for Leviathan's chances on split here. They're down 3-11 with a buy that's just going to be broken from here on out. Whatever they can possibly afford has just got to be invested every time. And this version of Sentinels looks like they've learned from the game against Loud and come out with something even better.
Even better and quite bitter for Lev, honestly. Hard to swallow in this instance. You're right, Josh, you know, have to invest it all every single round just to stand a chance. Cautious at the beginning. Seeing that jump spot now.
There.
No Kings playing into this tucked angle. As soon as the orb goes down, that'll be the timing for them. Not even waiting for it to go down. That is so damn fast! The Orb doing the damage again, the kill! Team kill into the feed. Tex with that one, Aspas round to the side, but instantly traded off, and this is Sentinels storming and taking the lead with mid-control, but they back away. Call in for the pause in the round.
This is so difficult for Leviathan. With only 2 players left alive, Mazzino's forced to be aggressive in order to try and find some information. But both of the players clearing different routes on the way from B to A have completely missed the pathing of Sen.
Gonna be an incorrect gamble.
And this makes the round almost impossible. They'll be in a disadvantaged situation with no idea where the Sentinels players are positioned, trying to pull off the retake. And they've got to go for it. You can't save 2 stingers into the next and play for overtime, 12-3 down. You got to go for it.
Few advantages here for Lev in this situation. They've got 2 flashes on com. It's planted in a safe tuck position, so the post plant might be able to deal with, but do you really expect Zekken here onto the high ground? Drops down. Hearing that one, Mazzino should be calming that one to his team. Information for him, but with the cage as well, splitting this one up. Now Com doesn't want to use Util, doesn't want to reveal his hand. He's contacting up into it, spraying through, but leaves it just down to Mazzino. Early peek here. Smoke propped up, didn't even tap this one, didn't even force the swing and face out Sen. The 12th round is theirs. One more step, that's all they have to take.
This is an absolute outclassing from Sen on this map. And yeah, these last few rounds, Leviathan's economy has been put in a bad position, and they're having to send whatever they can. I mean, the way that Sen are bursting through what Lev are doing on the defense side, it's so nice. Every idea is there and tight for Sentinels on split.
Kill them.
And Zekken continues to dominate on the entries, 17-7.
He's the spearhead for the team. Being set up for all of this, and he's delivering. Tap, tap goes King, but the bullets don't land. I threaten. Orbs over the top, heaven controls already. There's Paranoia, bit of a whiffage there. That was Tenson's, I believe, connecting onto him, but Zelz is also being brought down. King into the elbow angle here. No one else to help him. Good movement in the end, but it's traded instantaneously.
I have the spike. Spike planted.
All of these players from Sentinels very grouped up. A little more awkward for them.
Positioning is it's a nasty one. You have to try and take the fight to them. That's the cause of that flash out wide. Stunned still up. It's being covered. Showstopper. It's well earned now. And out wide, playing for the fuse timer, really biding his time. Zekken, he's boasting. He's beckoning them. Come towards me if you dare. But has he bought enough time for the slam dunk finish? Aspas ripping the head off Tens. In through the back now. Zekken, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Double dunk. Dodging and juking. Sassy. Time is not on their side. Sentinels winning map number 1.
And what a way to finish with Sassy putting down Aspas. The superstar player from Leviathan just never got an opportunity into this game. Complete team outplay from Sentinels, looking immaculate there on split. This was the map where we expected Sentinels to have the best chance against Leviathan. But I don't think we were expecting it to be this one-sided. 13-3 indicates that Sen should have great chances even when the map pool gets more difficult later on. This was an outclassing.
Pure domination. I mean, how many situations does Sen find themselves in, either with a man disadvantage or what, but even a positioning disadvantage, and they would just barrel their way through.
Zekken had an unreal individual performance.
Insane stuff. While we're stepping away, up next, GB and the analyst desk will be breaking it all down. So don't go anywhere, you don't want to miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Aspas jugando alrededor, Panchito con una vaca, Panchito con segunda vaca, y a Panchito lo mismo.
No real damage, there's a follow-up, another flash, nade on top of it, it's a masterclass.
Here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. Now, Kaplan, that was a clinical map from Sentinels, very, very quick. How do we maintain that momentum going into map 2, and how do we not become overconfident going into map 2?
Yeah, I mean, with these guys, we're so good, I just don't think there's such thing as overconfident, right? We said at the beginning of the day, hey, we look really good. We cleaned up for 100 Thieves. We just messed up behind a little bit. Let's push our own narrative that we're really just insane, and, you know, we don't feel like our first 2 series reflect it, so we're going for the 2-0. Feel good about it.
Going for the 2-0. Well, thank you so much.
Overconfidence, the word doesn't exist in the dictionary of Sentinels, clearly, according to the coach there. But, you know, I think that they have plenty of reason to feel confident because they came into that matchup and absolutely mollywopped Leviathan. That was just not even close.
That's disgusting. I mean, there's a reason why we were so excited to see how that pick would go for them, because it was a big opportunity for them to blow it out the water, and that they did. They made it just as bad as the 100 Thieves.
Look at the track. Look how many rounds they won. 3 rounds for Leviathan, Wyatt.
It's killing me. Sen's retakes were so good. They got one thrifty, and it mattered so much. It was on round 2, and everything just spiraled out of control. Lev have got to stop playing this map. It's giving 100 Thieves an ascent last year. They are just not winning on this map. They have to get it out of the pool.
Maybe this is your permaban.
Yeah, it's catching strays.
It's got to stop. It's a comparison. It's just, listen, comparing and contrasting.
there were so many close rounds from Leviathan. They were so close to like making the beginning of the game work. But even if they won like this round, where by the way, John is cold for not even moving there. How does he know? I would have peeked him, bro. I would have tried to spray the box. How much? How much? How much?
What?
What?
I mean,
look, all I'm going to say
my
is
soul, my heart, just
video games, because video games, okay? Sometimes that happens. That was like literally right there. An animation difference.
I mean, but if we look at the rest of the game, John still would have won that round.
That's true, man. That round could have happened. I don't know if that would have been enough to like catapult Leviathan into the situation, because it just felt like time and time again, if it wasn't like the great plays, and of course like players like Celsius going huge as well, like there was just so much good coming out of Sentinel's side that even if they were able to get that round win, I just don't know if that was going to be the case.
It was coming from the retakes, just like this one right now with Celsius. He got that
So clean.
early Viper's pit out. It was like just as the spike was about to get planted, pit, they're immediately scaling out into the site. He's running and gunning, going crazy, looking handsome with that male model pose in the photo. Gorgeous man. But it's those moments. The retakes were so good. Lev weren't proactive after they got the spike down, and Sen were just getting those full retake execs off every time.
It led them to like 4 clutches or something like that, and that just kills any momentum that you could have if you're Leviathan. I was kind of giving them a little bit of slack about the map coming into this series, but now I can't, man. That's not good. That's not forgivable. I mean, that's also, when you think about it too, Leviathan was good on split with that comp last year. They were fantastic at controlling mid, at doing so many things to use that double duelist, and here it's just like, yeah, it's different players, but the comp plays the same.
I mean, look, that is true. It is different players, though, different coach, different everything, right? I don't disagree with you, though. I also think that at this point, if you're Leviathan, Split's got to go, right? And that's it. But let's actually go ahead and hear from the coach of Leviathan to hear what he had to say going into map 2.
I'm here with Gokhead from Leviathan. Now, that map did not go your way, but there is a map 2. What are we changing for map 2 to bring it to a map 3?
I think especially we need to speed up the tempo. Like, we were having some reads, but we were taking like way too long to execute it. And the tank was just running against us all the time, and we were in pretty bad situations. So I think we just need to speed up a notch and really play like more confident and more eager to play the rounds.
Best of luck.
Well, we'll need to see them up that pace and momentum going into map 2 here, which is going to be quite a challenge. Sentinels could very well close this one out here, Bala, 2-0, and send a super team home, and then we have to start asking some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a good map for Sentinels, too. I mean, this is perfect, like you said, I think, in terms of the map, Vito. This is a Kaplan special, I would say, for Breeze coming back into the pool here. And, yeah, this is going to be tough for Leviathan to bounce back. 13-3 is not a scoreline that you want to start a series on.
But what are the win cons? What are the win conditions here for Leviathan? What do they do to stop this momentum from Sentinels, Wyatt? Pitch me.
Pitch you on the
Pitch
momentum.
me. Put on a turtleneck and sell me an app.
I mean, it's got to be individual, right? I think it's got to be Ospas. That guy was not in any of the plays. Like, any of the retakes that you're talking about so long, like, Breeze is a map where he has to be involved.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just, Breeze and Split are very different maps.
Of course.
We're going to a totally different.
And for those who don't know, how is it different?
Well, Breeze is just so open. I mean, Split is just everything on Split is a little cubby. Breeze is wide open. You get an op on a guy like Ospas on a map like this, you're going to see results from that on its own. And also just results based. We have seen, it was, I believe, just in the offseason, but Lev, they did have good results on this map. Of course, Sen did as well, but it lends itself to the players that are on Lev, I think, for sure. You're going to get King on the Viper again, where he is a monster. So I think in terms of
Calm back on Sova.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. In terms of role comfortability, I think you're going to have Lev feeling very nice on this map. That's one bonus.
That's fair. That's fair. But feeling nice is different from.
That's not a win con.
That's not a win con. I asked for a win con, Poppy. You gave me. They feel nice. They're very nice.
NRG chilled their way to the playoffs.
That's true.
So listen, they can chill.
I do respect that. Let's see what we end up getting here with the agent select. But Bala, sell me on it then. then? Is that what it is? Is that really what it boils down to? Just the individuals because they should be going into roles that suit them here?
Well, no, it doesn't, but that would at least get them a few more rounds than they did on Split. You know what I mean? I think there's an element here of obviously the strategy going up against Sentinels. You have a lot of footage here that you can go back against, but there's not really anything for Breeze that you can really do. I mean, Breeze is a very simple map. I mean, it breaks down to a couple of good sight hits, some good mid control, but you can't get much more complex than that, to be honest.
Which isn't a bad thing. Let's be honest.
No.
That's just.
And I think that's good when I'm talking about individualism needing to step up, right? I think that's good if it's simple.
Totally agree. Totally agree.
And there you can see compositions. You're not really getting anything all that out of the ordinary. There's a way to play this map, and they're doing it. But my eyes get drawn immediately to the Jet Aspas. He's going to be in a playground here potentially to shut him down. It's going to be a tall task as well for the Sentinels team. But if there's a squad that is up to the task, it will certainly be them. We're ready for map number 2, Riot Games Arena. I can't speak English. Thankfully, these two commentators can. It's Brandon Sideshow.
Let's see if Lev can stand up to the test. Then it's elimination on the line. One map that stands between them, continuing this series, continuing that lifeline, that chance to go to Madrid, or is it all going to peter out right here?
And also, no matter what the result of this match is, it's going to start and set in motion rivalries kicking off later down the road when it comes to our regular season and how people view these teams. You know, when you lose here and you don't have an opportunity to impress people further, that's it for the beginning for Kickoff. That's how people are going to remember you, are these match losses. So Lev need to dig deep and pick themselves back up. Now, coming into this, we've got default compositions on both sides, but something very interesting to start off. You have Aspas and you have King and Tex buying these sheriffs to start off the round. 3 sheriffs on the attack side for Lev.
I make usage maybe of the range on the map, the long distance duels. Sentinels, hello. Side with the flash to set that one up. That is perfection. You're witnessing it.
There go 2 of the sheriffs.
Yep, painting a masterclass before our very eyes. And John QT, far back, safe position. Tucked behind the wall. Gotta know that they've entered into that. Was a nice double peek on top of it, but he's evacuating, giving it up.
Leviathan taking control of B here. There is still a trip on the site. But you've got to imagine with how comfortable Sentinels look playing retake on Split that they've drilled these retake protocols here on Breeze too. The wall's going to be helpful. Com court as well.
Look at that.
Trying to go for the backstab.
Sen biding their time, holding it down, and then they reclaim mid together with the peak all the way through. I mean, these players, do they stand a chance? Mazido and King got to come up with more than the goods here with King.
How has King got
lovely 3-piece King? It's only down as Elsis. Hold up. Damage. He's weak. Right click's doing it. Spotting him into main, but King, you gotta think he's favored! It's all him. You gotta bow down before that.
How has he pulled these kills off? I mean, he's just... They came into the round with 3 sheriffs. 2 of them dropped to the floor instantly because Sen had that lovely pop flash play in. And Sen looked, again, disciplined, controlled, on the retake. Doesn't matter. King with 4 in the round. What a beginning. It's not really a particular, you know, idea or play or team play that really wins that. But the individuals on Leviathan pulling through.
Ooh, through the wall.
That's a lot of damage.
Up down to 5. Never attempted with a flash here. They're all being picked up. The protocols seem a little bit dodgy by Lev, even though a 1-rounder. You gotta still expect they could just make the same play from the pistol.
And that's a really common setup as well. It's not like TenZ is innovating there with that flash.
No, it's pretty simple.
My camera is destroyed. Same kind of feel to this as the pistol round. They haven't lost as many players, but it's still disadvantage for Leviathan coming into B. Sen happy to play retake. But with 4 pistols, they shouldn't really be favored in any of these long-range engagements.
They really shouldn't. Shots, 2 in a chamber, enough to get the job done for Aspas. Reload, reposition. Knife dealt with on top of it. Lovely damage there from the spam. It just looks curtains here for Sen. Really going down to Aspas, giving this guy easy access to the ultimate for a future round.
We haven't really seen anyone tear it up with the Outlaw recently. Like you said, this is great for the overall economy.
Aspas going for this?
You'd rather keep it, surely.
Surely, get back out of there. Will survive, I believe, yeah.
And the Sen players playing to deny those ult orbs that Aspas would love to have got online. So a somewhat shaky beginning to this as Leviathan go up 2-0 and yet get caught by this play in A main every time. So that's got to be something that they're aware of. In general, I think this map, on both sides, you're going to see the same kind of combo. The primary smokes players for both teams have swapped over to play KO, to play the initiator, going back to roles where both of them are comfortable. And they're going to be trying to set up the jet on various different angles.
Hooking off setup. The flash and the dart. Lobbed over into mid just to feign like they're taking that early control. That Outlaw, will it get any sort of value? It does force the full armor purchases from Sen, so nobody's in danger of being one shot. Creeping around the map, it's Aspas. Drone spots him. One left for it, would have to be to the dome for the kill here. Now you start to see it, Util. Flying in, seeking to dissuade them from trying to take that kind of space. Second, he's gone. Taken out of the fight. Pop flash play, 10 to the reclear, but as a smoke drop down, Aspas is getting out of there once more. To safety now in numbers, playing with the rest of them. This one is going a bit skew with across to the map. Yes, Tix did fall. He was playing onto the flank there. They don't really have to worry about the mid presence as much, but it's a player disadvantage for Sentinels. Lev. Wonderful chance here onto the bonus. Underhanded, flash, Mazzino pushing forwards, the reposition. Aspas still there, active into the fight here with the Outlaw. Cage up. Needs to be held with the ground. Half under the defuse, such a wide face, such a wide face! And Leviathan with the bonus round.
Very good idea there from Lev. I mean, you can see that they've put some serious thought into how they're going to approach this map. There was an opportunity there for Aspas walk down halls to find the opener, and instead it actually drew so much pressure away that Tex was able to creep in and kill Zekken. On the defense side, it's really difficult to cover all of the lanes on Breeze now that Halls has been re-added. And if Lev are going to play this kind of slower pace style, I mean, Goked said increase the tempo, but yeah, here we're seeing a nice slow round played pretty well.
Nice Util comboed up. This time actually respecting the A main fight.
Another round where Leviathan are pushing people deep down halls. Now we don't see a trip at the end of halls, and there wasn't one in the previous round either. It is fairly uncommon to have people full push down halls into the defender's spawn.
Here.
But having that trip there is just such peace of mind.
Weak enough.
And there you see Zekken is forced to jiggle peek it. No utility to hold that area. Punished for it. And this, I think, for Leviathan is going to really start conditioning Sentinels. They're either going to want to fight over halls themselves at the start of the round, have a trip there every time, or start pulling people away from the outsides of the map because they're worried about the lurks.
Revealing.
Looking into mid, that's Aspas. Look at that, plenty of targets to choose from. Looking the other way, but finally adjusting with the aim.
Spike planted.
Not much to do. The 7 players with the guns that they do have, so another clean one here for Lev. Make their way up to 4.
Which is already more rounds than they got in the entirety of Split.
Yeah.
So you can see here that the map making an enormous difference.
The money
and also
is booming.
Just momentum making an enormous difference. You think back to Split, they weren't able to convert off the back of the pistol. Here, huge amount of momentum coming in because they're 4-0 up, but now they're also starting to get ultimates that can benefit the economy further. Aspas 8-1. He's a player that had to come online and has so far. Bladestorm in his pocket.
So nice work from Leviathan. There's that answer that we were expecting into map number 2. Breeze their map pick. Strong start. See the defensive trip setups. More set up to allow them into the site if they do choose to go over towards B, which Lev are putting their sights set over towards us. Nice shock dart Gets rid of the cam and a trip that was set up a little bit prior. Now an attempt to exec.
The knife is fantastic there. It just tells Aspas that there's nobody playing towards site in an anchor position at all.
It's all his focus onto the back of the side as soon as that wall goes down.
Tens has a lineup over towards ladder. Doesn't catch onto Aspas, so the Blade Storm's still online.
Spike planted.
Plan off for Mazzino. Tap. Warning shot. Second. Hello. Other side of the map. Just with the knives there. What more can you really do if you are Sen spammed in through? That was the underhanded flash to try and set that one up. Nasty business. Aspas, Mazzino. Cool, calm, collected. 2 versus 2 though. Still, you got to think time on the side of Lev here. It's ticking the position and they don't know where these players are. Even with the movement, it's offset. Zeltis can't survive. Gun picked up. Dash still there. Second. You'd have to be handed so many more after that. And King with the perfect swing. Doesn't let anything slip.
Another great round from Leviathan here, and it looks slow from Sentinels. I would say that in terms of trying to get into the site again for retake, you probably want to be so much faster than they were in that round. It's a good thing that they're looking for Com, who's always on a flank, always on alert when it comes to post plans. But the fact that they had nobody anchoring...
Let's go.
Just made it so much more difficult for Sentinels to get into good retake positions early on. Now Zekken, because he had the Blade Storm online, now has money for an operator. Zelsis locks down B with a trip to try to help him maintain control in this area. Sentinels' defense just got a whole lot scarier with the ult and the op.
Lots of half armor targets though, definitely danger. Aspas still holding on to the outlaw. No one looking for a fight into mid though, at least on the defensive side for Sen. Grouped up, 3 players stacking over in A. And there's that cautious tail being woven. Sen. Warning shots fired and Rattle drone through to try and lead at least one of the players in. Tex, Cage. It's a gap in it. Still with the ult online, it means that Zekken actually can't dash out of there. He's kind of trapped, entangled towards the back of the side. He needs some support and assistance from the rest of his team. There's a dart here lit up. Tex! That is monstrous. John QT to try and reply here, but there's already players approaching the position, and look at that, the plan going down without any issues whatsoever. Into the post, perfect molly. Forcing them back out into the open. You've got to try and double up here. For Sen, it's just looking too damn hard.
They need some picks early on. Com is in a great position to just win the round towards the end.
Another perfect molly. This time from Sendo, pushing the players out of the default spot. But you're right, they do need these picks, and Com, the difference maker. The difference maker. An attempt there with the trade. Sassy gets it online, but he's just one man. What can he do? Back away. Escape with your life, potentially an upgrade.
And look at how much the map change makes a difference for these teams. I mean, Lev are completely in control here. Sentinels was going for an anti-KO ult setup, where John QT had put down a trip on B, rotated over towards yellow, and they were stacking on A. Cam was watching the middle of the map. They had, as far as they were concerned, everything they needed. And it got broken to pieces by a flash recon setup. They were able to find the opener onto Tens and then crush Zekken afterwards too. Lev are finding so many entries into the rounds. And it's unusual because we started out this map with Sentinels actually being the team to bring it on defense. Those flash peeks into A main were catching Leviathan off guard. When they went for early round aggression on defense, it was actually working. Yeah, they didn't win the round towards the end because King got a crazy 4K with the Sheriff, but the idea made sense and the idea was working to set them up with an advantage. Now Sen are holding far back, sometimes full retake on one of the sites, and they just don't seem to have an ability to get back in. Yeah, Lev are so happy to fight them as they're trying to take that space.
They are really, really just backside positions being held by Sen. Perhaps that conditioning that you were talking about earlier with the halls lurks, I'm feeling like they have to just attach many bodies to try and watch that angle.
I mean,
to go for that push.
I think that round was a good example of it there in round 6, because they had a camera set up in Nest that could have watched that area. And then they had Sassy watching it as well, and John QT in a passive position over towards yellow. So many people kind of ready in case it was a whole split. Just ended up giving up A main.
This is just ridiculous. I mean, Aspas, he picked up this outlaw, I think, round 2. I don't know if he's reboarded at any point, but he has been just getting I mean, more than his money's worth. It's all the way to round 7. Half armor targets galore.
Yeah, they've won so much that it's become incredibly useful again.
Yeah, and just bang flourishing, booming.
And look, they go for this conditioning up holes again in the anti-eco. So using these anti-eco rounds to condition their opponent.
The game plan is good by Lev.
But this is one of the first times where we're seeing Sentinels go for like a contact re-clear, and Tex should get caught off guard there.
No way, no way! Just about escaping. Sassy though. Drops down and locks down that angle. John QT with a very wide face. There was nowhere to hide for Tex. Ult online. Couple of guns granted, and you're going to see the positioning of these players here. Lev, got to get a move on.
Extremely different approach in this round from Sentinels. They're the team pushing the tempo.
One player though to try and take the fight as John QT will pick his timings wisely. Doesn't look like he wants to overplay his hand. It's been clear. John QT. Absolute beauty with that one. Sassy opens the door wide. Is the face. 3 players in main for Sen to get onto the board.
And if Sen are looking to be that mobile and aggressive on their defense side, then it's going to catch Leviathan off guard a little. It's a huge thrifty to get them back into the game. They're still at an enormous round deficit. 11 now going to have to adjust a little bit. Tex was not ready for that push at all. He had a cam in elbow, could have been tapping in. Could have been thinking about the push. See if Lev make any adjustments here.
Zeno looks like they're making most of the adjustments there. Trip's been placed for double doors and A. Retake setup. Draft. Aspas with the attack side operator.
Looking to try to break a trip that I don't think John has ever placed there.
He hasn't been placing this one. Where is this Hunter's Fury being offloaded to? Where is the direction? I mean, it's such a large map. You're not going to get lucky. Nobody into mid. Tag up. Zelts is backing away. A weird start, a weird beginning.
That's super bizarre.
Cam does see all.
And this is where the whole split could come in.
It could, and it needs to come in right now. Clutch, surely, for the team. Plan was pushed back. Aspas, though, head removed off the shoulders. Counterpart finding it through the wall. Zekken is doing the most.
There's a lurk on a lurk happening here. Tex manages to find his way up and around the back, but he can't get a kill out of it. Zekken has dominated this round.
Whiff shots. Reveals a position. They know exactly where Tex is, at least. It's going to be hovering around mid. Spike dropped down as well. Hello. One opened up. Tens goes down. Surely there's no chance. Surely. 35 seconds left. Tex not making any moves towards it. Zekken's thinking about it.
30 seconds left.
Definitely thinking about it. You can hear the footsteps onto the sand. They're rustling around. And yeah, he's just dropping into his face!
Awesome round from Zekken, though. Incredible stuff. As soon as that door opens at Switch, there's a lot of threat in the round. Because John Cutie could easily get overwhelmed. And actually, you saw Aspas with an op. Sorry, not the op. I think it was still the outlaw, wasn't it? Just peeking through here. No, it was the op. My bad. But either way, for Zekken to be able to grab that kill is enormous. Now Zekken's going to have the operator. Sen still need to play aggressive off the back of this, though. They can't afford to just let Lev get the plant down.
Seeing that setup now with the dart and the flash. It's comboed all together, but a dash backwards as they realize it's a fast play in through the B side. Trips in through the choke point, makes Lev think twice about it.
Yeah, and also the knife. Tens with a lineup knife into elbow caught almost everybody on Leviathan. No opportunity for them to go and use that timing to exec.
Forcing that brute force buffer re-clearance called by Lev now in through mid with the drone. It's good protocols here, but there might be something being cooked up. That's a close angle being held into main by Zelts' flash re-clearance. A little bit off with the timing, but not for Sassy. At least he does. Claim the one. Backs away. Needs to get out alive, though. He's tagged up. They're chasing him all the way down. Close to the door. Opens up. Back to safety.
Very nicely navigated there, but there's still danger.
With double doors. Texas and win it. Reactions from Tens. Expecting a follow-up into the wall. Sassy just didn't know. He's just operating purely off the timings that he expects there. 30 seconds roughly in the round for Lev.
30 seconds left.
But they still want to go for this. Tap. Nade forced out, going wide. Aspas still has the dash here, but well, can't contend, can't contest. His former teammate, a championship title. They earned that one together, but they shut the round down.
So much more proactive from Sentinels in these last 3 rounds, starting from the timeout with that eco push, but there in round 9, you see them get back into B after realizing that that hit had been called off, and the A players setting up another flash peek for information from Zelsis to support Sassy's walk down halls. It's not just an individual timing play from Sassy.
Hey, let's go, baby.
It fits into the wider team narrative of what they're trying to achieve. And they, like I said, they changed up the game plan massively here on defense. They're trying to be more proactive, trying to contest Leviathan around the map, defensively re-clear certain areas too. And Lev kind of had it easy the first 6 rounds, being able to keep knocking Sentinels back down onto an eco, getting the plant down somewhat for free, forcing Sen to play full retake setups. And now they're really having to work for it and fight for the map control. This 6-round buffer that they had to work with at the beginning is quickly been chopped in half.
Let's force that timeout for Viatan. You can sense it impending, really, just slipping away from them with that lead, like you said. Ult's online for them to use if they really did manage to get themselves onto a side. Potentially the Hunter's Fury of Com could be used to set things up. We know in the past this guy, when he's playing on EG, he was cooking up all sorts of plays with it. We'll see though. Might be critical tools of the Viper's Pit as well to try and get themselves into a post plant.
And I actually think one of the things that Leviathan is missing a little bit are those aggressive lurks that you would potentially expect from some of the others on the team, but Tex has not been going for them too much. Here's the peek up over the top. Second did this in a prior round as well.
Has to respect though when the dart comes over and as players hot on the heels. No noise made. Drone held, now released. Out into the wild goes the Owl and tag there, pushing Zekken away from the tunnel. Reposted up at the cage. Throw some misinformation into the mix. Zekken now has to worry about 2 angles.
Yeah, there's a massive gap right now. In theory, Lev could have walked into Nest. And so Sassy's taking this timing to re-drone holes and walk down. Sassy's taking some portion of the map away, but again, in theory, there could be a lurker all the way deep for Lev. Sen calling the bluff, not worried about it.
Smoke down at the feet. Flash through as well. Zekken's got to try and find a shot. That's a really, really unorthodox position. John QT punished for it. And all that Util sent flying. Zekken, he can't stand it. Not against it. The onslaught, the rush. Incoming here from Leviathan. They've opened themselves up now to the site, into the post plant. Everybody intact.
Lev forced to work for this post plant, much more than we saw in the first 6 rounds. But they've done an excellent job of it. There's another punish onto 10s. And in a 2v4 facing this pit, unless they're able to get some random spam through, it looks very difficult.
Lovely pop flash by Mazzino, sets himself up for that.
Really well played this round from Lev. Overall, we've seen that defensive combo of the Cypher and Jet work out really well for other teams hard anchoring on B. But instead, they looked like they weren't really ready for Aspas doing the updraft dash setup. Mazzino's ult online. That's probably going to force Sentinels to play an anti-KO ult setup. Previously, we saw John Cutie put trips over towards B and then play A. It ended up being quite passive, that setup, though. But take a look at this. Aspas, he's in. Bit of counterspan there onto John Cutie. And the op not really in a position to do too much. I think Zekken was extremely worried about mid still.
Yeah.
He just didn't quite have the read that Lev were about to pop.
That mid-rounder was done a little bit earlier there by Lev, so they do bounce back from that. Sentinel still with money for the purchase this time. Dealing with the dart.
Not so much of an anti-KO ult setup coming out from John Cutie. Instead, Sen playing aggressive for mid control. You know, leaving both of the sites to play a retake setup, but one where they can push mid, try to target Leviathan's lurkers, of which they'll usually have at least one between Com and Tex. Although in this round, all 5 bundled up A main.
Senna giving them the space. Perfectly willing to do so. Far enough back into the position here. You've seen lineups, but here's a Hunter's Fury. Sets this one up. Surely a tag, yes. Damage, no, not quite. Only the one burst. Bringing down 10s. About 60, 70 HP through the box. Exchange of the bullets. Slung back and forth. Kills. The advantage now for Leviathan once more, but evened out, but right back at you. I mean, Aspas is not slowing down for a moment. Flash in his face, all up to 10s. Can't adjust the aim in time. Aspas, pure takeover on this map.
Anytime Leviathan are able to get into the site and push Sentinels back, they're winning the rounds, right? We are not seeing that 2/3 retake win percentage that we witnessed from Sentinels on Split. They've only won 1 retake round. Everything else has gone the way of Lev. So for Sen, you need to fight in this final round. You need to get 4 on the board because Lev are running away with it. As dominant as map 1 was for Sentinels, Leviathan have answered right back so far.
Veteran presence on the team. Able to withstand it. Blade Storm. Another flash play. No one to deal with the dart either. Got that tag onto Zekken, so he has to respect it and play towards the back of the site. That's fast, trying to take the door straight to it. Jet counterpart, King. Taking out 10s, door opened wide and just swinging, facing from so many different directions. The rush of players and bodies. Sentinels were finding it difficult to hold on.
4v3 post-plant, already Com looking to see whether a flank is possible. King with double snake bite, already playing the lineups.
Com is so fast, look at this guy's just running with a knife out straight into the double doors. Might be being watched here. Sen, gotta have some level of awareness for it. You can hear them. Pin to pass with the footsteps, they reveal the perfect position of the players, 9-3.
Very dominant from Leviathan. Anytime they got towards the site, they were able to execute. Aspas coming online. If it was Zekken that dominated map 1, Aspas is finding his moments, and plenty of them map 2. And Mazzino just straight back to looking awesome on flex.
Yeah. Hasn't missed a beat with it, really, has he? Absolutely insane stuff. Well, let's send it down to Golden Boy. He's down in the crowd. Let's do this again, shall we?
Right now. In any case, so guys, we got Sentinels fan, we got Leviathan fan, we got a hot crowd. How you guys feeling today? Oh, sweet. Jesus. All right. Well, okay. So Leviathan are looking fantastic right now. What do they need to do in the next half to keep this momentum going?
Aspas got to be on fire, man. It's all about the Aspas show. It's about the Calm show. Tex, King, Mazzino, they're all going to be on popping off tonight. Let's go!
Let's go! That's what he says. Okay, Sentinels, though, they got to come back. What do you think they need to do?
Okay, so it's all about the coaching. Kaplan, Drew, my boy Drew, he's got in the bag, especially in Zaddy, of course, and you know what? So 9-3 Curse, the usual stuff, and Aspas got nothing on Sen Society, nothing on Sen City.
Nothing on the Sen Society, Sen City. Okay, we have a lot of new faces on these teams. Who, I know you mentioned Aspas before, but who else on this squad are you just absolutely stoked to see on the stage?
Gotta be King, man. He's a king for a reason.
That's right. I couldn't agree more. What about for you, my friend?
I already said it once. I'm gonna say it again. It's all about Zaddy.
Okay.
It's the entire thing going on.
Okay,
it's all about Zaddy. It's about Zelsis, and I mean, you know what? Ten's got something going on too, and then a little bit of John QT, Saucy, the ball buff. I mean, we got everything going on for Sen City right now. So.
Well, as someone who also has the ball buff, I do appreciate you mentioning my guy Saucy over there. All right, but we got a little bit of time, so why don't we go ahead and get a temperature check from the crowd? Who do you think's gonna win? Sentinels? Sentinels! Or what about Leviathan? What about Sentinels? Oh man, the crowd's hot down here. It's going to be awesome, but for now, we're going to send it back to two of my favorite people in the world. We got Bren and Sideshow. And give these guys a massive round of applause for coming up here last minute. Take it away, boys.
All right, you know, listen, I thought I misheard stuff. Heard the word Zaddy, and then it was repeated 2 more times. And I was wondering who's that referred to. Then I found out it was Zelsis.
Absolutely. Are you unaware?
Revealing too much of my inner monologue.
This is going to be an extraordinarily important pistol round for Sentinels. Aspas still buying the Sheriff on the pistol, but this time on defense seems to make a little more sense to me. Zekken cannot afford to take a duel there, but he gets good info that there's 2 players over towards Halls. There was a lot of support for Sen in the crowd, and I'm sure they were stoked after map 1 and how outrageously one-sided Split was. Sen looked completely clean with it. But they are going to have to work to get this one even back to close to even.
Starts with a pistol round here. Lev trying to put a stop to it. All over the place at the beginning of the defensive setup. It was like a series of ants just losing track of the pheromones. Celsius Com being caught there onto the lurk. It's a big one. It's an open sight on top of that. So Sen will get that plant down. Nothing to push them back. Nothing to play away from this. And it looks like a chance, potentially, to play into the back of the site. 2 players close to default. Tens in second with a jump spot. One flash still available.
This is where Leviathan were fighting aggressive and finding moments to put pressure on the retakers.
Pop flash, no one to receive. No connection there. Nothing to link that one back up. And here, swarming, pincering into the site here. Has to be all coordinated together. Lev might be able to find something for this. Guns, Tex! Whips that one around, doesn't he? Shock darts, buying time, lineups, buying time still. The players losing the fight, ticking down and down. Aspas realizing he can't quite stick this one. Has to be. Watch 4! Watch 4! King! No way! Sentinels barely holding on.
There were shock dart lineups coming through. We had Celsius in spawn, sending over the molly into his orb, putting pressure on Lev and stopping them from getting on the defuse early at just the right time. I was worried there for Sen, though. They made that one look a little close. Found themselves in a really good post-plant situation, but then Tens just got almost abandoned on site, just designed to try and tick as much time off the clock as possible.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot to play from. When you're in that default spot, you can get cleared very, very easily.
Especially when the rest of your team are just playing off-site post-plant lineups.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the pain of that. They're gambling that this one's going to finish on A. Some of the teams that have had the most success on defensive freeze just been stacking the opposite side to their Cypher utility.
Right here.
And kind of assuming that the attacking teams are going to be grouped up heavily when you first hear them at the beginning of the round. Sen are going to try to remain a little mobile. But they are leaning A.
Into the gamble, potentially. Nothing given away. Up through mid, still 50 seconds left. They hear that jump spot.
I don't think Com saw anybody. Zelsis may have just shot at him.
Here we go, knife into the back. There's quite a bit there, so they feel safe now. The exec to come through onto B.
A nice flash from Tens as well, thrown from tunnel, to allow Zekken to come out of his cloudburst, just in case there was any danger on site.
If you're thinking there's any chance here for Sen to try and take this in a 2-0, has to be a clean conversion here against the anti-eco. Keep this one moving.
And not just that, it would be nice for Tens to be the one to mop up most of these kills, because his KO ultimate could be the tool to getting some momentum online and getting them back into this game.
They want to fight for it. 2 players that are all close. It's Tens and Zelsis. Flash is a little bit bad there. Hunting down these players, but everybody from Lev being funneled into the tunnel. John, happy to go down here when he's just got the ghost in hand. 10, swinging round, kills. And give it onto the opposing side. Everybody down to the spike.
I think Lev, that's a bit of a win in the round for them. Denying the ult points away from Sentinels. That takes a potential tool out of the hands of Sen that they could have used, like I said, to continue that momentum. I'm really looking at how Sen try to apply some pressure here. On these bonuses, you tend to have weaker weaponry. Guardian in the hands of Zekken, double Bulldog.
Scanning ahead.
Still passing by straight overhead. Flash dart and a flash dart.
And John Cudie's making his way up halls. So while Leviathan seemed to be conditioning the threat in halls early in their attack half, Sen have not really gone there, and now are trying to potentially make use of the fact that Lev are going to leave it open.
Well, mid-play to the beginning here. Com ended up using his drone very, very early. Does not have it now.
And this is quite a passive setup, right, from Leviathan. One of the big weaknesses with this defensive setup from Lev is that they only have one person, Com, covering multiple different lanes. Halls and that push-up into vents.
Goal's going to be an A-split. Sees the footsteps, gives him the right timing, Aspas!
There's no way.
He doesn't win the fight! should have been set up for it. Surely you'd imagine. So King anchoring round to the back there with the door open. John QT instantaneous with the swing and the trade.
And this is looking amazing already for Sentinels. The conversion on this bonus could be right
30
here.
seconds left.
Still chances for Lev, of course.
TenZ is going for the reflank through halls.
So weak here, 5 HP. Doors opened up. They know there's at least one player there. Nade into the back. Out wide, double face from Sen. Sassy still holding down that one angle, and I talked about chances. TenZ, last one left forward on 5 HP. Mazino sees him first.
Great awareness there from Leviathan. And the spray down to... That certainly looked like a round that Sentinels could have converted and brought this one a lot closer. Lev managed to dismantle it. The economy is now in a really odd spot for Sentinels. TenZ bought that round. They wanted to add more power to the buy. Took a gamble down a few rounds, got into a favored post plant. And then John QT and Sassy just couldn't win those duels to hold on for TenZ's post plant lurk. You can see what that means. Kaplan's expression there. So because it wasn't a true bonus, Sen are now coming in here with a Guardian and a Stinger. Similar kind of economy to what we saw in round 15. It didn't hurt them too much there. They still have chances to win.
Sloppy on both sides though here. Lev are also chopped down to half armor Guardians. At least for Aspas and Com.
TenZ has the ult online, and you can see what that's done. The Cypher on the other side, making sure that they can't get punished by this KO ultimate.
Well away from the setup. The goal is that B split. Yanking players are going to be set up for success. Lev, really feeling the heat. It's all the way turned up. Beautiful flash though. Aspas wide, no kill. 40 HP. Oh, chasing down the kill.
That's a disaster for Sen. They should have had Aspas kept to right.
This guy is still here. He just can't be removed from this position. Finally, Sassy takes a job straight to him, but you're right. It's a disaster right now for Sentinels. A disaster. The results into the 11th round here for Lev.
It's a fantastic flash. I called it out in a prior round, right? The B split, TenZ flashes for Zekken to be able to entry. They completely catch Aspas. He's out in the open, 40 health, one bullet would have taken him down, blinded up, and somehow managed to dodge around these boxes. And John and TenZ both decided to push through the wall to try to fight him. He's got backup and he hits a nice Guardian shot.
Let's go.
Insane situation for Lev to be able to hold on there. And that's a dagger to the heart of Sen. Round 15, it really looked like the comeback was possible, that they might start to generate some kind of momentum, and Lev have just slammed the door shut in their face.
11-5, second timeout now, TenZ. Sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard at 5 and 14, maybe a bit of that comfortability settling in with him on the KO.
The thing is, I really like a lot of the utility that TenZ is throwing, but because he's playing so supportively, he's not in his common positions where he's, you know, super tight to Zekken, ready to trade the kills, that kind of thing.
It's a hard role.
So yeah, he's being put into a slightly more supportive role there and struggling to find the fragging value, even though his utility is good. Sen's economy is the worst looking part of this though. Zekken can afford to hero rifle because he'll have the Bladestorm online no matter what next round. But it is an enormous uphill battle, and it's looking more and more likely with every round that passes that we're going to be heading to bind as a decider.
Would that be something?
Extremely comfortable territory for both teams. It would be an explosive finish to this series and to this group.
It's been a weird one so far, both one-sided affairs on either side of the maps. No way! Aspas!
How does he still get one in that position?
It's just filthy. Magnetic to the dome. He just shouldn't be getting one, should he? But he does, just Aspas things.
It's not a weapon that's particularly recoverable. They still have Zekken's Vandal, so Zellsis can work with that. And Lev double pushing down halls to try to reclaim some information. They've lost mid-control. They hear the orb being tapped.
Yep.
Zellsis just squeaks away.
Silent drop down. They are none the wiser. Right,
this is so fast.
Them. Lurking through, the tempo increased. Sassy, he's gone. Dark close, drone now. Second guessing himself. Com. And he might have pushed up deep here. Zellsis sticking the plant this time.
Spike planted.
Knife, a little bit delayed there, but it does cancel out the drone to get too much more value. Flash, push, anti-flash by Com. Great awareness.
Very well aware.
Players now approaching the position here, diving onto them. Celsius here. He's got to do so much here, but there's 3 players rapidly approaching the position. And no easy fight here from King. No easy fight at all. Lev up to that 12th now. And he's one-sided maps.
It has been a bizarre series. Clearly both of these teams are up towards the top in terms of Americas. This has been an astoundingly competitive and tough group. And yet they're blowing each other out on their map picks. I mean, Leviathan did not have a chance map 1, and it looks like Sen are having very limited chances here map 2 as well. It's so strange too, we started this map off with Lev being unaware of the pop flash plays into A main. They were so hyper aware there. Mazzino was playing anti-flash the entire time, fully expecting Tens to go for that. The punish was immaculate.
Here.
Cleaned up their game.
And Sen have got to win 7 in a row.
One more round will do it, and you can see it. Misplays. Well, not quite a misplay, actually. It was Mazzino's flash that landed into Zekan's face. Stops him from pushing forwards. Another one to set them up deeper. It was Tens this time. Aspas! Out in the open. Wide as anything. Go in for the repeat with the dash. Still there. Crouch. That's Tens. Tens. Dash. Avoiding, evading. Mazzino with the swing. He's definitely that supportive player helping him out. Drone. Tagged up trap. Cannot evade it. And cannot dodge it. For Sentinels, everything is just lying onto this round here. Tens with another one.
And an unusual play there by Com. I think he must have heard the call that they were committing to B, because Com just sprinted out through double doors and has given this away for his team.
3 versus 3. Neural theft. Revealing all. King with the reposition. Lev getting caught.
Lev have lost track completely of what's going on in this round.
All over the place. Does buy a bit of time though for Sen with this plant. Getting down, 2v3, can't let it slip. And handed a golden ticket, at least to stay in the map. Nade. Back against the wall, Sassy wins his fight. 2 players to support him, in through main, and a possibility for Mazzino. And I'd have to toggle in this spot, and yeah, not happening.
And Sen have got to convert those kind of rounds where Leviathan make unforced errors. I am still confused. There must have been some major communication issue there with what Lev thought was happening. Because Sen had just taken some mid control. They knew that there was still players in mid. It's a nice shot on a weird off angle. But they knew that Tens was there. They just had that kill. And yet, Com and King lost track of what was happening entirely. So that's the first of what would have to be, again, 7 in a row in order for us to go to overtime. So many other chances for Lev, but their economy, kept honest, has now been knocked down.
Still, you gotta think. So much breathing room for Leviathan. They only need the one.
When you're a player in this situation, it does sometimes just feel kind of inevitable. Like, yeah, we're gonna get one at some point. We don't have to worry about it too much. But as the comeback starts ticking up, things can get very real very quickly.
Poison's off.
Slight mid-pressure here from Sentinels. They are taking a time of it. They're worried about wading and walking into a potential stack of Leviathan.
Now, we've seen this angle before. It didn't work out for Aspas, but it should. It's so unexpected. The drone should clear it, however.
Yeah, has to respect it. Drops down, Tex. Close to the corner. Bonnie hopping away. Zekan.
He made a footstep. Mazzino knew he was there.
Even the sound cues betrayed by it. Up through mid now. Different direction called by Sem. With only 33 seconds left. The rotation has been pulled by Lev. Look at it. They've got so many bodies just sitting into halls, expecting that to go in that direction, but all of them now regrouping up. Recognizing what's on the line. John QT. It's traded.
The trade is actually perfect for Leviathan. It gives them another gun to work with.
Sassy's going down. All of this, it's crumbling. And yes, the Viper's pit is up at Celsius. You got a lot to do in this spot. 3 players. Guns acquired. And that one round that stood between them, Lev, they can feel it now. Under their control, in their grasp. A chance for map 3, and we will get it.
Lev on a thrifty, pulling it away. Dashing the chances of Sen to get any kind of comeback going. So dominance from both teams on their map picks, clearly understanding the map veto really well, considering this is the start of the year. Bind awaits.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking, you know, maybe Breeze, a bit of a wild card to throw in there with the changes thrown into the mix a little bit last minute, heading into VCT, but clearly working out here for 11. Get them right back into the driving seat. They're not feeling the hurt from that one-sided affair on Split. We head into that Bind map now.
And as it is the third map of the series, it's going to be more even territory for sure. Both teams feel super confident on that map. It should be explosive.
Well, time for a quick break. When we return, the analysts are all going to be getting us nice and ready for that critical, crucial map number 3 in this elimination game.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Aspas jugando alrededor. Panchito con una vaca. Panchito con segunda vaca. Y Aspas hizo lo mismo.
No real damage. There's a follow-up. Another flash nade on top of it. It's a masterclass.
Obviously, Aspas stands out. It was the big off-season pickup from them. And yeah, and I mean, everyone knows how good Aspas is. And I've never played him personally. So I'm looking forward to that matchup.
Well, John, my friend, you learned today as Aspas came and went. This guy absolutely dominated, but it was really the collection of Leviathan that showed such great ideas, great executions on Breeze, and they win their map pick. Surprise, surprise.
Well, he got a taste of both worlds now, right?
That's very true.
He was able to neutralize him on map 1, and then he's able to get dominated by him on map 2. Yeah. So he's got the full experience now, I think, from Aspas.
Yeah, the full circle.
And the difference in the two maps we were talking about before the game started just showed itself so clearly. My man was buying the Outlaw for like 7 rounds.
Yeah.
He bought the Outlaw. I'm pretty sure the one round he had 9K and he bought the Outlaw.
Yeah, he likes the Outlaw.
Which, again, gives credence to the difference in the maps and just how open Breeze is and how a player like him that's so good with the scoped weapons can just thrive. I mean, he was just out of control.
Yeah, I know we have some footage of that as well because something I'd asked you guys in between of that was I hadn't had a chance to use the Outlaw yet, so I wasn't too familiar with the damage output of it. 140, I believe, is what you said to the body. And I was seeing just a lot of 125 out there, so I think that there's a case to be made that if you're favoring those low buys and your econ's really suffering, that Outlaw can be deadly.
I think it's a gun that could really snowball, right? Like, if you have a team that you're dominating, then the economy for them is going to be struggling. I think that's what we saw in those first couple of rounds. But we also saw him getting active. We also saw him being able to actually be involved in the play. Where
contrast
on
of map 1.
You could not see him ever getting involved. Oftentimes, he was just, like, on the outside looking in, even when he didn't have an op. He wasn't able to be there for those picks to come. And I think Sentinels on this map couldn't find a way to avoid that aspect.
No, absolutely not. And one of the main things for me with them going on this run on attack side was the post plants. On the first map, they won like 3 of the 9 rounds they planted. On this, it was 9 out of 10 that they got the plants out. They had excellent post plant setups. And also, similarly, to Split, a lot of them they were pretty passive on, but Breeze lends itself to that way better than Split does. When on Split, you're getting jumped on those retakes. Like, you are getting pounced on. There's no far back safe positions, right? Yeah, you're just players are landing on you, jumping out of heaven on either side. But on Breeze, you can stand back. You can play off the mollies. You can have the long-range scoped weapons and be looking at the spike planted miles away, and you're good to go. So that worked massively.
I mean, they were trying everything. I mean, every single little thing on that attack side was built to try to get Zekin onto the angle away from Aspas, right?
Yeah.
So many flash dashes, it just wasn't really working.
No, it wasn't at all. But, granted, though, I think that for Sentinels, this was certainly something that they were not expecting coming into this. But I think that there still was some moments there that they can pull away from and be like, hey, tighten this up, fix this here, maybe we can. But it did seem very apparent to me that this felt like just deja vu of what we saw from map 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
except flipped.
Yeah, we got some nice moments from Saucy, which, hey, that's always going to come up when this man is playing Sova, yet they've still never won a map.
Yo, that's crazy. I actually completely forgot about that.
Stage, and they're so cursed by this.
I think just this round in particular, look how hard they have to work to end up winning this. Saucy escapes literally everything getting thrown down at them, and then the good play from Tens to be able to actually spot them on that B or on that A push, giving Saucy the good positioning again. That's the type of thing that was successful, and I think they could still work at. I'm very interested to see how it's going to work on Bind, because now it's kind of a mix of Breeze and Split, this type of thing that I think Aspas is going to dominate on, but he's no longer going for that scoped type of gameplay. He's going to be more like Zekin was on that first map.
Yeah, you can just see on the breakdown here the comfortability for the Lev guys on Breeze, the agents that they were able to play. Tex was looking great on the Cypher. It's such a Viper's playground map. I mean, we're about to have the King Viper on 3 maps in a row. He's a demon on that agent. So if he carries over what he was doing on Breeze into Bind, another map where, Viper, you're going to be finding those timings to lurk up, on short A, work your way through B on Hoop, or wherever the case may be, right? The Viper is so impactful there. The wall is so crucial, splitting off the A site, and King is just one of the best. I mean, this guy has been on Lev as one of the best players for so long. I remember last year how much talk there was from other players in Americas. Like, King is the best player, by the way. Like, Lev, in all the practice before the season, this guy is the best player in Americas. And now he has a chance to be on potentially the best team in Americas. That's what Lev set out to do. He can finally be on that top world-class team that he deserves to be on.
Yeah. Or Yoru gets locked in here, but you know, we had seen that before, but still nonetheless exciting.
Yeah, I don't think Sentinels has had that much time to change things since the Sky changes or basically off-season at all. And Leviathan is the one who's coming in with a lot of new things, right? They're running the Harbor, they're running the Gecko, and this has been working fantastic for them. I think Sentinels here in the map 3, we talked about it at the beginning, right? This is kind of on the back foot now, and they're going to have to really, I mean, it's all down to the fundamentals with the Yoru, right? How do you misdirect? How do you get Tent involved? How do you get the rotation so he's there in the play as well?
A lot of questions, but thankfully we have answers because it's time for map 3. Let's see who's going to secure that spot in plans and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
That's right, it's play-ins on the line here between both of these teams. Sentinels, Leviathan. They've had some history so far on Bind playing it. Some successes, some losses, mainly for Sen as well. But both of these teams struggling on the defensive sides of this map. If you're a Sen fan, you'll be happy to hear that because it's Lev who are starting there first. Still, how do you get out of the danger zone here when the momentum is firmly on Leviathan's side?
True, but what we've seen from this series so far is that maps can just change the outcome dramatically. And I think Bind plays much more similarly to Split, where actually you're able to get those explosive retakes happening. However, one of the other parts is it can be difficult to get back into the sites if you don't keep backside control on Bind. That's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Aspas has bought a Sheriff. There's a trap play happening here. Looking to put some pressure, but no damage onto Zekken.
Any sort of reaction called by Sen. Still playing her own game. Not worried about the fact that there was 2 players there into Hookah, and the rotation's already abound here for Lev. Pressure on pretty much every section of the map. You can feel it, the uncertainty that's settling into the pistol round.
This is the value of the Yoru. Go and take showers at the beginning, make it look like B, you can end A. You're just teleporting all over the map. Look, they've grabbed 3 players B. They hit the weak side.
Aspas, though, he's going to be fast on the rotation here. King and Com playing close, defending the smokes. They won't cross past that line. It was drawn straight through the sand. A good opening. Now Lamps seeking to try and grab that one, but right into the crosshair of Aspas. Nasty, nasty stuff. TP. It's going to be called for the rotation, but with 40 seconds left, you can pick and choose your destination. Will there be a return on a fire? Lev looking to re-clear into short. They can hear it. Aspas hears it. He knows exactly what is up. Calling for the flash of him and his team. No clearance out. Oh, it's all Aspas. Here to stay, here to play. And a round win for Lev. Pistol round claimed.
And if you thought Aspas was dominant on Breeze, on Jet, he's just as good here with his Raze. Sassy's going to be staring across the stage, thinking, what have I done? How could I unleash this monster upon the world?
That's a mad scientist.
But what a play. I mean, Aspas able to pick up that kill so cleanly in Lamps, and then the re-push down short, beautifully timed. This is a position he loves to play from. You'll see him on top of truck constantly. Great for dodging utility, going for a little peek out, trying to punish somebody, walking up short. Now, in general, I would say Sentinels on their attack side tend to fight over B-long and showers at the start of the rounds. We'll see whether Lev just give it to them. This round they have.
Spike down A.
Wide out in the open, seeking at least a bit of damage done here. You to them. I mean, players going down. Still, Tens is weak enough. You've got to think there's not as much danger. John QT.
That's really bold from Aspas. If he had been punished for that push, makes the round eminently more winnable for Sen.
Forward position. Spike.
Go to Spike.
Regained.
They know that Aspas is here on A. They now know that the Sky is in some kind of area around here. This is triggering the Spike to go over towards B, but Com flashed and immediately went back. Don't think Tens will be anticipating having to deal with a Sky over here.
It's just an unlikely fight to win. Just being jiggled onto the corner by Calm.
Enemy remaining.
And minor adjustment. With the spike drops, the round pretty much over and done with.
How many rounds is Aspas going to hold on to the Outlaw? That's what I'm looking at, because he started off on Breeze. I don't know what point it got taken out of his hands, but it must have been.
I think he might have just kept rebuying it. I don't think he cared. He's been tracking the economy. He was getting so much work done at the start of Breeze.
Everyone on Sentinels is able to buy, apart from John Cutie, actually, who, if he wants to purchase the orb, is going to need light armor, I believe. Yeah, and so he goes for it. So it's only John Cutie that will die to a single shot from Aspas. But so far, Lev have looked like they've got some proactive ideas. But having said that, they have been giving Sentinels showers control at the start.
Flash. Making Tex think twice about that approach. Trailblazer is broken. 2 shots landed. Mazzino is nice with it, but no kill there onto second heal. Still online. TP into Lamps. There's no real prior setup to that one, and Tense just goes down. Simple as you go. 3 players now. Call is made to re-clear. They are just trying to run this one down into the close quarter. Weaponry. Straight up brawl being taken. Trying to overwhelm it with the firepower. Molly's cross side. That's seeking to delay a potential plant onto the default spot. All of this pulling the util out, but the pause in the play that's caught by Sen, maybe they can pivot into a different direction.
Com is there, ready and waiting. Should they fly through the teleporter? Looks like a very good setup at the moment from Lev.
Noise is cut. Finally, signs of life here. Zelsis with the plant. Gets it. Off and online.
That's a big win for Sen. Being able to get the plan down without taking any damage.
There's a player disadvantage. Sen over-peaking themselves a little bit there. John QT going down. Only 2 of them left. Second has got to try and hold it down here with the reload. They're going to start to know he's in there, anticipating with the double face. Still, he needs some damage, he needs some kills, he needs something, at least anything right now to make this winnable for his team. Swarmed and overwhelmed. Too much pressure, and Lev with the bonus round conversion. Off to a blinding start here, map number 3.
And there were some amazing moments in that round. Leviathan gave showers, but then crunched it afterwards. Com put the dog through the teleporter, put enormous amounts of pressure on Tens, and that's how the teleport ended up coming through. This TP is because Tens got showers crunched and ended up just having to go for his teleport, thinking, hoping that Lamps was safe, got punished. And then John Cutie got one shot by the Outlaw because he had that light armor. 2 really important moments there that allow Lev advantages. And momentum, really big momentum.
Minutia in the round.
And I mean, look at this. Sentinels can't afford to invest that heavily in this round because they don't want light armor in the next.
Makes them all the more susceptible once more to Aspas, but he's not in the direction they're heading towards. Ult, Dimensional Drift, picking out the players. It's a full disengagement. They don't want anything to do with this one. They're willing to give up the site. Util's still coming out flying. Looking to push them back, but Zelsis will get this plan online. Smokes fading out in the open. Lovely timing for Tex to catch.
They would like to have Com Seekers here, but he's pretty far away. Lev are going to be late into this one.
Flash, amazing into the back. That's Tens, yeah, just taking a fight, and the gate crashes right out of there. So, still alive. Lamps control needs to be held. Seeker paving the way, pushing forwards. Clap into the corner. They know exactly he is there. Wingman trying to lead that charge for them. A very, very, very wide face. Tex, he falls. And still, these Stingers putting in so much damn work. 2 versus 2. Never reposition. Damage there. How do you deny the spike? How do you deny this at all? You cannot. A decent attempt. A decent chance. Barely, barely. Just not enough there for Sen.
It looked like there was so much danger in that round. I mean, Sen were making plays. I loved the flash peeks into backside. Tens has got this Yoru tech down perfectly. The bounce flashes, the pop of the triple box, it's just so good. But at the same time, Lev played passively most of it, controlled the areas, got some of the kills back.
1 enemy remaining.
And they're out to a 4-0 start. Aspas yet to die. Demon unleashed.
This guy is just ridiculous.
And now look, I was talking about Sen not wanting to invest too heavily in the previous round. They are actually all on light armor. So they'll be glad that Aspas has gone back to a Phantom, I think.
He's holding a close tuck position with a showstopper.
This is going to be brutal.
Hold on. The dog gives an indicator. Burst it down. Stun is there. Has to use the ult here. Sen flying and wide. So honestly, Sen getting the betterment of that engagement.
Yeah, I think it's really important there that the Trailblazer actually found a stun on Aspas.
Launching smoke.
Smoke's dropped down. It's just the go button being pressed here by Sen. Good awareness by Lev. Look at that.
Celsius just got his ult up.
On QT, 2 players. They just miss him, but he doesn't claim the kill, doesn't confirm it. Flash. It's dodged, but he's got to back away from this. Got to make the call now. So the flank is compromised for the rest of this team. It's going to throw an extra element into the round. Potential disarray. Dealt with. Nasty business, but I think a single one would have done it there for John QT, and they are cleaning up the players on every single section of the map. This retake from Lev, no longer playable. No likelihood, especially now that King has fallen.
A big repush there from Sen. Being able to dismantle that trap that Aspas had set up with the showstopper ended up being crucial.
Yeah, critical.
Lev chose the timing afterwards to go and re-explore hookah, and Sen just wandered into the site. They didn't even have to use Zelsis post-plant utility, the molly or the ult. They still have that available. A good round to get on the board early for Sen and not allow Lev to become a runaway train. At the end of the day, this round ended up being fairly simple because that gap existed over towards short, over towards B long, sorry.
Now a group up. Zelsis orbital strike. Got that one ready and waiting. Call is being made though to take that shower's control. You made note of it, Lev. They're not really fighting it.
No, I think Zekken should have a free ult off the back of this. The ult orb's not particularly being contested. Tens is a monster if you do try to fight this area. And it's hard to know whether he's there on his own or has incredible backup, as is the case in this round. So now Zekken gets the showstopper online. Lev will know that. You know, they can see that, holding down tab, that the Raze was in showers, took the orb. Tex comes over.
It's an off-angle high ground position by Aspas. He's seeking to try and stop this showstopper straight in the air. Backs away though. Here's the showstopper. Then flying satchel. Second one blinded up. Zekken, what's he going to do? Making the most over the top again. Blinded. It's just precision with these flashes, and he just sends it flying. It's a random guess.
I'm pretty sure that was a team flash there as well, though.
Nasty, nasty stuff. Feeling it now. Want to try to take the fight to them. They want to fight them. That's Tex. Just offloading into the ult. He just creeped himself forwards.
Healing over
Thrax really punishing him there. Heal online. Zekken back up to 100. 4 versus 4. Zelsis, remember, has this ult in the post line, has the molly, sends it flying with the first tap. It's going to be pushing him away. Lev, under that time pressure. Under that time pressure indeed, but already these tools are being pulled out of them in a pretty rapid way. Reposition out with a nade. Peace of mind granted to Sentinels here, but still there's that feeling at the back of their heads. A tap from Mazino. Anybody overstepping themselves? Definitely kills to be claimed and found. Aspas, flick towards the side, but now it's run out. All the tools that we were talking about prior. Too much to deal with.
Very nice post plant by Sen. Every tool used to perfection there. The ult, the molly coming through. Zekken even finding a timing as he repositioned over towards short to just turn around and throw his Raze nade at the spike. Now what is... I think that's part of the ult animation, just pushes it into Zekken's POV there.
It's like carting it out.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Oh my, the molly missed. That's why he had to use the ult. Did not spot that.
Yeah, it looked like the molly had landed, but yeah, great catch from the observers. So I guess at the end of the day, that was really important that Zekken managed to get his Raze nade off there. King has a judge to hold hookah. Sen have not been putting a lot of pressure on hookah. They're not the kind of team that tends to do, you know, 5-person hookah bursts. They're expecting something in this round, though. Very patient beginning. Most of the time, Sen's timing is based off that gate crash. As it starts to get low, as you see here, Tens moves his way over, and an A-leaning default turns into a B-lean. Lev, though, got the read, and Aspas is already on his way.
Already fast with it.
I've got your
Into the back of the site now with the nade really clear this one out. Aspas. It's out wide here. Damage bullet spraying going wide still. They haven't contained hookah. One player sitting there takes him to the back, and he attempts to hit the transfer, but only one kill. Tap with a rifle still. Dodging and juking with the movement, not quite enough there, and there's a reason why King wasn't swinging. He's only got the judge to his name.
They've navigated this perfectly. What a mid-round call. Center off to A. And King hasn't been spotted. He's going to be coming down short. Is there any chance he gets this kill? He's close. He's close.
No way!
And he's going to get a rifle upgrade.
Hold on. Chances for Lev. To get one more, but Mazzino is being hunted. Awareness from him off the charts right now. Awareness off the charts. Missing the timing. Zekan. Stalking his prey. King. The fuse half, but as the orb fades away, so does his life.
And after a 4-0 beginning to this map by Leviathan, all momentum now halted. Sen have won 3 in a row. Really nicely getting into sights. The engage there was really strong. And this Harbor ultimate, any opportunity to try to have some kind of retake. It was too little too late.
Yeah.
It actually looked like Lev had the read there. They were starting to rotate to reinforce the B site, but Sentinels popped out. And with the flashes coming out from Tens and Sassy are very difficult to try to hold on against. This time Lev double up, trying to fight over showers, seeing if they can battle Tens in that position. He's not interested. He's got the ult, got a shorty, and got his eyes set on punishing Como King.
Jake Crash at his back as well. That's his exit strategy. Spots one. Giving the information out to the rest of his team with a hard wall. Going wide. Does Tens want to make a go of this one, or does he respect them? Looks like the respect is being shown through the TP now. Exits out, and all that noise that was being made opens up Tex onto the wider angle. Still, Aspas. Boombot at his feet. They know he's there. Nade's going flying forwards, avoiding. Doesn't bait the shot out just from the decoy jump spot, seeing if they can hunt him. Oh, he's got a nade in his hands. King, he's jumping right through the air with that. Judge found. Dropped to the floor now with the rifle. The Viper's Pit. Deep Shroud is going to be coating the rest of this point. Makes it very, very difficult now.
Here.
How do you get through this site? Flanks might be the key. Zelsis shoulder to shoulder, shoulder to shoulder! And Zelsis with 2! 1 versus 1! Being approached to Mazzino!
How have Lev managed to pull that out? It looked like Sassy was going to be able to hold off the flank from Com. He got cut off by the Viper wall from his own team, couldn't really contest that. Really awkward position as Zelsis backed up into the flank. It could have been anybody's based on the timing. It really could have.
Enemy down.
But 3 in the round from Mazzino, including a really important 1v1 at the end. He started the round with a Spectre. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here. What are they going for? What's the discussion going to center around? They're being able to get into the sites. They had 3 rounds in a row where they actually executed the post plant fairly well. Zelsis has the Brim ult online, another really good tool for post plant. I feel like the game plan should still be fairly decent to stick to. Don't think you need major adjustments at this point.
The real reason that last round went slipping, but I mean, it was just the chaos strewn about.
Yeah,
the final moments, all the smokes, the Viper's Pit. I mean, the angles, they just didn't know which ones to watch. Like you said, it could have been anyone's game.
And maybe that's what Kaplan wants to come in here and try to adjust, just the frantic nature of what's happening.
Yeah.
Perhaps communication going askew. This is a huge map, a really big match. Of course, all of these players are very experienced. Even the people coming up into Tier 1 for the first time are themselves extremely experienced players. But in moments like this, where your beginning of the season, your chances for Madrid are all on the line against an opponent that, on either side, has blown you out on one of the maps, the pressure can really start to mount.
It's with bated breath. We sit here watching these two teams now clashing. That last chance of play-ins. Hotly contested group that they are in.
Com, jiggle peeking over towards B long. We've seen teams get punished for going for that. He's just trying to maximize his utility. Doesn't want to use the flashes. Didn't get punished. But at some point here, he's going to have to grab a little more info towards B long.
Viper's picked up down into A short. It means that really you can place a lot of players here from left. Look at it, 3 of them. Crossfire setups, a call made to potentially re-clear and refight this one. Yes, with the Dizzy. Over the top, catching a decoy. Sassy, he's dropped them. 2 of them, in fact. Can't withstand it. Mazzino still close into the tube. And the second who doesn't overstay it, look at it. Just gets the info and waits for the rest of his team to really collect.
Leviathan wanted to fight forwards there because Sentinels have such a great composition for getting into sight, and then when Zelsis has his ult online, the post is going to be very difficult as well. So I understand, respect the choice there from Lev to go for a re-clear strategy, but their players didn't appear to be on the same page with the timing. There were 3 people on B, 1 was holding back, not involved in the play, and the timing from Tex and Com a little off. Doesn't help that they shot 10's clone either and got a flash to the face. So Lev not quite being able to execute their idea of how they wanted to stop Sen. And the great thing about that from Sentinel's POV, didn't even have to use the Brim ult. Yeah, this is still going to be a massive tool for any other potential post plan. And if that threat forces Lev to increase the tempo on their defense and they can't handle it, they can't execute it, then Sen are going to be rewarded more of these opportunities to punish the errors.
Real fight back here from Sen. I mean, almost evening up the rounds.
And you just see it from that POV there from Sassy. He's actually in a fairly comfortable spot. He doesn't have utility being thrown into his face. He dodged both of the flashes, and he just is able to pick them off one at a time. Excellent angle. Really nice position to avoid that re-clear.
Xena throwing out a couple of variations of this early wall. Either one for the TP and A short, but this one through hookah.
Leviathan have been putting 2 people into showers to try to stop 10s. This is the first time he's gone there. And he's out. And again, the A default turns into a B default, putting pressure onto Com.
So much information gathered from that Trailblazer. Wasn't broken by Com, still holding it down into elbow. Seeking an attempt to pop out with the reflash attempt. Sassy, he was there, not sure if he was blind or what, but the player's trying to flood in through the back. That was Aspas with the rifle. Still, Wall's going to be cutting up the site here. And that timing, still watching for transfer. Tex eventually brought down. King is late to the party here with just the judge in hand. Don't think he's going to be able to get access to too many more guns, but maybe Zodaray in. Okay.
Good try, but not enough. The more I'm thinking about this, Bren, the more Leviathan's composition, I think, is particularly unsuited to dealing with Sen's B exec. And the reason I say that is, the big thing that's weird about how Leviathan have structured their bind composition is that they don't have a brimstone in there. They don't have somebody that can smoke off hookah with a smoke that kind of blooms out around. It's just walls, right? It's all walls from Mazzino and from King. What that means is you can't hide inside your own hookah smoke to dodge flashes, right? That is a really common defensive setup. You set 1 player in the tube, 1 player elbow, 1 player under hookah inside the smoke. Everybody's anti-flash, everybody swings out after the flashes, and you try to crunch the people coming from long. That isn't an option for Lev. They can't, there's no smoke for them to hide in. Well, you're gonna try and put your face in a Viper wall. It doesn't work. So Lev, I think, here are really struggling to come up with an idea of how they can defend B in a way that involves crossfires. Unless they're going to fight aggressively down B long or fight aggro for hookah, how do you hold a crossfire setup that doesn't just get cleared out by Sentinel's flash plays, by the way that Zekken and Tens are getting into the site, by the ults that are now online?
There's been many, many approaches by Lev. I mean, you think about that one round, Aspas was close to the corner of the showstopper on B long.
Yeah.
Cleared out, though, and baited out with the ult.
And Sen have done a great job at avoiding every kind of play for B long control that Leviathan have thrown out at them.
Even the re-clear, the fight that was a little bit prior, a few rounds back.
And things only get more dangerous here.
Ten's gaining a lot of ground just by himself here out towards Showers. But look at it. I mean, there's no real changes or shifts in terms of the way they're playing this. He's not scared.
No, he's not at all.
And he knows it because he's been given so much space.
I think
there's only been 1 time when they tried to fight back.
Yeah. I think the way that Tens plays Yoru on this map is pretty immaculate. He creates so much cross-map pressure on the attack side. But it's the same game plan. Why would you change it if it's working? TenZ can entry for them, get good information here with his ultimate.
He will be pinging them out.
Recall too that the last time TenZ used his ult into B, it was a fake. So it's really difficult for Lev to tell whether there's something real behind this.
It has pulled 3 of these players out. There's a attempt down A short at the same time. Fights happening all over the place.
This is what they did last time.
Shuts down Zekken. Lurk attempt there, not working out. And yeah, it was that fake. And despite the fact that there's only 2 players here, it's Mazino who just shuts down any funny business. Over the top of the nade, now a TP, pivot right back into B. I mean, they might have think they've done enough here, but there's still 3 players waiting. Now the thrash, over the strike, into the back! It collides directly! Tex, he has to cancel and get out of there, but King dies and falls to it. Close. But Sassy there, Flash, pushing forwards, and eventually with a spray, it finds its mark, finds its target, Aspas, roundabout, sprayed through! Oh my god!
Sassy should never have had a chance in the 1v3 in that situation, but the lineup almost made a believer out of me. Aspas puts him down. 11-4, the superstar player for Leviathan, allowing them to get another one on the board as Lev take the lead. But it's this kill that's really important. You know, Mazino's going for a peek there, thinking, you know, this is really similar to the last time that they used the Yoru ult on B and then they just walked down short. Nice! Fool me once. Shame on me. You can't fool me again.
Classic. You gotta love it. Standard Molly. Seen that one before. Zekken. A rocket here. Good answer back. That is so fast. Come on. It's been jump spotting that a lot, but a jump. Oh, head taken off. Another rocket just in case there is one extra straggler. Zekken. Waiting into the very final moment, but there's good discipline here by Lev. Nobody be falling victim to it. Still, 3 of them with a lot to do. Maybe Aspas can do it with an ult of his own.
I really like an aggressive position here from TenZ. If he can try and force out the ult early and throw a gate crash to reconnect with the rest of his team, he's just going to neutralize Aspas.
So nice. It's so difficult to try and retake into this. The wall, an attempt at least to try and, again, partition. Segment up there, it's blinded up, he doesn't know where to fire it. Cove to try and get themselves out, damage done though, Texas drops to 4 HP. That's enough, weaken Sassy, cleaning them all up, 6-6. That's the scoreline we're looking at here for Bind. A nice even affair, very different to our opening 2 maps.
Only 3 rounds gained for the losing team on Split, 6 on Breeze. We're guaranteed to have a more even game. And you saw Sentinels really well adapted to what was going on in this. They just ended up B-execing over and over and over, and there was nothing that Lev could really do to stop them.
Nice, boys. Good half, boys.
Good stuff so far, giving us that competitive game. Let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
This is exactly what you would want to see in a match as competitive as this one. 6-6 tied in a half, and fun fact, a little behind the scenes, Balla called it, which is kind of crazy. You are a wizard. How's it feel?
You don't gotta do that. My ego's big enough, bro. I'm pretty smart.
You're so smart, Balla. Look at you, the smartest.
But I actually don't think that that's going to be enough for Sentinels there.
Really?
I know Zelsis was saying 6-6 good half, but in the prior games, Leviathan's actual attack side was the better half. So that right there was their defense. And I mean,
and you already have Aspas fragging out like a pro, so this is crazy.
I mean, that's just another day in the office when it's Aspas on Bind. He almost broke the regulation kill record earlier this week with 31. I mean, he is just nasty on this map. You're looking at who on the other side is really going to match up with him. That is more of the relevant question. Zekken has been good, but now I'm looking at TenZ. He's been playing the Yoru. They've had cool team plays with him, the way that they're using his
Sideshow was talking about that a lot,
How they were using his ult to fake out and then TP away, re-hit the other site. Cool stuff like that. That has been nice, but individually now on the defense, I want to see a step up from this guy. Everybody knows on the planet that he has the mechanical skill to do it. But now it's a matter of literally doing it in the server.
Well, I think it's fascinating too because at the tail end of that half, I mean, it was Sassy who was really making noise, and he was another guy. We weren't sure where do the chips fall there. So it's nice to see at that point that really anyone on this team, because of the fragging potential, can step up.
Yeah, it was against 100 Thieves when it came down to the wire. At the very end, Sassy was that guy that stepped up. World champion Sassy. He's got the ice in his veins. He doesn't feel the pressure in these situations.
We'll have to see if it pays off for him. This is it, folks. Whoever wins this is moving on. Let's send it right back over to your casters.
Anyone's game still heavy emphasis placed onto this pistol round.
And the desk are right. Leviathan on their attack side did look really solid. The flash dizzy combos into backside, they're so difficult to hold against. But Sen have got a strat for this pistol round. 4 players grouped up over towards B, as only Tens grabs info and then has a gate crash out to heaven.
Long distance Cove. Plans, create some space here. Wingman to plant inside it, but guess what? Tens is right there, waiting for the time to strike. Gives it up, actually. Lets the plant go off.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision. Trying to prioritize kills instead of plant denial. His team's trying to find some solid retake spots here.
Sen do have showers control. It's going to be important. Sectioning off the map. Only one part available to Lev here, playing this. Oh, just awareness. He sees it. He saw it. John QT wins it. Nolly at the feet. Mazzino. Oh, he's running and cutting. Can't get away with that, surely. But now, just up to Tex. Yes, it's planted for him. Always an opportunity. Always a chance. Cover, cover, cover. Tens. Having a defuse. He's grounded. Sassy. He's got to stick it. He's got to stick it. He's got to stick it. Oh,
what a great attempt from Tex towards the end. But Sen somehow managed to come away with that one. They got the player advantage early on. John won a really important duel. Somehow, Aspas went down to a molly as well from Zelsis. Not exactly sure how that one happened. And it still came down to the tightest of margins.
That's an important one for Sen. As we've been mentioning, as the desk mentioned, Lev's attack side on this map, nothing to scoff at. They are deadly.
Tens has tucked himself into the short cubby here as Leviathan takes showers control. Got to be wary of these kind of spots, because if Tens grabs one, he's going to be tough to trade. He's going to be out of there real fast.
Portal closed. Okay, Crash fades, so he doesn't actually have the exit strategy anymore, and there's lots of players waiting for him. Sets up the second one. Second's going to be close as well, just a bit of extra firepower necessary over the shoulder here, but I think there's not too much danger still.
The slower you play these rounds, the more likely it is that Tens has used those teleports and they've run out of time. And that will put him into a straight up one and done.
Look at it, it's running out, seeks to try and take the peak with the wall. Dog in his face, yeah, okay, he's backed. Through short. Flash, nice, bam, right through the smoke, the correct angle and play, but they have given up part of the site. No rotations from Sen just yet. They're thinking they could have pivoted through the TP. If they really still choose to.
30 seconds left.
And leave that territory for John QT to contest and contain. 25 seconds, still no signs of the spike even being planted. 20 seconds left, got to get a move on. A fight into the back of the side, is that what's being called? Swinging, yeah, with the dizzy. Still,
spike down.
Players dropping, 2 left standing for Lev. These players either get the spike down or they need to go down, and they will finally fall.
Throughout that entire round, Celsius puts down so much pressure on the plant just by popping down a smoke. It just makes Lev so uncomfortable to be able to get the plant down. I think Lev's composition when they have rifles on board is really going to want to clear out the entirety of the site. He just kind of got stuck there. That's the smoke I'm talking about.
10 seconds left.
I think you'll see much more aggression from Leviathan comboing up the flash with the dizzy to fight in general on A, now that they've got rifles on board.
Goal is showers. There's an orb there, ready and waiting for the taking. Texi wants to get his ult online. Tens. He's got gate crash. This is an attempt to fight this onto the bonus round. Shots fired. Zekken.
I don't like this spot.
No way.
Mazzino can clear it.
Surely. The dog! Oh, it forces the issue. Mazzino. He sped it up there when he heard the dog coming through the TP, but he still catches Zekken in that one and done. Wall now. Straight up and through. Full position by Zelsis. Oh my, he's detained. Will there be saving grace to him? Tens is at the back, but he's only got the sheriff. Still lands the second shot. Trades it out. This is a very, very awkward spot. Lev finding difficulties now onto their buy round. Doesn't have the spike. I mean, Tex is just unaware of that one. He was looking like he wanted to right click to try and get it online. Finally picked up. Plant. Sassy denies it. They're everywhere, man. They're in the walls. They're in the walls. King drops Tens. 1 versus 2. Spike out in the open. Who's default? John crouched. Do they have anybody eyes on to watch this?
Well, Leviathan have dropped the ball at the beginning of this attack side. The desk was asking the question, was 6 enough for Sentinels? But if Lev are playing like this, it's easily going to be. I mean, they had a Flash and a Dizzy to be able to try to put pressure into backside there and get Celsius. And instead, Com just goes through on his own. Instead of using any utility, dies, Spike's lost. Tex took too long to recover the Spike. Flank came through. A clod hopping round there.
It's a nice one. I'll have to pull out a dictionary later.
Awkward, clumsy.
Okay, thank you. Half buy for Lev. We know there's danger here. We know there's a chance, but in all likelihood, Sen would be the advantage team. They've got the setups ready. That wall goes up. There's an Molly. Snake bite drop down instantly. I see his jump spotting though. Now Lev were good at punishing this in prior games.
But you can't really do it with the weaponry that they have. No. I mean, what are you going to do? ADS Stinger the guy that's...
Has to be one to the dome with the Sheriff, and it's only Tex who's got it. He's nowhere near. Fast though. Cove to get themselves out. Nade. Rebounds Dizzy and a flash. Nade though.
Oh my! That is so good. A bounce. No, it's a bounce lineup that comes through from the Molly, actually. So all of the players vulnerable up.
Disgusting work. That's a drilled play.
One enemy remaining.
And this is Sentinels with a momentous lead. That is 10-6 now.
That looks so clean. Yeah, as soon as they realize that there's players coming through hookah there, you look at John's POV, he bounces a snakebite off the wall, lands right there at hookah. Everybody's vulnerable. They commit to it anyway, and all good. And look at it, there, off the wall. Absolutely gorgeous.
A nade onto the floor. Oh, it's nasty.
I mean, if you commit there, you are dead. That forces a cancel call that Leviathan were not willing to make. So now Lev have rifles again. This is only their second time with rifles online on the attack side, but the game is already slipping out of control.
Losing this many rounds in this fashion, I mean, haven't been earning their way to any ultimates as well to potentially swing this upcoming round. It's all Sentinels. I mean, they've built themselves up. Sassy's got the Seekers online. Second with the Showstopper. Massive, massive tools to shut down this eco swing round. Lev are going to really just put everything on the line here. Everything into this one round. They need to win it.
And this is also their second timeout. So if we see a very competitive second half, if we see Leviathan get back into the game and we get to real deep territory, and not going to have any input from the coaches until we get to overtime. This Leviathan roster was built as an America's super team. Pundits around the scene, some with former pro experience like Finesse, saying this team just can't afford to lose. They're not allowed to lose when they have a roster like this. Their backs are firmly up against the wall here, pushed by Sen, a team that's taken the offseason very seriously, made massive improvements.
Just been wasting that time. They've been honing these compositions. Aiming for a chance at a top spot. Chance of an international event.
See here, Sentinels thinking that it's over towards B, might end up going for a reclear. Zekan has nade.
TP'd away, Aspas. Forced to navigate that spot. Doors opened up. Boombot, doesn't know if he's entirely out of dodge. Boombot's there, forces the gate crash forwards.
It's quite good really for Leviathan. They've taken control of showers now and pushed 10s away, and they can always return back to B long. Because Sen are very unlikely to, reclear that area and then just stay there. So although time has been ticked off the clock, Sen have lost a lot of information and control. Both outer wings of the map vulnerable. They do not know where this is ending.
What is that?
Toxins going up.
About to say, a bit of a weakened setup out towards B here. Do you still want to try and go off this? Lev, Seekers were used by Sassy. Knows that there's a couple of players still lurking, loitering, waiting around, but they're going to be playing more passive position. Sean QT, though, he's in trouble. Dizzy in a flash into the back, along with the Showstopper, the Rocket Sent flying Aspas on top of, really to shed their high ground angles. Aspas, beautiful work, plant. Oh, push back. Molly actually missing there, I believe. Supposed to... Actually, no. Yeah, okay. Plant down. Tens with the decoy. Aiming to get some ground. Flash through over the top, but this is a great call by Lev. Look at this. Nobody really playing onto long. It's a doubled up position into elbow. Crossfire is going to be set up on Wild. Yeah. All Aspas.
What a round for Aspas to come alive. Leviathan desperately needed that.
Going to scatter from my stuff.
And it wasn't looking good for them. When John QT picks off one and it's Mazzino, I think that gives away that you're ending B. And Mazzino is not likely to be lurking while playing Harbor. And that is a tight angle. Wow. Don't try that one in your ranked games.
Yeah.
Unless you've got reactions like these guys.
Or 0 ping.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. That's a land crack.
Let's go. Round by round.
And a huge round by Aspas. What we saw from Leviathan in the game against Loud is that Aspas doesn't need to dominate for them to have chances to win. But my God, it does help.
It certainly does, but they managed to navigate that last round. We talked about the importance of it. Lev get another buy. They build up these ultimates. It's the fuel they need to start this fire, potentially get this nice and even here on our final map.
There's a great setup here from Sentinels over towards short. You've got Op taking contact, playing Tens in.
Seekers, got to respect this one now. Tens is really overstaying his welcome. Decoy finally backs away. Harbor roll. Clearing most of the way. Players still not in.
Look at the flank.
The choke. There's a flank attempt. Creating all this noise. There's a Trailblazer right behind them. They are not shying away from it. Showstopper. Where the hell is this one landing? Flash play. They're going to meet them head on, and they will. Left. Trying to hold this one. Shorty damage. Oh my. Pulled and picked apart. 2 versus 2. Now Zalsis weakened from a prior engagement. Doesn't have the life to really go into this fight too easily. No more mollies for King. It's a double up call by Lev. Double up call by Lev, and they swing it. No more util. No more life. Very little chances, especially when the discipline is like that.
Very well converted there towards the end in the 2v2. Celsius not using the smoke for spike, or perhaps thinking that it was planted over towards triple instead. And there was a lot of chaos in this kind of situation. Mostly because of this heavy push on the flank. But Lev ended up dealing with it. I think that's one of the other advantages.
Just keep going for long defaults, okay?
One of the other advantages of running the Gecko, actually, is that Tex was still able to fight while planting because the wingman was doing that job. Little bro really helping out. Now, I think, did we just hear the call there to dominate B long, play for ults?
Understand the importance of trying to get more of those ults online. This round is not a give me for just Lev. You know, they're not going to be able to just get this one for free. We're up against a couple of rifles, the Bulldogs. Always a chance here. Trailblazer.
And Tens is holding a really solid flash lineup where you can swing off the back of it. Double flash.
Yeah.
But nobody was pushing up off the back of Com's Trailblazer.
Worth noting this entire time. Second, he's got an off angle in showers. He hasn't been dislodged.
Yeah, keeping showers control here would be massive for Zek. And so, this could be a round where we see Wingman getting obliterated by a Brim ultimate. I just want to prime people for that. Keep your emotions in check if it does happen.
Shy your eyes away. Flash. Jiggle, almost with the punish. Celsius in trouble here. Plant.
Oh, no. Oh, he didn't
actually
go for
broken. Yeah, that was a nade, I believe. Finally, second go of things. A tap. And Aspas. Let's take care of at least one of the players there into showers. Another tap this time. Look at that. Cool, calm, collect. There's only 18 seconds left, I think. Celsius still with the molly in hand. Tex going for the plant. Rebounds at his feet. Decay! Oh my! 10 seconds. You still haven't dealt with Sassy. 8 seconds left into the back of the site. It's getting a little bit hectic. It's getting overwhelming. But they've just about done it. All of the problems in this round with barely any seconds left. It leaves it just only up to Tens. With the investment of that round, he knows he has to keep the rifle.
In that round, I mean, huge moments happening all over the place. They deny the plant coming down at the beginning, so obviously there's some time pressure. But when Aspas gets that kill onto Zekken, first of all, enormous kill, which again confirms how much impact Aspas is having in this map. But it also means that I think they believed Showers was clear, And in fact, Sassy had gone through the teleporter and was over there to help.
Yeah.
It looked like Lev had lost track of that a little bit, but Sassy went for a real aggro swing. Once the time started ticking down, Sen called to try to end the round right there.
One kill, important kill, but they don't claim it onto 10s. And you're right. And Sassy feeling like he had to force the issue, you know. They didn't know he was there. He had to be the playmaker in a moment, but he wasn't expecting a double swing. That's a disgusting angle.
And I feel like sometimes when the time ticks so low like that, it's actually the defending team that ends up being caught up in the chaos.
Yeah,
because they can see the win.
Yeah, they're thinking about the win condition. They're like, well, if we deny the plant just this one time,
yeah, and actually
win the round just there and then. But
what it ended up doing was baiting the Sentinels players into going for unfavorable fights.
Yeah, overstepping themselves.
And Com showed extraordinary resilience there to be able to deal with all of the threats. Lev are putting together a really nice comeback. 10-9, only one round separating these. And Sentinels calling the timeout here does actually give Leviathan's coaches as well another opportunity to talk to them. Otherwise, you know, they wouldn't have been able to communicate until OT.
Of a really pivotal round coming up.
And so far what we've seen is similar kind of things from Sentinels, the same game plans that we've seen from them in the past. We've seen Bind played so often with these two duelists for Sen. We know how this map works for Sentinels.
Yeah.
And Lev are avoiding the danger. There's flash re-clear danger. There's danger with Zekken fighting over towards showers. In general, in the last 3 rounds, Lev have managed to dodge those plays. Here's more danger in short to start round 20.
Crossfire setup. Celsius behind the box. It's second.
Smokes down.
Just taking that timing. Smokes. Drop deep. Trailblazer. Clears him. Has to get out of there. Dodges the bullets. Just about. Reposts himself.
This is a really interesting one. Sentinels are threatening that they could have walked down sand.
The wall. One kill. 10s. And he trades through the box. So much damage. Celsius has to respond. He has to try and stop them from flooding back in. And they have. Just done it. Cove dropped down now. There was that pause in the play that was caught by the left players, but there's only 2 of them left. Versus the 4. And it will come down to heroics for any chance of winning this one. Sen should be the 11th round for them. Seekers invested. Has to be the safety with the ult. King eventually traded. And Mazzino low enough, they knew it. He had to stick the plant.
Great idea from Sen coming out of their timeout. They take short control with 3 players, and then Celsius puts a smoke down at market. And you can see with the minimap pings, actually, that Leviathan are worried about that push down sand. So that forces them to commit to short, to commit to that, and basically just walk into Sentinel setup.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Lovely idea as well from Zekken. Satchel's out, gets back into the position, gives them the 1 kill, sets it up for the trade from 10s. I talked about how important it was. That's the 11th round for them. Can afford to get the guns still there. Prevents Leviathan from getting even more ults online.
We could see a showers crunch here happening. Leviathan are taking aggressive control of this area.
Brave indeed. Flash through! Oh my! Zina's not ready. Where is the gate crash on the other side of the map? 10s should be able to defend themselves. Does he really want to stay sitting around this area? Trailblazer, they are dropping like flies right now. Lev, they don't stand a chance in this moment. And 10s, there is that safety there. The safety net that prior Utah just laid down.
But also look at this push through market right now. I mean, this is just huge.
They're ready to catch these players. No one looking behind.
All of the distraction of the showers crunch.
Sen, look at this. I mean, the awareness from them. 3 players. They're not even holding for backside control.
Now, this is masterfully played in this round from Sen. Lev didn't quite know what to do. And they're getting ferried around the map. Since Kaplan took the timeout, Sen have completely been controlling the tempo, just shepherding Lev around.
Despair is settling in. Lev, you've got to make the call here to contact clear into everything, but they're ready. They're ready. They're more than ready for all of it. And what's ready to come here, Lev?
Time to jump.
Only the 1. Zekken taken out. Plant for the back of the site. Now the time to strike is nigh. Sen starting to put the squeeze on them. Com, a massive kill. John QT, he baits. He baits. He baits and it reveals his position. He didn't want to swing for the trade there just to try and play for the percentage play, but there's still 2 players up. Com, damage done now. Tex with at least the ult popped off. Detainment into the corner. Celsius, he's got to watch his teammate's body. He's got to watch his teammate's body. John QT, long distance runner. This time he will not make the same mistake by waiting that timing out.
One round away for Sen to make our play-ins and continue that dream of being able to make it to Madrid. Lev up against the ropes. I think you can sense some of the nerves though. Sen almost misplayed. Such an enormous player advantage situation there. They allowed too much space for Com to work around. Things almost got very dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed.
It would have to be 3 rounds in a row though for Leviathan on a bad buy. Stinger, double Guardian.
Look at the ults for Sen. Set this one up. It should be the slam dunk. The road to play-ins begins 1 round away.
Toxin screen down.
Waiting it out. Boombot not seeing anything early on here. Smoke's just being refreshed. Down to the minute mark. Anti-flash for Zelsis. He's worried about it. Pop flash plays, especially when the noise gets cut, but Dizzy over the top. Can't play anti to that. Mosh pit through and into the back. So Lev, a little bit of sight control, a little bit of a semblance of that one, but they don't have showers this entire time. 10 might be a real difference maker. Snake bite. Drops him. Wingman won't be able to get that plant down, so not into the post just yet. And I talked about it, Tens. It's so important that he maintains control. Dimensional drift. Realizes he's being threatened. He's pinging out of place. He's body blocking them. They're spamming them down. Flash, play, anti. Having a dodge and juke and play and rocket! Second! It's monstrous! And Sentinels are going to the play-ins!
What a fantastic final round to get that one done as well. Slam dunk, awesome team play. Tens with the ult, Zelsis in second with the follow-up. And you're right, Brent, Sentinels join MIBR in the play-ins. The play-ins of redemption this year for the teams that fell over in 2023. Now retooled, and what a scalp to have earned for Sen. They win their rivalry against 100 Thieves, which goes back a long way, and now take down the newest attempt at a super team in Americas. Well, last year, that's what people were saying about this Sen roster. They're absolutely stacked too. And all of that team play, refined throughout the offseason, now paying dividends.
Culminated to this, and that road of redemption, it starts in the play-ins. They've earned their spot. You can't say they don't deserve it.
No.
You cannot say they do not deserve it. And
what a group.
Seed, man. Second seed of Group B. You're exactly right. What a group. Forged in the fires of that. You gotta think they might be favorites to make it through.
On paper, because of how stacked this group was, I think whoever won this match was favored in the play-ins. But we've seen the play-ins in Pacific were pretty unexpected. All of the results across the regions have been hard to predict.
Yeah.
But the expectations were high for both of these teams. And Sen just managed to come out on top.
Adaptations towards the end, a little calls, the minutiae of the round.
The timeout from Kaplan, impeccable really, because they controlled the tempo completely after that.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that they adapted what their game plan was and came out here and executed, again, on a map where we've seen tons of footage. So, in theory,
season with it.
Exactly, in theory, Leviathan playing like a more up-to-date meta, being able to have all of that footage, and yet Sen still come out on top.
Yeah.
Very good coordination.
Wow, nasty business indeed, but Sen deserved their spot on the court. With that, unfortunately, having to say goodbye to Leviathan in terms of the kickoff portion of this. I mean, these guys, they really did make a hard job of it for Sen to try and get that win, but just a little bit more time needed for this potential super team. And of course, still got the regular splits, still got time after this fact, but they're going to be waiting on the sidelines, looking onwards. A little bit of woe, I think. seeing all the competition in potentially Madrid and the later section now of kickoffs as well. It's going to be taking place after this.
I think most teams were looking at rosters on paper that they thought were going to Madrid at the start of the year, and Leviathan was actually fairly high up in a lot of people's expectations. Looking at super teams like NRG, Leviathan, well, actually, so far, what we've seen in this group, at least, is the more established rosters that have had more time to work on the fundamental stuff. That's what's been winning here, with Loud and with now Sentinels making it out of Group B. So, yeah, this is a bit of a rough beginning to the year, but it's a long year. And for Lev, they need that time, I think, to be able to develop the coordination so that their superstar roster can actually play like one.
Plenty of time to lick the wounds for Lev as well and really fix up those mistakes. But let's send it down to Liz, who's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Zek and I believe the rest of the fam.
It's not just Zekin. We have Mama Zekin and Grandma Zekin here. A whole family affair of truly an incredible match, Zach. Especially for you for the last round. That was you went off. So tell me about that last round. Like, what was that like? How did it feel?
It was very chaotic, but we had a good plan. We used Tyson's Your World and got a lot of info, and I capitalized off it. So it was pretty good.
Now, I don't think you're watching your family in the crowd, but watching your mother and your grandmother in the crowd, they were, holding their hands, like screaming for you, shouting for you. We have these amazing posters here. What is also a red wristwatch, I see. What is it like to have two of your family members here in the crowd with you?
It's incredible. I feel really blessed to be able to have them out here. It definitely helps me to play better. I'm not gonna have them out here just for me to suck. So I'm gonna, it helps me be able to play at my best, and being able to see them in the crowd is just a great feeling.
Yes. Grandma Zekin, I'm gonna come to you. What is it like watching Zekin play on stage?
It's very, very grateful, and I love to watch my golden boy. I flew from New Jersey to watch my golden boy.
New Jersey's last hope, New Jersey's finest. Now, Mama Zekin, I'm gonna come to you. You watched your son kind of just kick butt, like you said. But now he has to go into the play-ins. So how does it feel to watch him, or how does it feel that he's going to keep on playing to fight for that spot in Madrid?
Well, I'm so proud of him, and of course the whole Sentinel team. Teamwork makes the dream work. So let's go Sent, and let's go to Madrid. Congratulations, Sentinels, and keep it going. We love you.
Sen City is present in the house tonight. Now, Zach, hello? I didn't know who that was. You made it through the group of death. That was considered to be the hardest group. You made it to the lowers, you made it out. How does it feel to be out of this group finally after it was pretty damn hard?
It's definitely a big weight off our shoulders, but just really proud of the team. We had a hard few matches. We played all three teams in the group and still made it out, so just really happy we could do that.
I mean, I think everyone here is certainly happy for you. Sen City is in the house tonight, and congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much to the Zekin family.
Thank you.
Of course. We're going to go to break, but stay right there because we're not done for today, y'all. We have one more match, so stay right there.
Thank you.
Our game against EG obviously didn't go our way. We lost 0-2. I'm proud of the team though for how much we adapted. I'm really just focused on the next, trying to make sure my boys are regained because there's no time to dwell on the loss.
They're hoping Kesnet is not on this angle.
Can't get a dash off.
Another great trade. Valent's having a monster performance so far.
Only real chance here. Klaus, it's off to the side here. No way, Valen, no way! 4 for him, on for the ace. A clutch like that, denied by Shy.
Versus Crew, they definitely were exploiting a lot of our gaps. What I'm expecting for next game is for them to just fix up the minor mistakes that they made versus us and come back with fire.
Still that player disadvantage, Kesnet! Just Kesnet things. Pushing forwards into their spawn, removing the weapons on for the ace once more. Just praying he can hold on to this. He hears the ropes as well. Players running straight into him. MTA, he's baiting him, trying to get the A!
From here on out, it's do or die to make Madrid. So I'm expecting a really, really strong Crew, even stronger than last time. As long as we can get literally 1% better, I think we'll come out with the win again.
Welcome back to Day 7 of VCT America's Kickoff. It's our final elimination match of the day, G2 versus Crew. I'm Geek Heavy, the new kid here on the block, and for my first day on the desk, I'm joined by two dudes who are always in sync. Hi. Balla and Wyatt. How y'all doing?
Good, man. Excited to work with you.
Yeah, same.
Mad hype.
I don't know if you saw those references that I just made. Those were, I'm a big boy band.
Oh, we're basically a boy band.
I know, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
We had something going this weekend, actually. I've been feeling that energy. We've been having a nice time. I'm glad to have you here for the first time.
For the first time, yes. I'm super excited. Now, let's get into this matchup and talk about a little case of Deja Crew. Now, let's go back to 2023 with Crew. Now, they didn't necessarily win any games during their regular season, but they landed 5 wins at the LCQ to take them to champions.
Yeah.
But then...
insane run.
Yes, but then Fee-Fi Fo-Fum, Team Giants smelt the blood of some Chileans and pretty much just squashed that Cinderella's story.
Yeah.
And now fast forward to 2024, I'm kind of curious, do we think we're going to see like a similar narrative, or how could they possibly change the narrative in 2024?
So far, it kind of feels the same. I mean, every single game they played so far has been really, really close, and that's basically how it was all throughout last year. They went winless during the regular season. That's why it was a Cinderella run in the first place, and it was just game after game of heartbreak. I feel like they were so close to getting a win and just never ended up doing it, and that's why a lot of people actually, despite the fact that they were winless, still respected the crap out of them.
Yeah, people were talking about that all season. It was Cloud9. I remember MC, they were talking about, like, you can't sleep on Crew. It doesn't matter that they have literally 0 wins. And then Cloud9 almost lost to them that week.
Yep.
And then Crew won the LCQ with that crazy run. I mean, they had a very interesting year. And I'm expecting kind of something similar, at least in regard to, hopefully they get more wins and they'll go winless. But they have the ability to punch up is what the key factor is. Like, when you have Kesnet going crazy, like, we almost put him, he was like damn near on our top 5 list of weekend, and they lost 1 game to like a mid-table team, and we're arguing if he should be in the top 5. Like, that just is a testament to how good this dude is and always has been for years on Crew now. He's so reliable, which is one of the best duelists in the world.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Kesnet because, in Crew's first match, we saw that it seems like Kesnet is still Kesnet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I honestly, don't understand it. Like, lurking as a duelist, is that even a possibility? Where they do that from? Where they do that at? I've never seen that before.
My ranked teammates that I hate, those are the ones pulling that one out.
That's me. I'm his ranked teammate sometimes. Sometimes your team isn't doing it, man. Like, you just got to go for it. I don't know. There was an element of Kesnet just kind of getting in the heads of G2, and it's nice for them that they're going to they're just playing the same opponent twice in a row, basically. And they'll be able to maybe clean up what they need to. And Kesnet is going to be able to play the same, I think. I think he was a big reason why G2 felt interrupted, why it felt like they were never actually winning while they were ahead. It was all Kesnet. And moments like you were talking about with the lurking.
And it was on that last map Ascent, he dropped like 30 or something and they lost, which is a tragedy. And sad. I mean, that's a story we've seen before with Crew. I mean, listen, I saw Klaus was getting his triceps massage. Hopefully, mouse arms are ready, because the games where it's like, please, guys, just someone get a kill so you get it over the finish line. Kesnet is just trying so hard. But they've got a new roster. They've got Shy is in, new players. So hopefully those are the guys that can step up, help Kesnet out in some of those situations.
Yeah, and one thing that I found interesting, Valen said last week during the post-match interview was that you can't stop Kesnet. Like, you can only try to mitigate him. And he also compared him to LeBron James, one of the GOATs in the NBA. Kesnet is LeBron James of Valorant. Apparently.
Oh, we're about to have the GOAT debate right now.
Do we want to have a GOAT debate?
Absolutely.
Is it too early? It might be too early, but I want to talk about one of the other crewmates, MTA.
Oh, you're on fire.
Oh, that's right. Crewmates. Is that too much? Was that?
Yeah.
We're pirates now. Now, MTA made his debut on the big stage, and let's see how he stacked up against some of the other rookies on the opposite side with G2.
Yeah, it's interesting because all of G2 came from Ascension, right? So they're all rookies at this point. But yeah, I mean, obviously it was head-to-head in this instance, and he fared pretty decently. I think he held his own, and I think that's a good sign for him.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah. He had a good debut. And Shy, who's, I mean, he's not a rookie, but it was his first game with Crew, and he was going nuts. He was sick at the end last year with Lev, and it was kind of surprising to see them. I don't know exactly what happened there, but, you know, Shy no longer being with that team was a little surprising considering he was so instrumental in their little mini resurgence in LCQ.
They even started having a good performance. It's the only reason they made it to international events was Shy joining that team. So it was shocking to see him move off and go to the Latin American rivals and Crew. It's crazy.
Yeah. So you know what? Since we talked a little bit about G2, I think it's time for us to throw things over to Liz, who's standing by with Jonah P.
Hi. Can you get out, please? Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Hello, Jonah P. Oh, good to see you too. Gotta be careful in here. What will it take for G2 to bounce back and make it to Madrid?
At first, we need minimum 5 sales of our bundle. And then on a serious note, we need to fix our micro comms and micro plays. And in our last series against EG, we lost a ton of clutches, 2v1s, 2v2s. So just the little things we gotta fix and we'll be set.
Thank you so much. I'm not leaving the chair.
OMG, Jonah P. Jonah P. So what do we make of what Jonah P said?
Dude's a beast.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's just trying to sell the capsule. He's just trying to sell the capsule. Let's be real. I was like, wait, what did he say? Oh, right. He wants us to buy the capsule.
Shilling.
Of course.
Nothing to really dive into. Well, I mean, he did mention about EG clutching up and then failing in those situations, which is true. I think there's a lot to say about Jonah P as a player that never gets said because no one talks about him because he's underrated as hell, and that's been the case for a minute. Last year when they were in Ascension, when I started like kind of tapping back in, like, all right, let's see who's going to actually get promoted to the VCT, Jonah was sick. He leveled up so much at the end of last year, and he's been amazing already so far this year. He never gets talked about. When I see people rating the players on G2, he's an afterthought. They put him at the bottom, which is just wild to me.
Yeah, I like that image. You just tab back in to check on things like you're actually on the computer. Like, I need to check back in with VCT. Let me tab over.
Yeah, I'm glad we brought up Jonah P because this kind of segues into our next conversation because I want to talk about their match yesterday. And one of the highlights that I noticed yesterday was in round 19, map 1 Sunset, where Jonah P was on the Sova, spamming wall with the Sova ult, clipped Superman, and that was proof enough that I guess Hunter's Fury is the ultimate kryptonite to anyone named Superman. Am I right? Am I right? Am I the only one that wanted to see Sova shave his head? In that moment, Sova became Lex Luthor.
Oh my God. I was wondering where you were going for so long. I was like, that's not the round we're looking at.
This is what you get with
the setup. Yeah, and then knocked it home. Yeah, no, Jonah P's man. I could go on. I mean, I'm not going to go on about this dude all day, but his initiator play is.
I think you are doing.
I know. I'm kind of about to though, but so I'm going to not. Ball, take it away.
About what? About you talking about Jonah B? Yeah, look, here's the thing for me about G2. Every single game they've had so far has not been convincing. Obviously, we've had the narrative about them, trying to, or being in the lead, but not looking like they're in the lead, looking like they're losing, to be honest. And I think that's not the greatest sign for them starting from Ascension onto the big stage. I think right here against Crew, they have another opportunity to feel a little bit more comfortable. And once we get that, then we're going to see that G2. I don't think we've seen that G2 that's started and was so good last year to make it to this league in the first place. They have to get a little bit more comfortable first.
Yeah. Now, following yesterday's loss to Evil Geniuses, we sat down with Valen for his take on what went wrong.
We've been going through a lot of betterment for the team. We've been shifting our practice focus into other things. So it's pretty natural for us to maybe have a drop off by 1% in the fundamentals, and that's what it came down to, really. Just an extra double swing somewhere probably would change the result. But they played great, and it was hard to play against them. It really was, because they have no footage on themselves, and they have footage on us. And on top of that, they played a really hard icebox comp. So I'm proud of the team, though, for how much we adapted to how EG played.
Wow. So I mean, we gotta talk about this. It's very nice to actually hear from Valen on what actually went wrong. The maps that we saw them play on, they did play Crew on as well. But Evil Geniuses just appeared to be the superior team on those maps. What were your takeaways from yesterday?
Yeah, it was interesting that those maps came up again because you have footage on it already, and EG's a team that can really prep. So I think that was an element of it, and I think Valen talked about the comps that EG was playing, how they were difficult on Icebox in particular, because when G2 is playing a funky comp on their own, it's very hard to adapt. So he's talking about being proud about how they adapted, and I think they did do pretty good after a timeout on Icebox. They were figuring out how to play the deadlock, and they came back in that half. But it's just not enough when you're going up against a team like EG, who, we didn't know who they were before.
Yeah.
And that's a problem that G2 had to face too. So I think against Crew now, they've really got their feet under them. They've really got some experience, and I don't think they're going to run into the same problems.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Playing an unusual comp and then going up against a comp with an agent that you just never see. That was the first time Deadlock was even played. And you're still trying to refine your own game and protocols with your composition that is out of the norm. You have to do your own development there. Yeah, and then you're throwing the curviest of curveballs. It's just no one is playing Deadlock. How do you respond to that in the moment? And yeah, you're right. They did a decent job with the timeouts, but at the end of the day,
like I said,
such a lead.
1% the fundamentals go out the window a little bit. If I get Deadlock naded and stuff like that, now my fundamentals are going out the window.
Oh no, I'm just pissed. The Deadlock is annoying as hell. The amount of times people were just, that was tough. League was getting bogged. He was getting sonic sensed and having to crouch. It was tough.
Yeah, now we got to talk about one of the other players also on G2, and that's Leaf. Let's talk about Leaf's move from Cloud9 to G2. Coming in here, what do we think? What are our thoughts?
I think last year was a really good year for him.
Yeah.
And so far in the first two games, I think he's lived up to that expectation, right? You could see kind of on the stats, it's dipped a little bit from Cloud9 last year. And actually, I think the Cloud9 stats dipped a little bit towards the end of the year, too, because he was a monster.
Yeah.
And so, it's tough to fill all the way up there while you're also providing that veteran presence on the team and not having the same level of chemistry that he had on Cloud9 last year. But I think he's still going to grow into that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this G2 core has been around for so long that I'm still confident they'll be able to integrate Leaf and have him at a level of effectiveness that he was at on Cloud9. Everything was just clicking for them during the regular season, and individually, he was also just in the flow state in a lot of those games, and you're not going to be able to keep that up infinitely, right? But I trust G2 to be able to get him near that again. They have the experience together. They have a core that he can just slot into, and I'm confident that he'll be able to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I'm kind of curious what we might see from them. But you know what? Let's find out where we go from here. And to answer that question, our coaches are ready for map selection. So let's see where our teams are headed today.
Hey guys, welcome to the map pick ban. After a coin flip, it was determined that Team A is going to be Crew and G2 will be Team B. Crew, you have the first map ban.
Our first ban is Bind.
Banning Bind. G2.
We're banning Lotus.
G2 banning Lotus. Crew, you have the first map pick.
Split.
Picking Split. G2 your side.
We want defense.
Defense. And then your map pick.
We'll pick Sunset.
G2 pick Sunset. Your side crew.
We attack.
Attack. And your map ban.
We ban Breeze.
Breeze. G2 your map ban.
We'll ban Ascent.
Banning Ascent. And that leaves the default map to Icebox. And crew, you get the side pick.
We play defense.
Defense? Okay, awesome. Good luck offense, guys.
Thank you.
Riot Games Arena, que se sienta la energía, que se sienta la alegría, que llega Crew.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Make some noise for G2!
That's right, you saw it on your screens. Rep your favorite team with team capsules, which are available right now in the shop. Now, we got the maps, we got Split, we got Sunset, and we got Icebox. What are we hoping to see here? Like, obviously, G2 can't do the same comp that we've seen them do on Sunset and Icebox.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously you want to go in with a level of comfortability, so you do end up going with the same compositions quite a lot. But they could throw a curveball. I think that's something that we haven't necessarily seen all of their maps so far. So Split, for example, is going to be one that Crew aren't fully prepared for what G2 will throw out, but that was Crew's pick. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the two teams battle up against each other here.
Split has been a map that Crew have succeeded on in big moments in the past.
Oh, yeah.
I get flashbacks of Kesnet just going crazy on Raze on this map. Like, all the way back to 2021 champions knocking out Sentinels. Like, ancient history. Crew have always been solid on this map. I like to see him taking it here. I think listen, you're going to expect greatness from Kesnet wherever. But this is just low-key one of the maps where he's always been really, really good. Oftentimes you just think about his Jet, but nah, his Raze is just as good.
Yeah, I think actually Raze and LCQ was a big thing, right? It was like
actually, yeah, he was actually way better.
He was so good.
Yeah.
And that's going to be interesting. Is it going to still be Raze on this map? Or do they have somebody who can go double duelist with them, right? This is something that we don't yet quite know from this Crew. So let's see what they do. I think I did see maybe a Jet there. I don't know. We'll have to find out on Agent Select.
You saw subtle signs of a Jet?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but Crew here, this is, again, a big test for them, right? This is elimination. This is them against G2. We've already seen. I think one thing about Crew that we quite don't figure out all throughout the rest of the season is it fundamental play or is there some tactical behind it? I think they've getting more and more tactical as the years progress, especially last year's LCQ and the start so far in this event.
So I'm kind of curious, we're getting there right now. We're about to get the agents right now. There we go. beautiful.
I'm surprised.
Whoa.
Wait, what is going on with this crew? Ball, can you explain this crew comp to me? Because my brain is short-circuited. The neurons can't connect to figure out what's going on here. Like there's an Astra, no raise?
Astra, no raise.
That's weird.
They're also playing double initiator because the Sky nerf probably over there. That's the same kind of thing that, you're swapping off of a Sky for a Breach here in the other comp to kind of match the Sentinels thing that we saw, kind of match the Loud flavor that we saw too. It's definitely all meta changes right here inside of this.
I mean, it's meta changes, but are they cohesive meta changes? I'm kind of struggling to see the synergy with what's going on there with crew. I'm gonna be honest. My flabber is gassed. I don't know. It's a little weird, but I'll trust them. I'll trust them.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how this all plays out. I mean, regardless. I mean, I'm sorry that your gasket got flabbered, but you know what? We are ready for our third and final elimination match of the day. So we need to throw things over to our casters, Riot Games Arena. Make some noise for Mimi and Ender.
Yes, thank you very much to Akeem and the desk. We have a good one on our hands, Christy. It is the winners of Ascension versus the winners of LCQ, and they're playing for one last spot in the play-ins.
It's an insane rematch, but for Crew, they're coming after last year where, they finished high on LCQ. We don't talk about champions.
Don't mention it.
It didn't happen. But every series they played in Americas, it was so close, losing 3 mappers, losing by 2 rounds. And the first time these teams played, it was the exact same story, losing just by 2 at the finish.
They have to break that streak if they want to stay alive here in Kickoff. Split, our first map on this one, and we have got some interesting comps. It is going to be a big change-up from what we saw from these teams last time.
Yeah, Kesnet coming in, no raise here for Crew. He'll be on the jet and he'll be getting active early and often. Crew poised now just for some mid control, not blasting their way into the site just yet. I think that favors the way G2 like to play their rounds.
And this is that new style of Crew where they're really heavy on these slow defaults. They love embedding Kesnet in weird spots, and that's probably why we see him on the jet.
Yeah, Kesnet is the lurking duelist.
The only one allowed to do it.
No, it's not your solo Q Reynas, folks. Kesnet will just go get stuff done on his own, and the way Crew call around it is so perfect, waiting for him to take space and get on in. So now at the 110 mark, clearing out mid, nothing here just yet, but it looks like they're going to shift over into an A hit.
There's a little trap play and be Heaven set up off that cam and Paranoia, but Crew don't like to go towards it. Instead, they'll hit towards a Cypher Trips, our setup here.
And there's also options for G2 to flash their way out of Heaven. Jonah P has full utility, so Leaf and Jonah P could get some serious damage done if Crew try to commit into the site.
Flash Prime, they'll contact up to start. G2 just set up to play retake on this one, and no one's going to contest this.
Yeah, G2 are going to go ahead and take ramp, and check this out. Crew are taking screens control, so they're willingly giving up ramp and pushing 3 players over into screens. They can take so much control over towards Heaven space late in the round. That's where it's planted for, and G2 are not going to have any info. They're all going through mid.
Balancing act for G2. When do you concede space in Heaven? Are you ready for this fight? Kloss on the close corner. Here's Trent hopping around. When will they activate this trap? When will they start to fight towards Heaven? Time works in the favor of Crew. G2, send it on in. Fallon, not looking, but Trent has got his back.
Fantastic stuff on the sides. G2 get free. It's opened up. They're on the spike now. Kesnet will have to get it all done up from Heaven. The reload is there, and G2 Valen closes out the round.
What a beautiful retake to start the game for G2. Just holding that space in Heaven was ever critical. And maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there. Valen wasn't even looking, but they couldn't find that opening kill.
We're going to have to keep our eyes peeled for how G2 played the game, because G2 came into Americas this year with such a unique style. And it's perfectly displayed in that pistol round where they're full playing off of sight. They're looking to retake back through Heaven. The same way they played in their previous series versus Crew. They play very deep and they would swarm out onto the site as Crew would try to get those plants down.
We're getting a lot of outlaw love today. Leaf has bought one in. And a bait setup from Valen. Crew again, though, will start the round nice and slow.
Yeah,
this comp with the double initiator really lends itself to that style.
They can do a lot of early scouting. It also is a little bit less punishing because Klaus can use those flashes earlier on for info. You're always going to have MTA with the flashbangs right behind that as well. This Crew just prod their way into mid, actually get that opener. Now they have space into vents.
We've seen how dangerous these eco rounds have been this year, but the lurking jet is down. G2 a little more privy to that after their first match and the tape they've had to review on Crew.
Crew would need this kill over in male to have a real shot in this round. You can see they're running down Valen because they were hoping if they can get that kill into male, maybe they can bait an A player to rotate on over and then go into this pinch in A heaven that they're playing for now.
Cypher Cam is ready here. Stun will go off of it. Aftershock instead. That'll separate off this ramp player and stall more time in favor of G2. Wall up now.
Jonah P is just so annoying here, playing full stall, still has the gun, has the friend to play with here too.
Great flash, but just blinds the corner of Klaus as well, and G2, great control on that one.
Great little combo play off of G2.
You're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
And now this is where Crew need to come online, right? Crew's comp is weird. It's funky. You don't see stuff like this every day on Split. You're always seeing Raze. You're usually seeing some kind of a Sentinel, you know, like the G2 clump, heavy stall over on their side. But with Crew, what I think is their sort of read on this map and also how they like to play with Kesnet. They love to let him go do his own thing. So playing for early inserts, whether that's up ramp with a dive, like maybe they could set up here, or into vents, and then freezing in the round, allowing him to feel out the space. I think that's the move for them.
Damage on the Kesnet off that Outlaw, but he just has to back away. You notice this comp, no Omen, no Breach. That means no line control ability that can make that ramp fight easy.
Yeah, they can do things like left click flashes. MTA can throw from spawn all the way up into ramp. They've got Astra Stars to give them the cheap Breach stun. It's not as effective, but it'll get the job done if you're comboing with other pieces of util.
And versus the previous comps we've seen from Crew, no second dive agent means it's always that full investment besides Kesnet. Into mid, they're just going to wait for this stall utility to fall now.
Yeah, resetting into mid here is interesting, especially because G2, they've taken so much control over towards A ramp. Mid really is a gap, and all their Cypher util is over on the A site, so it's just Jonah P who could really stop this hit from coming in now.
Stun for Jonah, no one to swing off of it, but somehow Leaf has fallen on the other side. This B split now open for business as long as they can contend with Jonah flash in, and he's taken down a big kill for Crew.
Yeah, Jonah P has been so good so far in this turn, but a little bit too tall of a task for him in this one.
Here's those embeds we were talking about. Kesnet loves sticking around late in positions like this, and he's ready for the push in mid. One for Kesnet. Next up to bat, it's a swing around the corner, both line up, and Kesnet can't quite adjust onto that. Second still, the round is out of Cruz.
You are going to see Kesnet off on his own a lot. You know, in a post plant when Jet has no util, I like to call that like kind of a throwaway agent.
Sure.
You know, if you're any agent that has no util left, you're probably the one that wants to take those early fights, just like Kesnet late and around there too. But again, you cannot underestimate his ability to find space on his own and pick up kills. That was the main reason why their series versus G2 is so competitive.
First rifle round now, and Crew again gonna contest some space over towards B main.
Yeah, except this time, looks like Net switched his setup to hold over on this B site, and there's a trap play ready to go. Breach can set up a fault line there to play very nicely off of that ramp's control of Leaf and Valen.
G2 loves these trap plays, and playing a new map that Crew doesn't have tape on does give them some advantages for using those setups for the first time.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Neither of these teams have played this map just yet. In the first series they played Sunset, Icebox, and Ascent. Well, we're getting Sunset and Icebox after this. Hold that thought, though, because Melder is in a bit of trouble. That timing is so unfortunate.
Great walk up by Leaf, though. He'll even get another orb there. That result now just one pip away as Crew will revisit their approach in mid. Orb falls. Kesnet needs an opener here.
Yeah, just a bit of a jiggle. Again, this Breach has repositioned all the way back to spawn, and there is a fault line still ready to go.
Flash up for MTA, but the stun is there. Perfect.
Good stall. Now, Kesnet over in vents. Will he go up this rope here? You can see him right there. There's a fight on the cards with Valen very, very shortly. They're causing pressure in B heaven so that Kesnet can look for this timing.
But Trent is just taking down two towards heaven, and now Kesnet has to run back and try and recover this spike. The bait, maybe a little too committed, but he does have that spike, not for long. Great spam out of Leaf. Shy is alone in mid, and this round is chalked.
That's one way to call it. I mean, Trent just locking down B heaven. That was absolutely perfect. And realistically, Crew weren't expecting a fight as aggressive. Their read on G2 is G2, they play in their spawn. They play pretty chilled out. So they can take space a little bit more for free, especially on the Cypher side of the map. You wouldn't expect that forward fight to be coming to you. But the fact is, they both fall, and it ruins Kesnet's opportunity to find that timing into A.
Maybe another one of these fast A ramp pops. Kesnet just playing at that barrier. Trying to find that opener.
There is a counter showstopper ready to go, though. So if they overcommit too much on Crew's side, that ult can come in very quick.
This 1v1 is going to be so impactful for the round. Kesnet up ramp, Leaf on the other side. He's getting pulled by the Astra, and he is down. Great shots by Kesnet. Can they fight for more, though? Valen is up for the trade and finds his, so a reset on the round here for G2.
Tons of utility sent out there for Melzer, both the suck as well as the stun back to hit the second player. Gives Crew full control of ramps, but this is a situation where Crew play their rounds so well. They get that space and they freeze.
But look at this reaction, G2 pushing down mid. Melzer caught off guard, but Trent has lost his teammate and it's just too much for him to stand up against.
That is money. Crew having both players in mid, and that's what they can do, right? When you have so much faith in your duelist to take that ramps control, quickly pivot back into some mid space. It gives you a lot of ability to play with one another.
I love this pause. Shy is so ready for that, but somehow, that's the man to win it.
Shy may be a little bit, dare I say, too shy to take the shot.
No,
Nope, I'm
say
fired.
that.
I'm gone.
Rotation back towards B from Crew. G2 have one player left to hold on this site. Net towards the spawn side. U-tilt to play off. First player shows the spray is messy, and he doesn't even find one.
This flank into mid, though, is going to be huge. Jonah P has a chance to flash himself in, but the Hell player fully prepared
He doesn't know,
for it.
but he still finds the adjustment. 1-for-1, that's it. Net in the clutch, and Klaus, he's got the swing. Crew, a second.
These parasites aren't going to take one
Another good post plant from Crew coming in right there. And I wonder if they're going to be a little bit more mindful of these mid rotates, right? They open up the round to the great little play there. They react to the mid-round aggression from G2 as well. Seems like they're very well aware of the way G2 are trying to play into them. I was a little concerned for G2 after watching their previous game when they were playing a little bit slower in the early rounds, but seeing them take space in the mid rounds is a very promising sign for them.
Leaf is offing ramp, and
With
looks
the
like he might get
showstopper.
tested again. Flash up, and Leaf will concede that line.
Yeah, Knife ends up hitting him as well, so Showstopper out of commission for the time being.
You see the little util combos with this comp. Lots of early stuff can be invested to try and get Kesnet up on a line. This time it fails, and this means no dash. Crew's gonna have to play this round so slow.
It is a huge win for G2 if they can keep these players from getting ramps control. The spike still in market. Crew weren't looking to finish over an A. Again, they just wanted the embed. And as a matter of fact, they still left the knives in Kesnet to go for a little bit of a ramps play. They can throw up the wall for him and try to get him some space on that side.
G2, they've shown a willingness to leave mid control and just set up these trips. Crew really still has to take their time on the clear, though.
Yeah, mid ends up usually being a gap with a comp like this, right? You have passive info in Cypher, but no Sky breaches your solo initiator, so unless you're fighting into mid, maybe you have a jiggle peek, but more than likely you're just banking on a Cypher camera to see up into heaven.
And when your Raze has an op, those re-clears somewhat off the table. Not a great cam here. Paranoia primed off it. Another classic G2 trap play, but it won't be activated.
Now, Seekers are coming in, and Kesnet is still over an
30
A.
seconds
This
left.
battle against Leaf is huge. Leaf is the only point of stopping power G2 have.
A slow start to the season for the Star. What can he do in this round? Rocket, damage, shot connects though. Great out of Leaf. Can he get another? Absolutely. More shots still yet to come. Valen is in for support. Kesnet in the backlines, 1 bullet left. Can he find the
10
shot?
seconds
Leaf
left.
biding the time. Only 10 seconds for Crew to try and get this one down. And Leaf's got another. G2, an excellent hold on A.
Only one guy to hold for those first few fights. Couldn't ask for a better player than Leaf to hold it down.
And you see how reliant these Crew rounds are on those early setups. When they're denied their space in A, I mean, those shots are clean.
Yeah, well, he ducked out of it, is what the observers were trying to tell us. He was right on the money. Kesnet with a little bit of a swoop, but it can't secure him the round at the end. Important for Leaf to have a big round here at the start, though, because I think Leaf, for a lot of people, was supposed to come into this G2 roster and be the superstar.
Here.
The first few showings from Leaf, they were okay, but they were not the same Leaf that we're known to seeing.
But you don't have really the same resources that he had committed to him on Cloud9. He has to really find a different position on the team than what he's used to.
Yeah, back on Cloud9, he'd get 2 flashes on most of their comps, maybe even 3 back in the day when he was playing against the guard.
Yeah.
The 2022 days, now it is just a breach. They're playing so many. G2 in all of their games have played double smokes. They're a heavy control team, and it's really up to Leaf to take his fights more often than not on his own.
The way Tex, a former teammate of Valen on that, when they were the guard, described his calling was he felt like a pawn in his system. And that's very different to what Leaf is used to on Cloud9. Previously, a very active voice in the team, now having to take a step back. Crew, they're on a half by here, but still a little dangerous. They have a lot of space up into A heaven, but that cam and stun again set up to contain.
Look how passive G2 are ending up playing this one, though. Jonah P still full utility coming out of heaven. Look at that fault line. They can't go anywhere. The shots from Net are great. He's got the one-way to rat on too. This site is so brutal to break with how well Jonah P is supporting Net.
Yeah, G2's looking drilled. Site. He's got another chance, and of course he'll connect another shot. Shy does find that trade, but only 20 seconds left, and G2 already fully into elbow. He's just overwhelmed, and Melzer, just a sheriff, can find a shot, but cannot find the round. 5-2. G2 starting to pull ahead on this defense.
Crew put a bit into that one too, even on the half buy, walking down the Cosmic Divide to see if they could get into the site. But one thing that Crew are probably going to need to challenge for is they need to get this fault line out of the hands of Jonah P much earlier in rounds. The majority of time, he hasn't even been defaulting that, I don't believe. He's just been holding it and punishing Crew when they slowly creep up and eventually go for the exec.
If you're Crew, how do you deal with these trap plays? Because thus far, they have been punishing them and that slow, contacty style they love.
I think first things first, they need to look to pinch their way into sight. So like even though they were up in heaven, they were primarily all coming out through heaven. They didn't really have any main pressure. And that just means that the fault line is going to own you. That means that the smokes and the stall, the choke stall is going to own you. So instead of that, they need to, vary up their approach, get mid-control split into sites, but more importantly, they need to get this fault line out of Jonah P's hands, or when they are executing into sites, feint that a little bit more so they're not just caught out in the open. Now they know that Jonah P is loving to float between screens and sort of the spawn outside of A heaven, and that's where the fault line's going to destroy you.
Timeout comes to a conclusion for Crew. Still plenty of rounds to turn this attack back into their favor, and some big ults starting to come online.
Yeah, that null command is going to be a very important one for MTA here. We also haven't really seen Crew work towards the B side of the map at all. It's been all about ramps control. It's been about mid as well, because G2 aren't really playing there. This is going to be the first round that we have Leaf posted up in vents with the operator. So in the mid round, that's where Leaf could pose some serious problems for Crew. They've been showing extremities early and then walking back into mid without using a ton of util, and that's where an op carves you.
Leaf this time, posted in mid. As Crew, clear space in B main. We haven't seen them end on this site yet.
Yeah, I believe they showed the early recon knife as well as the sky flash into A. Feigning a bit of an embed on ramps, but of course the Cypher cam is there, and Cypher's playing away from his trips because the null command is up. Those trips over on B, but Cypher chilling out on A. That means those trips will be online when this exec comes through.
And there's no way Crew's expecting it. Dash in, Kesnet is caught, and he might be taken care of too. Somehow still alive, but Trent still finds two, spraying through that cage. Eventually the duelist falls as well, and it's already only down to 2. They'll try and tap on the revive, try and find an opportunity, and somehow MTA's actually gotten online, not for long. Great spray out of Jonah.
And just another brutal death. Now the Cypher unloads. We've got the Neural Theft online. These two players completely trapped. But hey, that's just perfect protocols. It's not flashy Valorant, but it is simply press tab, enemy has the KO ult, Cypher set up on B and play on A, because it wasn't just the trips that posed problems for Crew on the hit, it was also the one-ways that he set up. He did a full B setup apart from his camera, and Crew just walked straight into it and get destroyed.
The thing is, though, you say it's just hold tab, but it's more complicated than you think. You really have to be proactive in seeing those things to actually give your Cypher enough time to run these varied setups. It shows how much practice G2 has put into this map that they can just call anti-KO setup and they know what's up.
Yeah, it does sound a little silly when it's just like, it requires focus because you only have 30 seconds between rounds. I think there was a timeout before that.
Focus on.
Yes.
Your IGL's making a call, you're figuring out what you have to buy, what's your opponent's economy, what are their ults.
Also, because at the start of those 30 seconds, you're already moving. Yeah. Like, if you're walking to the wrong side of the map, that can just mess you up.
Easy to just autopilot into your default position.
Like literally when IGLs are calling, I think the first thing they need to be saying is like, what is our Sentinel setup on this round? Like what side of the map do we want you on? Because they got to move quick.
And if you know a team's going to be good at that, it's G2. These boys have been together for ages.
Since the Stone Ages of Valorant, pre-VCT Americas, back in Challengers days.
They didn't have Vandals, they just had rocks back then.
They just had rocks. It was a really violent sport, Valorant, just full melee.
Thankfully, we've moved on from that, but Cyphercam again up on B. And with no pressure in mid, it's gonna be pretty tough if they just want to go for a hard exec here. Thus far, Crew has been getting carved by Net on these sites.
Yeah. Just trying to bait out, again, early utility, the fault line. But hey, fault line still up. Breach ult still up. Good luck, folks. That was not good enough to bait out any of those abilities. And you're walking into the op, just like I was talking about. Perfect position from Leaf, and he gets out no problem.
Great escape from Leaf. There's even still a trip there late. So they have information that Leaf can just rat off of.
They planted the spike in mid, which is a really unique strategy. I don't think it explodes there, unfortunately.
I'll pick it up. A lurk from Melzer into A main. Oh, and his shoulder showing there from Jonah P. A bit of a mistake. Punished by Klaus.
How does Net want to play this? No control in main, but Net deletes the lurk with his friend. They're coming up through vents as well, but look at the paint shell. Molly combo.
So
instantly, they're ready to snap on that and get the rotates into B.
And look at where Net is gone. Walked all the way up into B main. Still has a trip on that site, and his teammates are here very fast for the retake. Net, first shot, that is a clean connection, and Leaf arrives on the scene. A beautiful shutdown by G2.
Can we just talk about that, right? Like Net diving in, getting his first kill, backing up instantly. Then the CT players are fighting with the Paranoia assisting Leaf on that first fight. It is money.
Normally you watch Crew play an attacking side with a comp like this, and they're really good at finding the gaps, at playing this slow style. I think to me this is really showing how much G2 learned from that first game. It's a different map, but they have such better protocols to deal with a team that is always contacting around the map, always playing hyper slow.
And those protocols are taking space on a ramp in the mid rounds and also walking out into mid.
Yes.
Now they've got that up back in mid once again because it's so effective. And it's almost traps Crew into this B site.
Cam broken on B.
Still that breach full utility. They did not do a good enough job last round to warrant.
Can't commit to a hard hit.
Yeah.
When this breach is flying near a site.
And now they have to like use their dog in mid, which is okay, but they also use the knife. And still Leaf is jiggling for a bit of a fight there.
So 40 seconds into the round. Space taken in mid for Crew.
Classic Crew round, Kesnet lurking to B, and then we can maybe snap up into A heaven, just break the trip, and that gets the fault line. That is big.
But there's still a breach ult online, and that is the bigger worry for Crew.
Fault line will be back at 20 seconds. They have 30 seconds now to make a move, but as you say, Jonah P playing back at spawn.
Paranoia here as well. There it comes. Ult ready to go as well. They want to flood into this site. Help Net stay alive in the back line.
Net is the problem. They have to take him down, but he gets his first. Swinging back in for a second before he's finally dealt with. Crew now have the site.
Winning position here for G2 though in the post line. If they can stop this ult, if they can get Shy out. Jonah ahead of it, but he loses a critical fight.
The timing was so good, but they were ready for him. Now Leaf, he needs someone to peek him with the operator. Getting back into this is almost impossible.
Double satchels, a nade. He's gonna try and go for it into the pit. But surely he doesn't have a shot at this one. Money to support an attempt, but he's getting decayed by the pit on the other side. Melzer knows his position and the spam. It will connect.
A very important round there for Crew, and that is Crew playing exactly the kind of Valorant they want to play. It's around Kesnet on the lurk and baiting out that breach stun. That was the biggest win they have gotten yet in one of these default opening rounds for Crew. If they can continue finding stuff like that in other areas of the map, they could get a couple more before this half closes.
Crew heavier start towards mid in this round. And this time, no up online for Leaf. Instead, it'll just be the pit. And G2 is actually playing a setup to be able to fight into B main if they get contact there. And Crew might be falling for it.
Yeah, they're all on that side of the map. Shy doesn't really have any space towards A. He's just playing a contained position on that side now, too. And look at that, Paranoia and Fault Line ready to go. It baits it out, though. Got both pieces. Paint shells, how much damage can we get? Leaf instantly floored. And the trap play fails.
Still, there's another layer to this defense. Smoke will go up. They still have that Viper's Pit in mid. This is by no means easy to get into.
Not at all, especially depending on how aggro Trent wants to look. You can still see with 3 players in main, they might need to go back into mid and re-clear. Klaus still has the dog, which is very important to get back into this mid space. All they have to do is force this Viper to take steps back into B heaven, and they can bring that pit down.
But they'll walk all the way around the world back to A. And that means yet again, the pressure of this round is on Net.
Yeah, but the problem with this is they're gonna come in here. Net, probably good for one back here. Doesn't have to be worried about any lurks because of the camera.
MTA has knife. If he can hit this Cypher, that is a round-winning proposition. If Net stays alive and has his util, he is good to go, but down goes the util. Net, just his gun to work with here, and he is forced to escape.
Yeah, gonna play full retake now. Jonah P has the full lane, and Net gets his first, stepping in. It is traded out. 3-on-3, and the spike will be planted.
Heaven control retaken for G2. But that Viper late to rotate back through mid, and only one flash to work with.
Not gonna find anything off of the first. Double stack into elbow. It's hard to break back into the site.
Smoke for main. It all just comes down to the shots now for G2. Jonah P falls. Valen there on the trade, and he adjusts.
Eyes on Shy, though. Shy all the way up in heaven, was able to see the planter, but Trent is waiting for him potentially. Takes the first fight and gets it. Now ready for the second. It's a one-on-one, and Shy takes down Valen.
There's a reason this man was the prospect in LATAM during the offseason. He was damn good on Leviathan, and he is proving why Crew picked him up. A massive clutch. That fourth round, that could really be the difference between a 9-3 and a 5-7 half.
Wow, Shy is so sick with it. 12 kills in the first half on a Viper attack. Those kills are coming in late in rounds, right? It's always those clutch moments when he's got to be there. And he's been showing up, even in the previous series versus G2. Shy was the guy to look out for if it wasn't Kesnet finding the openers.
MTA has the KO ult this round. Crew can afford to do something a little bit faster if they want to.
Keep your eye on, can they break any Cypher util? Can they get Breach util? Fault line still available. I know I'm saying it over and over, but this is the way G2 play. They stall you out in the chokes.
Another one of these setups where the Cypher is across the map from his util. And where Kesnet is across the map from his team. Pressure placed towards B Heaven.
Yeah, just spamming there for the cringe little spot you can play on the corner. And he's ready for it. Leaf there evens things up very quickly, but still there's a lot of uncertainty in the minds of G2. The Cypher cam was broken. Players could be up in A Heaven, and that's what they're rotating into.
Critically, they still have 2 trips towards B, which means Trent can solo anchor.
Oh, that flash, it baits Raze back over into Heaven. We're a little bit paralyzed at the moment, not sure where to play.
KO ult committed. Crew will go into A, and G2 maybe set up to try and flood, just spamming through this smoke. Can they find a connection? It actually goes the other way. MTA takes down Net. Now Leaf wants to get ahead of this one.
30 seconds
Shots not
left.
connecting on the player elbow.
G2 gonna take their time. Leaf has Showstopper, but he's gotta wait for Trent to get the fight. No, he's going!
And it connects on nothing. Just wanted to clear that close corner. Still satchels to work with. He'll bounce back. And still not out of this smoke. And Shy yet again flanks around and finds his shot. It is a beautiful cleanup for Crew. After a very tough start to this half, they have recovered to 5-7.
The timeout worked wonders for that. They started taking way more space early on, baiting out all the utility. And of course, Shy, once again, those last 2 rounds, the re-wraps into Heaven were money.
And you can't help but draw the comparison to yesterday's game, G2 versus EG up 8-1.
Oh.
They let it slip. That cannot happen again here on Split. Still, it's anyone's game. As earlier, we got to chat with Valen about his thoughts facing up against Crew for the 2nd time this tournament.
What I'm expecting for next game is for them to just fix up the minor mistakes that they made versus us and come back with fire to win the lower bracket. I mean, from here on out, it's do or die to make Madrid. So I'm expecting a really, really strong Crew, even stronger than last time. And it was very close last time, so we'll see how this game goes. And as long as we can get literally 1% better, I think we'll come out with the win again.
1% is all it takes in close matches like this. When we had Valen on the desk, he said that was the difference between the top and the bottom team in the league.
And Crew are no strangers to the 1%. The 1% in every series they played last year was the difference in them not winning anything in the regular season. They've got to turn around this time. Wait, Indiana Jones tweeted that?
That's crazy.
Is that the real... Is that Harrison Ford or the real Indiana
It's
Jones?
the real guy, actually.
That's so sick. Or the dog. That's what the dog's called, Indiana.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
Now
I have
you
no
know.
idea what
Lore
you're talking
drop.
about. That's awesome, though. Good for you. Critical.
Someone
pistol
gets
round.
it.
Critical pistol round here coming into the second half. For honestly, both of these teams. Talk to me about how this comp with the double initiators for Crew will play now that they've switched sides.
Yeah, honestly, I think Crew's comp is pretty well suited for defense, especially when it comes to flushing out any sort of lurk ideas over towards A, because the combination of the sky flashes, which you actually can use to scout more with, because you've got the KO backup, also the dog, the KO knife, it's almost impossible to lurk up ramps or into vents and embed and wait there, because on the cycles of those knives, which come every 40 seconds, you're very likely just going to be flushed out.
G2 set up towards B main on this pistol round. And Crew is full stacked on the other side. Kesnet,
hold on.
The only man holding on.
No, they're stacked on B. Kesnet is on B. That means they're stacked on B.
Oh!
Yeah, that's just how Kesnet works.
I wasn't familiar with his game. I apologize.
3 games and it's not enough. Soon enough, we'll all be familiar.
Once they start winning those 1% games, people will remember.
Looks like G2 might go for a little bit of a fake peek into main here. Well, that fake could mean instant death. It's not enough to actually convince Crew to rotate off. You can see
pushing forward instead. We might get a brawl in A main if they commit to this.
I think Crew have some kind of an idea. Like, that's not a real full commit. Maybe with a paranoia and smokes, though, it could be.
But look how quickly they're coming.
No, they bought it!
And just at the wrong time, they start to rotate, but instead now they've seen the error in their ways and they stick around. This main fight is the round. MTA finds a critical opener. Melzer, a great angle, and absolutely no one is looking at him. This man finds another connection, and he just keeps on going. The stack on the other side for Kesnet works out too. He finds Leif. And this fake utterly dismantled.
Yeah, that was sick. Crew not falling for that trick at all. And I actually liked it because you kept spotting it a few times. They kept wanting to walk into ramp, didn't commit into it, and now Kesnet closes it out for a flawless.
Kesnet coming online in a second half. A dangerous proposition.
Especially because with this jet pick, like, you thought a Raze could op. Yeah, Raze is cool with the op, but the jet is where it really comes online.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the effectiveness of the stall because in the early round, Crew didn't really waste any utility. I think they spent an early knife, maybe a sky flash, but not much more than that. Still had full gas on the Viper. No way G2's getting in.
The difference between G2 and Crew's attack is this comp for G2 does actually unlock these faster hits. We're a lot more likely to see a paranoia and a stun combined with Leaf double satcheling into space. They can really vary the pace in a way that Crew couldn't.
For sure. Really what I'm curious about is how does the KO knife affect things? Like if it comes in mid-hit, that can cause a lot of problems for if your duelists out there and all of a sudden the flashes go offline. Just like here, the knife hits, the Viper orb is up. Tough getting back into that mid space.
I feel like you could identify a Crew game just by looking at a minimap with all other info gone, because no one else is as willing to just always have their jet alone on a site. It like reminds me of Loud last year with Ospas, where they're just, okay, we trust him. He can hold it down alone. And let's see how well he does at it. Dash popped. Little support with the nade there, and G2 just waiting to activate. Kesnet gets out at the right time, and will try and get ahead and find a shot here. This man just keeps on peeking, keeps on fighting, but it's shy instead to get his kills. Flash up for MTA, and with that spike down on the other side, this should be cleaned up soon, as Melzer has the trade in heaven.
Got a bit dangerous for a second there. Those classics were doing some work. But good enough to tie things up, that's for sure. Now 5 in a row for Crew.
Beautiful shots out of Shy again.
All right, G2 setting up for a stun line into ramps, perhaps. Actually, never mind. I got baited. It looked like they were walking.
Owned.
Actually got owned. Just be back into mid space. Although maybe this time around, because last time there was a KO knife, there was a lot of investment from Crew into mid. G2 might try to show presence with just 2 players, kind of like on Pistol when Raze walked into B main. And then those 3 A players might look for a little bit more. Could also just be holding to make sure there's no aggression coming that way into them.
Are G2 gonna try and sell another fake here? There. Ryzen breach alone in mid.
Wow, the timing on that could
Crew might
not
want
have
to
been
fight
better.
through this. They have a molly ready. They have a flash on the other side. This trap play is going to be activated. Leaf is in the eye of the storm, and he gets nothing for it.
Yeah, there was huge utility put down in the corner right there, too, so no one could be hiding around any of that. Shot down Leaf, couldn't allow Jonah P and Angle back into the fight.
Klaus has seen where this hit is gonna end. The A side. G2 take the site, but Crew in a good position here with Kesnit recovering that rifle on the retake.
Yeah, and 3 flashes to support him. It is the Kesnit show. What can he do?
One of those flashes is gone. MTA and Kesnit. They're the duo that would have to win this round for Crew. Reclear, down ramp, net. Biding his time, trying to find the opportunity to swing through this smoke and activate Melzer. Can he hold long enough? Can he shut him down?
He's holding.
When does net go? When does net flip? He's active. Shot connects, another out of net. And they have shut this one down. G2 holds strong in the post plant.
Fantastic patience from Net on that one. If he walks out of that smoke, he is done for. Melzer was hard holding him, but as soon as that bloom went away, he was right on the money. Still some cool ideas we saw from Crew, right, on the bonus here. Look for that fight into mid. That re-clear is going to be really effective for them, and a potential problem for G2.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
Agreed.
True.
Once again, it is just a lot of this ramps control. Both teams playing fairly similarly, where even last round, last half, Crew would put a lot of players into A main. The spike would clearly be over in market. This time, just selling it with the flash, which I don't think Crew are going to buy.
They won't.
Although one thing with this Crew comp is they don't have any passive utility, right? You don't have the Sentinel Cypher that just has the camera permanently. They're really seeking out on those 40-second cycles, so Knife hits the Viper. That's just one player. That tells you it's a lurk, but there's 5 people here, Mimi.
Might actually be misinformation, if anything. Jonah P stun online.
This exec is brutal.
Melzer, can he get out of this one? Leaf into the site. The stun is perfect. And that is a big opener to find for G2. Oh, they're trying to flood this one, though, and it's all for nothing. MTA already ripped out of the sky, and this post plant in a good position as the smoke fades. Shy wants to take a fight of his own, though.
G2, full information. 2 players heaven, 1 player towards alley. Kesnit's got to find a fight, but Crew are going to call this one off. There is just no chance.
The money is so low.
Yeah.
None of these players would be able to buy next round if they die, so the hunt could actually be big here for G2.
Yeah, if they could find a kill, it would be. Well, check this out, because the fault line hits this jump peeker right on the Astra. And what I thought was really interesting was the Paranoia. Instead of just going down that common lane, a lot of times Paranoia will just go straight here. If you can see the yellow line. But the Paranoia was sent onto the Rafters line and actually hit MTA as he was trying to flood out of that heaven smoke. So a little bit different util pattern there, knowing where G2 or where Crew wanted to play, and it made fighting that site impossible.
Leaf on the prowl for the most dangerous game. The stun is there. Can he take away any of these rifles? None. Ripped away. Great from Crew to hold on to that.
Yeah. A miracle, honestly, with the stun connecting from a mile away. And now checking in on those guns. It's 3 Phantoms, a Bucky for MTA.
The Bucky's getting some love this tournament.
And on KO, I feel like I've seen it on so many KO players this tournament as well.
I mean, it just makes sense. You can flash, and then you kill them with the Bucky.
Solved. Valorant is so easy, maybe.
That's so true. Heavy setup towards A from Crew this round. Given a little trap play of their own, call. And again, I mean, Kesnit is always alone, just walking around the map.
Yeah, he is their passive information because he is just, looking at the enemy spawn all the time. He's all the way up there. Crew did this a lot, though, in their series versus G2, where on the eco rounds, it would just be Kesnit on his own and a 4-stack on the other side. So far this game, we've seen the A stack, we've seen a mid stack, now we're back to the A. And Trent's all on his own.
Crew's pushing this. Smoke dropping, Trent, close corner. No one's looking at him, connects on 2. Trade is there, but could that be good enough? They're going into Kesnit now.
Yeah, it pushes everyone into Kesnit. Kesnit has to find an opener before the pinch comes in from heaven.
It's brutal. Dash, propped, Kesnit for 1. He'll get away. Pressure will soon come from heaven. Does he know about Leaf? Now he's aware. Kesnit out of the sight.
Yeah, doesn't want any more with that. Evens it up 3 on 3, and it's 3 rifles for Crew. Melzer even has the ult on the retake, and the spike is planted in a safe position. G2 have to play up.
No flashes, though, for Klaus. It's going to be brutal to break these crossfires.
Watch what raises, though. Leaf has the potential to backstab in. Double satchels, too, if he wants to get active.
This smoke from Valen is great. Both the members of G2 on this site will pair up and try and hold things down, but their player in heaven has fallen. And now all the pressure is on the leader and his sentinel. Net in the close corner, finds his first shot. Wow! Valen connects as well. The leader is clean with it. And now it's Gel on the other side who has to try and win this clutch. The timer is ticking. There's a cam in his way. And Net has got the shot.
That was pretty. Net and Valen showing how nicely they can play off another in that moment, right? Because Valen stepped out behind the Cosmic Divide. Then you've got Net stepping back in front of it. Oh, it was amazing. I hope we see that. Obviously, Trent was able to get a couple at the start. But it's this finish here, the 1-2 duck and dive. That was so nicely played. Again, swinging back in after Net got that first kill.
And I love how instant the call is. They see that Astro Roll come up, instantly they're smoking. They're getting ahead of any timings and being able to still set themselves up an advantageous post plant. I think that also goes back to comms of knowing that they don't have a Sky Flash, so they can stay forward.
Yeah, literally all it takes is Valen saying, I got you, and Net trust him. Valen doesn't have to, say, okay, after you get your kill, throw down the cage, then I'm gonna swing in before the cage. Like, he's not doing that, right?
They just know.
IGLs don't do that. But with Net, they play so nicely together. It really shows that camaraderie and their grind through Ascension.
Second timeout here for Crew. They're running out of chances on their map pick of Split.
In their defense, been a lot of ecos, been a lot of bad buys. So now that they actually have the money to full fight here, should be better suited.
And to credit G2, they have not been losing those ecos than they were in the way they were in this last match.
I will shout out, quietly Melzer has been very aware of all these late rewraps from G2. So that's not where G2 are winning their fights in the post plan all the time. Net won his, but Melzer was ready for it. What G2 are really doing is finding those aggressive moves from Crew, abusing that overstack that they have and not getting dominated by Kesna on the other side.
Last chance here for Crew. They lose this round, their money is broken. They'll have the loss bonus to maybe scrape something together because it's a real chance, and that re-clear is excellent. Nice flash from MTA.
Yeah, MTA just setting himself up, If he doesn't have his jet on the side of the map, he can go get it done himself.
And when Kesna is lurking, he puts on those shoes.
This is what I was saying, though. It's so hard to play into ramps because you're going to have these fights. MTA has 3.
Down A.
The new man finds a big round here.
I changed the A to a K because he didn't get the assist. He's getting the kills,
He's getting the kills. Should pitch that to him. Trent gonna try and salvage this one. And MTA, another flash. Spots out Trent, and he actually didn't see him. That first time, if Trent got that kill, there would have been a chance, but Melzer takes him down. And now it is Net a world away.
Yeah, the spike not necessarily in the best position for him here. But as you were pointing out before the round, because the money is down to just about 0 on everyone, keep hunting for your ones here, and those ones are being given to him. Jai's gonna win it though, no problem.
Big round there for Crew.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying.
And G2 immediately gonna take a timeout here in response.
All right, so the big difference was MTA. MTA just said, I'm gonna start flashing through and fighting on my own and really dismantling the ramps.
I feel like when you watch Crew, there's kind of a switch between new Crew and old Crew. New Crew, slow, mid-rounds, Kesden on one side of the map. They're playing really proper Valorant, sometimes too much. And then they'll switch back to old Crew, where they're swinging every angle, where they're pushing into you on defense, where they're flashing through random smokes. And that kind of phase shift makes them kind of dangerous to play against.
Yeah, you never fully know what to expect. Honestly, for G2, if they're trying to adapt to this, fighting through the walls, disrespecting them a little bit with those flashes and those fights, I think G2, if they want to look into this A site, instead of just full going up ramp, if they send that dive pattern to be up to Raptors and then wrap behind MTA, that would be the easy fix, but that's assuming Crew don't make any pivots in this round, and that can be a hard thing to do immediately coming out of a timeout.
What is nice is while they don't have a Sentinel, with double initiator, they can be pretty mobile in where they're setting up, because you can stack towards one side and then re-clear with the Sky Flashes, with the KO Flash and Kesnet following it up, or just Kesnet walking into space.
They absolutely can. In this round, though, we do have some big ults, so the possibilities with Showstopper and also the From the Shadows to get some mega dive going in could be brutal. They might just want to explode up ramp at the start.
Crew's gonna be committed into this fight. Klaus, he's directly in the line of fire if this ult comes in stun.
Paranoia, ready to go into ramp straight into Kesnet.
Can the rocket find value? That's the real question of this round. Or will the knife shut it down
Wah, wah.
before it even gets a chance?
Sky Flash, so you can't kill the knife
through a smoke.
Nah.
That's tragic.
That's crazy. They're showing that they can fight even further forward than previously, all the way in front of their util.
And I think that's Crew showing awareness of what ults their opponent had as well, being able to throw at that setup. They haven't been throwing that knife every round. Sure, a lot of them they are, but there, it perfectly punishes.
And this just changes how G2 have to play their round, right? You're down 4v5, you have no dive. That turns into a lurk round, right? Cypher needs to look for something. Viper maybe wants to get active behind the wall.
Poison's off.
Try to find those windows, those 40-second windows around the KO knife, which is back up, but just got cast. Down at 15 seconds. That doesn't give you a lot of room to play if they're back up then.
MTA does have the KO ult online though. A great tool in the late round to stop and execute. G2 heading towards B though. Shy has had some magic moments this map thus far.
Great timing on that one. Reading it a little bit. Fault line cannot be played off of.
But he still has his second angle down towards Hell. The question is, how well timed is this for G2? Can they isolate these anchors off with the pinch from main? Smoke up for Melzer. That'll give him some protection as from the other side. Shy cuts down the players towards Heaven. Now it's just him. Drop in the fake on Noise. So many angles for him to contend with, and G2 is getting every kill they need.
Trent has to go pick up the spike. Only 10 seconds left here, 2-on-2.
Crew has to go fast. They know there's a Viper's Pit. They want to deny it. Flash forward. It's great onto net. Tragedy that he doesn't find a kill off of that. What? A chance! Net! What a clutch!
Net is a machine. The Red Bull clutch, and Crew just had no idea where he was. He got full flashed, was spamming into the wall for about 5.5 seconds. And by the time they figure it out, he's not blind anymore. He gets the job done.
There was no way G2 should have won this round.
Nice. Let's go.
They don't believe it either.
Oh, I love it. I mean, Net went on a journey there. He was the sole B main player, had to peek out of the smoke to get that before finishing off the round.
Kesnet, straight out of that moment, will take a forward fight. He could get caught here.
Paranoia.
No dash, has to get out, but Leaf is not fast enough to punish.
Important though, Leaf didn't pop the showstoppers. They can creep forward, ult in to spot out this Opper. It finishes and Kesnet shuts him down.
Knives up, it's the ults on both sides, and Leaf, the first to connect. Trades coming back in through Heaven. Leaf on this site, and the spike on the ground. He's alone. His Cypher is on the other side of the map. He needs to find both of these kills, and he's already got Shy. MTA, the other side, the spike still waiting. But now G2, they can group back up together. MTA though. The reflank towards Heaven, the shot is there. 1v1, knife out, Leaf ready. Another clutch for G2.
What a play. I mean, a full chaos round. And somehow Leaf is able to cut through it. So much to do with the neural theft coming in from Net. Net got a pick in mid, and Leaf was able to pre-fire one of those players flooding back into the site because of that info. And it was after Kesnet almost took over that site.
Imagine the world if Kesnet updrafted half a second earlier.
Unreal.
Again, it's coming down to the 1%. A tiny difference from win and loss, victory and defeat. And G2 are one away from stealing their opponent's map pick. Fast out of Leaf, Satchel towards Heaven, and another connection. We were waiting to see the Leaf. There was a top 3 player in the league last year that was long awaited to join this squad, and he is showing up when it matters most.
The support from his team so perfect there on ramp. Now forced into a 3-on-5 retake. It's 2 Guardians and a Stinger. Kesnet, MTA, they're gonna have to work some kind of a miracle here to make it happen.
The first obstacle is the setup towards main. If they come back into this site without cutting those players off, it could be tragedy. Kesnet has fallen, the flashes are great, and G2 takes split. In the rematch, they look excellent.
It looked pretty good the first time around as well. 13-8 to start things off. Leaf and Net having a fantastic first game here. And able to see through some of the funkiness in that Crew comp. They played to their fundamentals. They stay strong, especially in those late round moments. They were constantly taking advantage there.
Net and Leaf were so good in those late rounds. clutch after clutch being won by those guys.
And Net, no matter who was next to him, the way he was playing with that person was so money. Him and Leaf in the clutch, him and Valen as well, was so good.
Again, these guys are the newest team to the league, but their synergy is there. They have been together as a squad for so long, and it shows in matches like this.
Oh, it absolutely does. But now we've got runbacks. We've got Sunset coming up. We've got Icebox coming up. And we are going to have to step away for just a quick break after Geek Heavy and the Analyst Desk will break down map number 1.
Our game against EG obviously didn't go our way. We lost 0-2. I'm proud of the team though for how much we adapted. I'm really just focused on the next, trying to make sure my boys are regained because there's no time to dwell on the loss.
They're hoping Kesnet is not on this angle. Can't get a dash off. Another great trade. Valen's having a monster performance so far.
Only real chance here. Klaus is off to the side here. No way, Valen, no way! 4 for him. On for the ace. A clutch like that! Denied by Shy.
Versus Crew, they definitely were exploiting a lot of our gaps. What I'm expecting for next game is for them to just fix up the minor mistakes that they made versus us and come back with fire.
Still that player disadvantage, Kesnet! Just Kesnet things. Pushing forwards into their spot, removing the weapons on for the ace once more. Just praying he can hold on to this. He hears the ropes as well. Players running straight into him. MTA, he's baiting him, trying to get the A!
from here on out, it's do or die to make Madrid. So I'm expecting a really, really strong crew, even stronger than last time. As long as we can get literally 1% better, I think we'll come out with the win again.
Here with the coach of G2, Josh RT. A very fun map from y'all. I have to ask you, did you see anything in crew that you exploited to take the map?
It's more like fixing our errors from last time, being even more bold and taking more risks to take away space from them. From that, we just didn't give them any room.
Thank you so much. Best of luck in map 2.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Well, you heard it there, Josh RT. They're fixing errors from the last time that they were up. I'm really curious. What is? I don't want us to have another case of deja crew, but it's kind of feeling like
happening.
Yeah, it's kind of feeling like it might be happening. Like, what did we think of that? Look, we should definitely do the MVP breakdown as well, but.
Yeah,
what'd you think?
One thing that's not giving Deja crew is that they've come in, both of their map picks. Last time it was Sunset against G2, this time it's Split. And they're coming in with some totally different comps. They're trying some new stuff, which is not necessarily something you always associate with crew. Now, that being said, I'm not really a fan of what they did here on Split. I don't think the comp they ran is particularly explosive enough on attack to deal with a comp like G2 when you're dealing with the Cypher and Breach. And on defense, it's not trap heavy enough where you don't have the raise to throw a nade into a corner where a breach stun is coming in off of a Cypher cam that just spotted someone. You don't have those little setup plays. You're making up for the information lost from the Cypher with the KO, but then you're losing some of the stopping power. I'm just not a fan of the comp. I mean, I respect that they tried something different, though.
Yeah. I'm in particular looking at the Kesnet on Jet there and wondering what they were thinking about on attack, because he only took 3 first duels in that first half.
Yeah,
and that's just so strange when you're thinking about it, because Kesnet's so aggressive, and it forces the rest of his team to try to make up for that, and it didn't really go well.
Yeah, it's crazy watching Wyatt. These comps almost broke your brain. Just like looking, I was just watching you the entire time, just like seeing these two teams play on these maps. But we did see Leaf on Raze, and so I got to make a pun because it's on the prompter. We're gonna make like a tree and leaf, right? we gotta do that, right?
The script writers just set you up bad without the script writers were doing it dirty having to say that one. That was maybe Van Silly wrote that script, to be honest. That was a Van Silly joke right there. No, Leaf was going crazy. He was doing really well with the AWP early on. Playing super well. This is what I want from Leaf. I mean, this one roster move that G2 made felt extremely promising. And it didn't just feel, I mean, it just should be extremely promising. They just brought in an all-star duelist with this core, and he showed up.
Yeah, and you can see there it was his best game so far with this team. So definitely looking a lot more comfortable. And I think part of that was just the way that they were feeling the map. I think Net played much better than you actually expected, or that you've seen so far. I think that's because Valen is more loose with it. I think that's because Valen's not having to shoulder all the load. You didn't necessarily see him actually have to have those moments because his teammates were there for him. And I think that's because they have the read on crew this time around.
Absolutely, yeah. And Valen did say in that interview that if they can bring just 1% more, they could take this all the way, which I was like, you're just looking at 1% more? I mean, they're doing a great job if that's all they're looking for. But you know what? Let's hear what Coach Adam has to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Adam from crew. Now, that was a close map, but you lost it in the end. What is it going to take to put down G2?
I think that at the beginning of the map, it was hard for us to find our identity, our play style. It was a slow start for the first map, but I think that we will start a lot more stronger on the second one.
Best of luck.
Right, so he mentioned trying to find their play style, but I feel like the stakes are too high to just be waiting to see, you can't really feel the other pro players out on these maps. You got to come in headstrong, am I right?
Yeah, I think that's the tough thing about this tournament, right? There's barely any time to do that. We were talking about that a lot last series. I think it completely applies here, right? They didn't have the chance to play out a split yet, and we hadn't seen that comp. They hadn't got match experience with it yet, and that's what he's talking about, missing the identity. And crew is not a team, like you said, who comes up with comps, who is at the forefront of the meta. So when you see them do something like that, it's definitely out of pocket. It's definitely uncomfortable for them.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going to see that again coming up now on Sunset. This was their pick in the first time they met up against G2, and they were running the no duelist Kesnet on Chamber.
Yeah.
It's like, honestly, watching his Jet on attack here, it felt like he should have just been on Chamber anyway. I mean, genuinely. He was like on flank watch duty the whole time. So I'm concerned we might just see a similar thing going on attack in regards to the, you know.
Yeah, and one thing I'll tell you,
pace.
Hakeem, they don't change things map to map either, right? So not only are they not at the forefront of the meta, typically, I mean, this is a new crew, this is a new year, they might start to implement that, but they also don't change things series to series, map to map type of thing.
Now, we also saw G2 on this map as well, on Sunset. Do we think they're going to keep the same comp, or?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%. It's just a consistent comp. They beat them with it the first time. They had a super close game against EG, which there's definitely truth in it. They felt just came down to those clutch moments at the end that they couldn't win out. There's no reason for them to switch.
And I would also say, too, it's easy to kind of expect what the other team is going to try to hit you with, and you also have the aspect of conditioning, right? You've already set the tone of what you're going to do, right? So you could use that to your advantage to trick them or to make them feel like something is happening that works oftentimes in an IGL like Valorant's hands really, really well.
Yeah, well, then I guess it's really honestly up to crew to kind of innovate then if they want to win this, right?
Yeah. I mean, innovate is, I don't know. Again, I don't really put that in part of the crew vernacular.
Yeah, I don't know if they need to I don't know if they're a team that needs to reinvent the wheel. Again, I respect that they're trying new stuff. They're trying to show up with some new comps, maybe catch people off. Or it can always be a case of, wow, this worked great in scrims. You get your first match and you get boomed on it.
If you asked me that in Split 1, I might say, yeah, okay, maybe they should start to do that. But right now, I really think that they just need to just stick with it and play really well. Stick with the fundamentals. Because what I was looking at, especially at the end of the game, man, people were getting flustered. People were getting desperate. Like the one round where Net clutches down in hell, when he gets flashed and then they lose track of where he is. Klaus runs out, doesn't know where he is. That sort of stuff, to me, it's nerves, it's feeling the pressure. That they can't let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, they got 2 clutches in a row, round 19 and 20, which was, I mean, like, we were all just wondering, we were in shock. We were wondering what is going on right now. Like, how is this happening? Just to let everyone know that are watching at home, there's a slight delay, so you're going to stay with us, and we're going to keep you entertained for a while, okay? I hope that's okay. I hope we can keep them entertained, right?
Yeah.
I'll try my best.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm here for. That's what I get paid for, so I hope I can do it.
I talk. I yap.
But yeah, no, I mean, speaking on like crew and those last couple rounds, suffering in those clutch moments, the pressure, that's not something you associate with crew either. They won the LCQ after getting no wins. Like, they typically have proven that they thrive under a lot of these pressure situations.
Sure.
And you seem very...
I am apprehensive about that.
You seem very apprehensive.
We pulled up the stat about, look at the agent select.
Look, yeah, we got the agent select screen right now.
We pulled up the stat about how all the close games that they lost. You know what I mean? So
that's...
talk about pressure.
That's
they're not even close. Like,
that's so... I mean, yeah, that is weird. How are they bad under pressure and great under pressure? That makes no damn sense, but it's true,
the
I think.
LCQ run, I think, was just a miracle. Let's be real here.
It was a miracle?
Yes.
So you think they're losing this again in close fashion?
Yes.
Is it going to be close?
No, not this match.
Oh, that's tough.
I'm waiting for Split 1.
that is tough. Yeah, I mean, crew are coming in with that same comp.
Yeah.
The no duelist look.
And how do we feel about this, though? I mean, do we think this is good, bad? Do we think
I'm scared.
Vote in their favor?
I got no feelings.
No?
You have no feelings?
Well, we know that, Bala. I'm just kidding. Anyways, let's find out if this series can go the distance and send it back to Mimi and Ender for the call.
Yes, thank you very much. And we saw this map last time between these two teams. Then it went the way of G2 and crew again, reattempting with this same no duelist comp.
And I am ready to nerd out about this.
Are you a fan of it? Let's just start with that.
Am I a fan? I'm not a hater.
Okay.
I don't know if I would go as far as to say I am a fan, but I am a general believer in Sunset is not a map where dive is necessary. When I talk dive, I'm talking your Rays, your Jet, your mobility agents, right? Those guys that want to fly into the site. And instead, crew, they're going with this approach of we don't need any of that. They can take their fights a little bit slower in very crew style, like we just saw in the last map. They're really taking their time on their attacking side.
And we'll expect to see it here again. You heard Wyatt on the desk. Might as well have been Kesnet playing Chamber on the first map. This time, he's actually got a trip too.
Now he's doing it.
On top of just being the guy who stands around on extremities.
Yeah. Got a bit of a trap set up here, though. Paranoia ready to go off the contact of the turret. And then Valon's going to get as many as he can.
How many?
Or none.
None. Not great.
Well, and 0 was as many as he could, unfortunately. Now Net's gonna get as many as he can.
Yeah. And he's doing a little better. Spike's on the ground now. The one-way call. And Net, he tallies it up to 3. Shy will eventually find the trade, but it's a 3v2 and G2 are ready to flood. Great angle for Leaf. Klaus is alone and he is in trouble. No chance to use his utility, getting overwhelmed slowly by G2. They've got a high-low setup, and he's only got 36 HP to work with. Swing in. How has he done that? 1v1 now. Klaus! He's made magic happen.
Nah, I simply don't believe that, Mimi.
That's not possible.
No. We're gonna have to rewind the tape on that and get proof.
He was one shot from a ghost.
Yes.
And no one shot him.
And then he just boom, boom, head, it's over. Because, like, literally, I was about to make a joke about how Valen was just a ruse because Net is just so sick for G2. But right here, how he's able to, those two players
ridiculous.
just perfectly lined up.
Okay.
I would be out of my chair, too, if I had one.
Great joke.
Thank you.
Okay, so Crew, they have a gift.
Wow.
And they're gonna convert on it.
Yeah, G2 just gonna walk into them.
Yeah.
It is over. It is interesting though, because Crew, what they ended up doing, what they really need to do with a comp like this, we've got time. It's a 1v5, let me nerd.
You don't believe?
Okay, I don't believe.
After the pistol round? Okay, fine.
I do not. I'm gonna do some drawing now. Allow me to draw.
It better be good.
Okay, so the basic TLDR, if I was to give you like my PowerPoint presentation on this comp, is they've got a million smokes, they've got
Cruise
a million
comp, that
flashes.
is.
Yes, cruise comp, cruise
Okay.
comp. The whole idea is to slice up the map into little.
Wait. No. Give him some credit.
No.
Give him some credit. He's got 2. Surely not another. Melvin's swinging him alone. Okay. Have your moment.
Order has been restored. The TLDR of this comp is slice up the map into little bite-sized pieces with all your smokes, and then use your million pieces of flash and clearing utility between your 2 initiators to go clear that space.
Okay.
And I think one of the big things that enables no dive on Sunset is how A site works. Because you see on other maps like Ascent, when you're playing no dive comps, you need to attack a site from 2 different lanes.
Yeah, like you don't have jet dash, you have to go through catwalk.
Because otherwise you just get stuck in the main choke. So in Ascent, you take mid control and split into the sites. On A, you get to split in the site without mid control. Unless you get shut down in this area right here, you're gonna be fine.
But G2's comp puts a priority on controlling A main. They have nades, they have mollies, they have a lot of utility to commit to that, and they know the importance of this space.
And that's the interesting thing, because when these teams faced off the first time, G2 really didn't put a lot of fight in there early.
What is going on in this game, by the way? No time to talk about anything.
No.
Kesnet instead just gonna get a kill through a smoke, and G2 now re-clearing this extremity. Shy, asleep at the wheel.
It's just unfair. I mean, what's he supposed to do? Leaf is crouch peeking him. It's not fair.
Leaf's movement is always impressive.
It's funny because we saw it last game too, right? When he swung into Kesnet's op. Kesnet's op was on his forehead, and he ducked underneath the bullet.
Okay, this is a bonus round for Crew, but now they have a 4v4. Everyone has a rifle, and B is the weaker side. Their biggest issue is G2 flooding in, and they've already walked out, and have dodged the utility. That's big. Next step is actually getting these kills, and Jonah is already alone. 1 shot found. Kesnet does trade there. It's been a great round for the Chamber thus far.
How quickly does Leaf want to get out here? It's a 2-on-2, but
He's
with the
going
plant.
fast.
Oh yeah.
Leaf already into the back left, finds 1 shot. Nade to try and stall, and Kesnet is so damn low. And he just cannot get it done. Leaf keeps that round in control.
Yeah, great stuff from him. The openers over towards A, flooding out when that spike is tapped. G2, you will see them all the time on this map. Their read is, when the spike is tapped, we are flooding into the site. We're pushing through the smokes, and we're attacking you then. They don't do a ton of forward fighting, although it is important that they are showing forward looks, because frankly, the last time these teams faced off, Crew got way too much space without being fought, and it really enabled them to play this no-dive, slow-paced composition where Kesnet got major lurks off.
Similar setup to the pistol round here for Valen. This time a different cam, but still contact, paranoia. This time he has Leaf to help out. But the knife will clear him, doesn't actually elect to use the paranoia because that cam is still online, and he still has Leaf to support.
Yeah, Crew aren't going to want to walk into that. I think they know it's got to be a stack over into the B site. Valen just TPs his way out, but G2, I think might want to look for something into mid. They could just play behind the tripwire here, you know, drop a one-way on that line and be completely content to hold into market off of the information they have in B main with the camera. And that pressure that Crew now show into A main could pull a rotate. So you got a drone into mid, it spots Kesnet.
But Kesnet is always going to be in mid. That's not necessarily good info. Still, it's good space to find, and Leaf isolating Shy on that angle. It's a critical kill.
Still a couple of players Crew have to get through, and you've already got the rotates, right? There's 4 players now near this A side. One-way smoke on lane, shock darts posing problems.
Trent is so alone on this site. He's blind, he's decayed. Can he get anything done? He might not need to. His team supports well, picks up 2 kills already. He'll just run and gun his way to victory. Poor Melzer did not stand a chance. And Klaus, he should befall that same fate.
Wow. Trent couldn't see or hear anything for half of that exec. But even with everything raining down around him, the rest of his team supports him very, very nicely.
That's the job. Sit back sight. Pray you stay alive long enough with your teammates' support to get that swing.
30 seconds left.
Credit to G2 though. I love this kind of 2-stage defense they have. Early on, committing into A main. Late round, they have more util to stall that site.
And we're looking for maybe an early tiles dive. The Rays with paint shells potentially to go down here. When we saw this before, Leaf actually satcheled in, but instead is just slow walking his way down.
Dangerous against the Tour de Force, but it won't be there to receive. Mells are just a frenzy, but they are not checking that corner. 1 for 1 more than you could ask for. Shy's found a kill of his own.
And now the A side is completely open. Cypher hits that ult in tiles, and that gets information on Crew's post plant. Post plant means Crew need to flip the map. They need to go towards the defender spawn because all the remaining G2 players are on the flank.
But the plant's bad for it. They didn't realize in time. Kesnet.
Oh yeah.
Tour de Force.
Oh, yeah.
That's where he thrives. A clean shot onto Jonah P. Paranoia. It misses him. Kesnet establishes himself on this line again. G2 are not allowed in. Fallon is so low. And Net's gone. Fallon will join him. A thrifty round is stolen away by Crew.
That was fantastic.
We've just seen a ridiculous amount of eco rounds.
There's been too many.
This event.
There's
Not
been
just
too
this
many.
Event, every kickoff worldwide.
Make it stop. Guns don't matter anymore, I guess. Keep it going. Nothing actually makes sense anymore. I mean, yeah, the share shot's really nice. The chamber op coming online. The chop.
Don't call it that.
I like it.
No.
Just be glad I don't call the Viper Orb the Vorb anymore.
Words mean things. I want you to know that. All right, Leaf. Same old song and dance with a push into main, but this time a bit more support. Jonah P investing that ultimate finds nothing.
And the drone to re-clear out into mid. G2 have been pretty quick to snap on this one after the early aggression over towards B or A main.
But you see, with no dive, G2 is putting everything into forcing Crew to go B, because they don't have shock darts, they don't have a nade. It's so hard for them to deal with this Cypher.
Yeah, and the 2 main looks for the chamber was the slow lurk up that way or the slow work into there, pinching into shop, and then on A hits, sometimes going into mid. So the fact that we're playing forward in A, the fact that we're droning into mid, it's really shutting down the options for this chamber lurk to be effective.
Valen. Forward angle into mid, spots one.
Yeah,
and
it's opened up now, and I love this smoke right here, giving control on the left side, diving into shop to scout it out. They see no one's there.
Roman swinging through this one, though.
Yeah, he had the dart.
Yeah, they
didn't
fully
tag anyone.
contain this space now. Crew, what is this plan D at this point? Now they're pivoting back into B. Not a lot of time, but Net is suppressed. He's out in the open. Valen might have done enough. 2 for 2 on the trades. Comes down to a retake for G2. They'll go quickly into market. This is Kesnet's space to hold, and he does well enough. Now a post plant for Crew, and the Viper's Pit active.
How do they work back in? Need someone to give them a fight.
No util for G2 on this retake. They'll wrap back around.
They want to look down. Going down this ramp, it gives them a better angle inside the pit.
But that wall inside the Viper's Pit makes it tough. Melzer's holding this, and he is connecting. Great trades from Crew. They closed out this post plant and are putting together a respectable attack side here.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice round. I like, especially in the mid round. They went for that sort of smoke up in top mid to look for the potential pinch into shop. They really feinted that dive into shop. But a couple of times in the previous game on Sunset, they went for this feint where they would push multiple players into top mid and then fall back into market. The whole time, they've got Melzer chilling in main, ready to assist the market fight with a paranoia. They never really all-inned on that too many times in the previous game, but there were a few times they looked to set that up, and that time it was executed to perfection.
Timeout here for G2. The question seems to be, how do we deal with these slow mid-rounds? Kesnet isn't able to get lurks off most of the time, but they're getting enough space that they're consistently able to split into these sites. It's been a great game thus far from Melzer with his calling.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love it. And I think they call around what Kesnet does super well. Haven't even had to lean into it too much yet. But honestly, I think G2, when they previously were struggling against that sort of mid-heavy play, they actually switched the Cypher setup. So Net had a trip in mid, had a camera even spotting mid. It was placed over in shop to watch out that area. So that on a move like that, you never get hit by the pump fake all the way into your spawn and then rotate out of market, which kind of happened to G2 in that last round. Could be a move for them, or just, you know, be a little bit more firm in their positions and anticipate that blind into market on the fight.
Crew is sitting all the way back in their spawn to start this one.
Yeah, G2 are broke here.
Yeah. Just want to hold for aggression here.
I do like the fact that G2 are looking to play in front of this Viper wall over in B. Something we never really saw, but it is pretty good to set up some kind of an embed or flash out into the site.
That's for though these like trap plays in B main haven't been able to work much. This round instead is just to get that orb. But still, Crew, I think, has really good protocols to re-clear space in both these mains.
Yeah, Crew's idea have been to put heavy pressure down in A main, and that's been the conditioning they've done. In the previous series, it was just Chamber kind of walking in there. But now they've got Chamber watching into mid, seeing if there's ever a step up, they can get a quick kill and get out.
You do see kind of one of the issues here with G2's comp and what you're giving up to get that Sova is the breach or the gecko. Those agents that are really good at constantly re-clearing and using util to pressure A. It's a lot harder to invest Sova util to do that same job. So Crew has just been able to late round walk up and take this space round after round.
It's like they've got the Viper orb, but look, they walk up, they get an easy fight on Kesnet. Kesnet's still going, Kesnet's getting them all.
Kesnet's actually playing Jet on Chamber. It's like the opposite of last map.
Oh, I see, I see. Just runs them. I didn't see him dash, so maybe missing that.
Blink and you miss it.
Blink and you miss it. Blink and Kesnet just has 3 kills. Sure, why not?
Revealing area.
Oh, a Blink and Klaus is lurking through or B somehow.
He's just chilling out on that side of the map.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No one's watching Melzer's back. I mean, he's dead now. And guys, Shy's gone too. And still this fade is far away. Klaus trying to come back in. MTA is the only one who can stop this diffuse. He swings in. Jonah has to hop off it, but he has a beautiful shot. Do they know this last man's position? Yes, they do! Jonah P! He's electric!
Jonah P has been unreal in this tournament.
How do they win that? They have to stop getting away with it.
They have to stop. Jonah P with Guardian is just an instant eco round winner. He can't lose with it.
Sign me as an assistant coach. I'm telling G2, force Guardian every game.
It's like he was beaten Crew with it the first time. He's beaten EG with it on this same map, clutching up. He just cannot be put down.
The support staff for Crew, the face really shows it all there.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tragic round. I didn't even hate the idea of a lurk, but it gets punished big time. Again, by the way, KO ult into B. Cypher setup on the A side.
Leaf, blinded, damaged, and down as well. Trent only drops MTA, and here comes the rest of the team. Trent spraying away, and it's only one real kill here.
Kesnet back in spawn, lurked all the way through and got his. And that makes Net a fish in a barrel.
Another clutch? Let's see what's on the table. Not today. Melzer shuts it down. A change of pace there for Crew. Very successful. They've never shown a round like that thus far this game.
Yeah, that was the mega fast lurk through. And I think Crew's game plan into this B site is so sick. They've done these like triple lurks through in all these different spaces that have been super effective throughout their games against G2. It's almost like they trust their players just win out in these fights because they're splitting up in a lot of times like 1-3-1 as they're going into B or 1-2-2. Not a lot of options to trade each other out, but When they play like that and they haven't been challenged too much in B main, it works.
G2 adapt by maybe going back to a bit of a mid fight here. 3 players posted top mid. And they're gonna just walk through this one. Shy deals with it very well there. All 3 walk through and all 3 go down.
I wouldn't have given him a very well personally. 28 bullets for 2 kills. A little bit too much, I think. Could have been better. Room for improvement, Mimi.
Last player standing.
They're gonna win the round though.
They're gonna win the round, and that means perfection. I love it.
I love results.
I love how crew are up 5-1 and they're just walking through mid, holding hands together. It's like
So this is actually, let me tell you a little known fact about crew. All their players actually have walk, not bound to hold shift, but the default. And they have to hold shift to run instead.
I love it.
It's crazy.
I was gonna say it's like an elementary school going on a field trip. Yeah, hold hands, everybody. We're walking over to the B sides.
I mean, it means you're never losing the man-up rounds.
I
like
love
that.
it. I love it. Good fundies. That's the fun
They
way
are.
of saying fundamentals.
Thanks for explaining that.
You're welcome.
Really wouldn't have known otherwise. That's just a Vandal spray moment. It was very good.
Hey, look, he thought he got the kill in the first one. Pulled away. I respect it.
All right, big round coming up here. G2, 1 away from some big ults and crew. What I'm really looking at is that Fatal online makes the retake, or the post plan, excuse me, a little more doable.
Leafs got that op in hand. We saw this yesterday versus EG when they were slowly working them into mid. It's very similar to when he was venting or opping in vents, but he missed his shots. Don't do it. Don't say it.
Sauce. Okay, sorry.
But it was just like on Split when he took that for mid control out of vents. Although this time we've slipped past the corner. And Leaf takes the coward's way out.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to find value when you're getting constantly smoked off like this. He's gonna stick around. And now has a pretty dangerous angle to deal with.
There were options. If they rushed through there, Sova was here with a Hunter's Fury, ready to just tear them apart.
Omen's on the other side. If they double swing Leaf, he needs to get his kill. He will. That's MTA taken care of, so Flash is off the table for the rest of this exec.
And Showstopper available too. He can get a kill and go straight into that ult if he wants.
He's Steph, but he's got a good angle here. Shot, not to connect, and the Showstopper, it doesn't either. Nade, the next line of defense, and a satchel to get away. It's a player up, it's a post plant.
There they are. And it's all on Kesnet here in Market. If he's able to pinch off one of these rotates, his team is down in numbers now. They need him to get active.
Can Kesnet find Leaf? Absolutely. Critical shot connected. He'll teleport back to another side. Valen just runs him down though. Last 2 members of crew hunkered on this site. Klaus with his teammate there to swing. They'll connect on the ball, but Trent, he's got 2 of his own. G2 and the clutches. It just doesn't stop.
5 HP, please give me Trent's POV. If he did what I think he pulled off of the player that was reloading to get the kill on the other guy before going back to finish the job.
He's pretty good, I think.
That's unreal, because at the same time, Leaf did so much work to get these early kills, even with all the utility thrown his way.
That, like, picking the target that isn't I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah.
It might have just been that he thought he killed the first guy, but I prefer
Let's give him the credit. Let's take in the hopium. Let's believe.
By the way, Kesnet, I think playing in French, full chamber immersion.
I actually love that. Oh man.
Cover going out.
Crazy game thus far here.
That's one that'll get G2 back in the thick of things. Crew again looking to take this early A space. A lot of utility spent for elbow control. We've seen G2 put up a bit of a fight in that area before, and with this forward Viper wall, it keeps them isolated behind here, even after the utility allows them to re-clear into some space.
Joe loves just popping Hunter's Fury at any moment. And unfortunately, he won't get a kill off that. I think Trent's Molly just barely missed on connecting with MTA. Would have secured that kill.
That would have been so nuts. Now Crew have set back up into the A. Again, they can look to split in once these one-ways drop, once the orb goes down. Got a good cycle here, 15 seconds before there's too much gas left on Viper to go for the head.
MTA still has a flash. Melzer has a paranoia of his own. They have a lot of tools and a lot of space to commit to this one.
Yeah, they have to go into A at this point. Going back into B this late with the op post in mid, not going to be easy.
But look at this utility stalling them out. Molly inside the Viper orb. Util was sent in, but they can't really follow up. And now they're just teleporting in front of Trent. What's going on? Give him an opportunity, and he will take it. Trent On for another, taken down though by Shy. Jonah into the site, needs to get more. 3 for him already. Kesnet swings, but this time the clutch is denied. G2 holds strong on A.
Last round before the switch.
G2's A-hold looks so much better than last time. They are fighting Crew tooth and nail. They are keeping them trapped there for so much longer.
And remember, that A-hold was a big issue in the first match. Normally when we talk about rematches, you always talk about the team who lost and what they can learn from it. But it really is showing that G2 took the time to study there as well.
It's important going into the end of this half. To remind you, when they played before, it was 6-6 at the half. And in the second half, Crew on defense only won 1 rifle round. Looking like 6-6, 5-7 again. Crew are gonna have to show that improvement we've seen from G2 already.
Oh no, Leaf dying on that close corner. Nice shot from Kesnet though. That opens up this round for Crew. They can just take their time, wait for G2 to re-aggress, to make another mistake.
And that Raze dropping has opened up a big hole into mid, right? There's no drone on Jonah P, so actually clearing back in that mid space is gonna be really hard. There's a trip in market that gives them some security. That late walk up in one of these directions can pose a serious problem if timed well.
Crew want to finish towards B. Biggest issue here is those Cypher trips. And with no fade cats, they're gonna have to contact into it.
Jonah P's his own drone. He's clearing mid himself.
Excuse me, Klaus is here on the scene, so I do have the utility to take care of this one. It's down.
Gorgeous.
But Fallon follows up off his own paranoia. And how did MTA win that? He was blind. His feet keep on moving, and he keeps on doing it. MTA, a second more than you could ask for.
And now into main, Jonah P comes around the corner, takes down Kesnet. 2-on-2, and they're turning back into Jonah P, who cannot get the job done.
But Trent, the other man you would ask for to win a clutch.
20 seconds.
They still haven't planted the spike. And this wall could work towards Trent. Tap. He doesn't buy it. Do they know this angle? Is Shy ready for this?
Left.
He talks, waiting for the next tap. The commitment, 1 kill there! But Shy trades. What a save.
Switching sides.
A better half there for Crew. And the thinnest of margins as well.
I think he legged him as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at MTA's movement. Like, he's full blinded, dancing around. He's in the Matrix. The dancing queen. Oh, man.
Well, 5-7 here. Crew in a good position to try and bring us to a third map. But G2, still a chance to get back into this one. And maybe we have a special guest standing by with Elizabeth to give a little motivation.
All right, everyone. Valorant is a family affair because if they're not playing, they are watching. I'm here with Trent's girlfriend, brother, and sister-in-law. Yes, and if you heard the screaming, you've heard them. It's been a very, very loud game. Now, I have to come to you because you said this is your first esports experience. Yeah. And how has it been watching your brother play on this stage for the first time?
This is crazy watching him play on the stage, going from hearing him yelling in the bedroom next to me all night to now watching him on stage is just crazy.
How proud are you, be honest?
I'm extremely proud of him.
Walk me through the time when Trent brought up being a pro Valorant player. How did that conversation go?
He's been playing for a long time. He's always been trying to get to this point, and it was years and years of him screaming in the bedroom to get to here, and I'm just so proud of him to get to this point right here.
How are you feeling, Haley?
I'm really proud also. I've seen him grown up into such an amazing young man, and he was born to do this for sure.
Born to do it. And now, hello, Miss 2-year anniversary on Friday. Now listen, I don't know if you've heard, but I'm very single. What is the secret to dating a pro player, making it last this long?
I mean, you just gotta understand that this is his life and what he always dreamed of, and it's hard, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's his dream and it's happening. So, I mean, I'm just proud of him. I'm happy that he got to where he wants to be. So, yeah.
Just a whole bunch of pride here among the Trent family, and there's more G2 fans back here, right? The whole G2 squad here. But we have a game, a very close game to get back to. So, Mimi and Ender, please take it away.
G2, maybe the fan favorites here in the Riot Games arena, but a long way from closing this out. Remember, an elimination match here. Only one spot remaining in the play-ins.
And it is ready to become a gigabanger, I feel. Crew need to have a good open here, just fishing for that Cypher cam off the start, but it wasn't placed there. Net did a lot of this, these forward cams to spot out the early shots.
Again, Kesnit is alone. He's always trusted it's his solo anchor, and this time realizes there's too much force from G2, and they're gonna keep going, actually.
Oh yeah, big old flank on the other side of the map. It'll be important. Can Trent hold for this and get the kills?
It gets so awkward in that smoke. But G2 finds it, and now look at Trent. He's got a crossfire here into the blender. Goes Crew, and they are getting eviscerated. Flawless pistol round for G2.
Wow. I swear Trent played in that same exact spot the last time, and there was just one guy lurking that time. This time there's 4, and they get them all.
I'm imagining he was just distracted by hearing by seeing his family getting interviewed at halftime, just chilling in Spawn's like, oh wait, there's a round.
Oh,
and then goes and kills
I forgot to buy my gun. Oh no.
Great round from him though. Let's see if Crew can get anything out of this eco though. We have seen far too much success with classics thus far.
Yeah, G2 aren't leaving much to chance in this one though. Double rifle in Valen and Jonah P's hands.
Paranoia though from Melzer. This could actually get dangerous. Flash, Noya in, but they deal with it well.
They didn't use the Noya because they all swung into the line before Melzer used it.
Right.
Yeah, they just used the KO flash.
Poor
And Melzer
Melzer just like, guys.
Yeah.
do you want me to flash?
He's not going to call him the paranoia stratagem and nuke his own team.
Wouldn't want to do it. Ned has worked his way all the way up through B, so the team will be called back to him. Might actually walk into Kesnit here, but dealt with.
One of the interesting things about, I think, how Crew have to play this defense is almost they need to get very active with the chamber. So I like seeing looks where they are fighting into A main, B main the last couple of rounds. But also they have a little bit less constant utility than the Cypher on the other side. Similar situation to last game where they're not playing with a hardcore Sentinel.
Cover going out.
Don't do it to me.
Melzer punished for his greed there.
Yeah. But again, I'm looking at this to be a map where G2 are looking to punish those gaps in the defense from Crew. Find the timing so they can slip the net. Unless they just want to keep running the hard execs over and over again. Maybe that just works for them. They don't have to worry about that same level of choke control that a Cypher would give you, especially on that B side.
I mean, yeah, that is the big sacrifice with this comp. That chamber trip is nowhere near the same value as Cypher gives.
Yeah, it kind of changes where you're taking the fights too, because you're going to see a lot more fights in main, like fights right off the rip,
I mean, like you're seeing in this round.
Exactly.
Set up B main for Crew.
Instead of just chilling on site, playing around my silly little tripwires, it comes very quick.
Melzer, I think, just trying to bait for his teammate there.
Yeah, break the camera. But again, like, Net does not do the default camera. He thinks the default cam sucks.
Kesnit, forward angle, but it's only 1-for-1. That's a great trade from Net.
Melzer just dies in mid as well before the smoke came in. Unless, what? There was a wall up?
Maybe that was a spam. It's hard to say. But Trent's in trouble now, getting overwhelmed by Crew and mid. But look how much util they have to invest. They're throwing the kitchen sink at this guy, and finally he's taken down.
The kitchen sink's got hands, Mimi.
Yeah, but look what they have to retake now. Actually, still enough utility to make it work.
And there is a double rewrap going into market here. It is planted nicely for that market angle.
G2 loves the reflanks on this map. This took Crew off guard multiple times in the first game. Have they learned from it? Tap on the spike. Molly into main, and MTA has to deal with the players in market. First one found, but there's Jonah P in the 1v1 now. Dart forward, MTA has to get this one to half, and he's swinging, he's trying to get it done, but there's just not enough time. Jonah, round after round, wins these clutches. How many critical rounds has he claimed for G2?
So many, and it's so nicely played too. The utility kind of baiting his teammate there, but because it's so little time, the right decision. Honestly, he's able to get his one, play the time super nicely off the dart. Well done. And G2, I saw them afterwards. They were giggling on stage. They know they just got away with murder there. Reminder, Crew only won a single rifle round on defense on this map previously. Now they got bonus. They're getting kind of owned.
It would be tragic to see the same story 2 matches in a row. Knife will reveal Valen.
I think the only world that G2 run into big issues this round is if late they try to walk back into B main, because Melzer's got that Bucky over in the corner.
Guy's in a bit of a one and done here, and he's going to get darted off. The follow-up, great out of Leaf. The player swing to trade as well is dealt with. It's a very clean round from G2.
That it is. Kesnet, the only one with a real opportunity to turn something around, and is able to get his first.
That's a rifle.
A bit out of reach.
He's grabbed it. Made it happen. Leaf just ducking and diving over the top. He's taken down, but the trade is there, and Bucky Omen ain't winning that.
So Mimi, you remember at the end of last round and I said G2 were laughing, they were giggling? It was Leaf that was giggling. He was getting silly up there.
He's a silly guy.
He's a very silly guy.
I feel like everyone from that Cloud9 team last year, just the vibes merchants. You have Zelts is doing the same over on Sentinels now. Leaf bringing the fun here on G2.
Yeah, and now Leaf is testing a new market. He's bringing the vibes over to G2.
And it's crazy because Leaf is 19, maybe 20 now. He's a really young guy, but he's like the veteran of this team that's been playing at Tier 1 in Valorant for a long time, was playing in Tier 1 in games before that.
I feel like it's funny too, because in a lot of different esports titles, G2 they're the villains, you know? They like to talk some trash a lot of times.
Yeah, here they're the nice guys.
G2, they're just lovely people.
It's funny because you see the org roll up with like a big truck and all this, and then you see them on the stage and it's like, we're just having fun, just happy to be here, you know?
Yeah, if you missed it, I believe G2 had a truck here at the venue that said, buy our skins if you don't like Sentinels, something along those lines.
I'm sure it was. So it's always about Sentinels.
It was like G2 and Sentinels showing up to talk some trash.
But we got to talk about Crew here because they're on the verge of elimination.
That they are. And I think it's kind of got to come down to Kesnet. They put so much into him. He's got 21 kills with the op. G2 do a pretty good job of calling around him, though, and dodging out his sights, especially in the mid-rounds. They're not often moving into him later in those situations. And it's hard to get value if, you know, people aren't running into you as the chamber.
The thing is, though, Kesnet, 21 and 12. Next best player on his team, half that.
Yeah.
It might just be one of those games where you need another player to step up if Crew want to get into this.
We'll see what they do. They really just want to post this op up on this line, but of course, Viper Orb goes down and forces him off the angle. It's sort of the counterplay to deal with this one-way here that is so frustrating to deal with.
One idea here for G2. They want to go deep through mid and maybe split this back into B. Smoke up, rocket through for lead. Second satchel, ready. And there is a victim on the other side. Shy is down, great opener.
It'll have to be Melzer. Melzer's in B main, but he's getting pinched. He's pushing forward to find Net. The 1v1 to keep control of the site, but he can't get it.
And that's an ult committed as well. G2, all the info they could dream of. A beautiful post fight here on B, and look at that money for Crew.
Can Crew even play this round?
They might just have to save.
You've got an op. I guess Kesnet could have the chamber op in the next round if he died, but
They're not going for it.
They've got to call it off. Give G2 10.
It seems like a big issue thus far for Crew is mid control. They are losing it every round. G2 has been allowed to just walk into that space and split whichever site they want.
I kind of want to see them get more active looking for the fights.
Wait, this op might fall. Hold on.
Here.
Kesnet loses another opportunity as well, and Net's already taken down one. Kesnet will teleport away, jump to safety, but there is another hunter on his way. Crew, though,
Leaf's on the way. On the prowl. Again, it's not the end of the world because he would get the orb to get the ult up in the next round, but yeah, kind of demoralizing even just losing the one there.
Yeah.
I will say G2, the way they fought in that space was so nice. Having the smoke on the right side of top mid caught out both of the Crew players. That's where Crew was trying to hold from mid. They gave this sort of red carpet for Leaf to dive on in there and get that kill.
I mean, even just the damage there. Kesnet can only rebuy into half armor. The money is enough to get them a buy, but it is not good for Crew by any means.
But I don't love this because Kesnet is again looking for the post up in A main. But check this out. The Viper Orb goes down.
Maybe it's just a gapping hole in this map yet again.
Yeah.
No one there to hold it.
The Prowlers come through. The knife comes through. Like, how much a utility are they giving to put Kesnet on this line? It's a lot. And he's creeping forward. He's looking for his kill.
Can he find it? Crew gets some kills on the other side. Jonah committing a Hunter Fury in the open, not punished for that one. What happened in mid?
There was a big fight in mid, so both G2 players walked up into mid, and that's why Jonah P canceled the drone to go for the ult to assist them there, but it didn't come in time for MTA to be shut down.
Awkward rounds. But the clutch is asked of two guys who have done it before, Trent and Jonah. And Trent has the first opportunity, won't convert on it. Nice shots out of MTA.
That spike is hopelessly abandoned out in mid. It's an ult orb mission at this point. Grab what you can.
But I think you see the difference there from Crew. After giving that initial utility to get Kesnet on the line, they're instantly going back to mid, re-clearing that space, and punishing G2's walkout.
And it's the positions they're playing, right? See where that body is where they died? They're trying to fight in front of possible smokes, because so often in mid rounds, attacking teams are going to drop a smoke there or drop a smoke there. There's some big smokes. We're talking like a brimstone on steroid smokes. But what it does is it gives you sort of a lane to play through. It gives you a smoke to flash through. Jonah P doing it without it, but he's got no time, unfortunately. That'll keep Crew in this one.
Yeah, 8 to 10. Finally, some stability on the economy, some ults starting to come online. That's the round they needed to build back into this.
Yeah, walking, and you can see the smoke on the left side, but they're playing in front of it. That is the adaptation from them. 2 rounds ago, they were stuck behind the smoke, and Crew looked silly for it. Leaf owned them with that Raze ult. This time, they're in front. So round to round, adaptation, week to week adaptation for both teams.
G2 have a main control. And Kesnet this time not really able to establish on that forward line.
That's getting a little active here in mid. Door is closed on him, so that opens up a path to walk into top mid, but you can see the instant rotation. A lot of defenders will do this, hit that door, and then reposition up to top mid. Trent, or no, sorry, not Trent. Shy will be locking that space down.
That's the drone spot, Kesnet.
Doesn't last long enough.
Yeah, Klaus is on his way, but he saw him. I think maybe trying to get someone following up off that drone.
Yeah, he was trying to swing with his teammate there that was breaking the drone in case someone was up with it.
It's good micro, but unfortunately no one there to receive. Now they know where Kesnet is, and they don't want to go to Kesnet's site.
Yeah. Nice thing is, they feel a little bit safer to walk back into this mid space because of how far up net is. They know the door is closed, they can bust that down.
This player in main.
It's a
sees
judge.
everything. Melzer? Yeah, just a judge. It's a tough task. Valen holding.
Uh-oh.
They're passing each other. Who gets the kill, Valen? That is everything for G2. Crew's retake now going to be difficult. Through mid, they go straight into Net's crosshair. A great shot from him to start, but Kesnet there on the trade. Still support from the site for G2.
Jonah P has just been left on site, ratting it out inside of the smoke.
And everyone else full off. Double shocks, double mollies. This is a brutal post plant for Crew to get through. And Jonah is ahead of it. I love it. Just let the man fight. He'll win it. Not that time, though. Still, it's just not enough time to make this happen for Klaus. He knows it.
And before, remember, there was the late rewrap into markets. You even got Klaus trying to scout it out. He picks up the operator. It's the small wins for Crew, but
it again comes back to mid control. Net is getting that space for free. So when G2 sees the op on one side, they can rotate super quickly, beat out the defenders, and win on the other side.
Yeah, and if you are losing mid control, the way you have to make up for it is control over mains. On A, you want to fall back into elbow or lane. In B, you need to fall into main. But Melzer has lost that fight 2 times in a row now. If he's winning those fights, it's different. He's picking up a rifle. He can fight back into sight. But he's losing them, and it's costing Crew the chances to win these rounds.
And it's kind of surprising to me that Crew's not investing anyone there. They have a Kesnet who can get forward with a TP. They have these fade KO combos that can set someone up to take that space, but they've never committed to it.
The annoying thing for Crew is that it's all these late round B finishes.
Yeah.
So if they put 2 bodies in there, then all of a sudden they're overloaded on B, and maybe these G2A hits at the start can turn into actual side hits. So it's very complex to actually call round to round. Maybe they can try to read these mid rotates a little bit more. Like you were saying, fighting out into mid could be the solution for them.
A big timeout here for Crew. Starting to run out of chances to recover here in Kickoff.
But if there's ever a round, we have got 5 ults ready to be unleashed on G2.
How do they employ them? That pause gave time for Josh Ortiz to talk as well, so G2 Has that thought in their head as well?
Yeah, looks like they are going to play 2 over towards this B side of the map. So Kesnet can drop the trip in market, the teleport to go back there and fight off that as well. He even could, in the late rounds, play inside of that funky little pocket here and teleport out if there was ever to be a fight in main. Play anti-flash behind it.
Shadows traveling.
Kesnet going very far forward here, but cannot get anything off of his opportunity. Melzer puts in the smoke, and G2 is already into this side, or are they? They invest the util and they double back.
Yeah, they were showing a lot there. They showed Sova, who instantly rotated over to the A side. They showed Raze, they showed Cypher, they showed Omen. That's 4 different players. But I think Crew are happy to be stacked over into this B side because they have the pit over in A main. Makes it very easy to sort of buckle down behind their trip. The weakness really is MTA in top mid here, the only player holding that angle.
What is Melzer doing? Just trying to close that door? Getting a little close for comfort, and those blast packs not actually gonna have to break that trip. That's still info.
Now G2 are now playing a no dive comp. And how do you make that work? It's by punishing into mid. They take down MTA, and they're still looping back into Boba.
Leave the first, and he executes Klaus. Melzer manages to trade for 2, but was it enough? Kesnet pressures on him. Up, trying to juggle it back and forth out of his hand. He's getting pinged out by the dart, and there's just nothing he can do.
30 seconds
G2
left.
overwhelm the B site and play shy in an unwinnable situation. Match point, G2.
Match point.
G2 have found the holes, and they are blasting them open. Crew never have control of B main, and they're constantly getting wrapped. Previous times into market, now into Boba. It's a different wrinkle every time from G2, and the pressure has simply been too much. Crew went into that round with 5 ults, Mimi, and they only used the Viper's Pit because they were getting fought before they had a chance to use them.
Is this another fast round from G2? A main is where they posture. Kesnet will attempt to get on this line, and again, the double smoke comp is so oppressive. He's never getting opportunities early rounds.
Kesnet has to find this tournament on the line. It's not gonna happen.
Drone committed. Leaf ready to enter into the site. MTA will try and pop his ult, but he can't help his teammate. Klaus is down. It's a 5v3, and Ned is working on a lurk. He's gonna be behind Shy. He hears that Molly being committed. But they're going back off of this lurk. They've pushed Leaf all the way through spawn, and now these A players are trapped.
Leaf gets the kill. Second one opens up. It's so problematic. Melzer has to be the hero of Crew to stay in it.
He's making so much noise. He's not ready for that. Huge kill there. MTA 1v5, and Leaf is here. The final shot connects, and G2 qualified to the play-ins. They eliminate Crew.
And what a way to finish it off as well. Net was lights out on these 2 maps. His sight's untouchable, his lurk's just better.
And you contrast this game to the first time these 2 teams play it, and you can see the improvement in G2. They do such a better job of dealing with Kesnet on this map, of shutting down that defense, and get honestly a really clean win here on Sunset.
Yeah, this was the map that went really good for them on their second half previously, and it looks even better this time. Not even dropping the pistol or anything like that. They avoid the problem map of Icebox. No issues there. On the other side, of course, a very tough start to the year again for Crew. They had to play the same team twice. They were in the 3-team group. They lost a very close series. And again here today, of course, this team was plagued by the close ones. The 1% before, but it's G2 on top.
These boys have waited a long time for their opportunity in Tier 1, but they're showing up here at Kickoff. It'll be brutal, though, in that play-in. A lot of games to be played tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's crazy. We got another long day, a 3-matcher.
And each team has to play 2 games.
Yeah.
It's going to be very different from that normal league play. But, I mean, if there's someone to be ready for a format like that, it's the guys who have been grinding down in Tier 2.
Yeah, what G2 played yesterday against UG. They got to play again today. 2 again tomorrow. It's a long, long weekend.
It's
no
probably
better
what they
chance
want,
to
honestly.
ramp
You're
up.
showing up to Tier 1 and, hey, play as many matches as you can.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Even playing very close games against EG.
want to give some credit to Net in this one. He was so good with these lurks, especially here on Sunset, constantly exploiting that gap in mid.
We finally got to see that kill in mid. He was playing off of the one-way. The Omen Zone one-way and got shot down on that one. A fantastic Sunset here from G2. Again, with all those mid looks, G2 just a masterclass on how to move around the map.
Yeah, I mean, Jonah as well, winning everyone the clutches, the king of the Guardian. But like you mentioned, unfortunately, that means we bid farewell to Crew here in Kickoff. Just playing the same team twice, that is tough. And I'm wondering now, going into the main event, is their read going to change? Are they going to still commit to this lurking style always for Kesnet? Because they do have a lot of time with missing out on Madrid, however heartbreaking it may be, to really refine themselves and be the best crew they can be for the regular season.
Yeah, we got to see their read without any tape, so it was a lot of really interesting, very off-meta comps. They've got some time to make the pivots. Do they want to play some meta? Do they want to keep rocking Kesnet on the Jet in the chamber? Because when that works, it really works.
Well, G2, they've booked themselves a spot in the plane, and we have Elizabeth standing by on the stage with Jonah P for your Verizon post-match interview.
I can hear with that, like noise canceling.
Everyone, I am here with Jonah P. You might know him as Professor P, part of the winners of G2. An incredible match. I have to let you know, or let everyone here know, the story of G2 is perseverance and tenacity. You guys have just demonstrated that over and over again. Where does that come from?
I mean, it's just dedication, and we support each other in and out of game for the past, this is our 3rd year together. So we just know how everyone, acts and feels, and we're just there to lift each other up, and it's just a family at the end of the day.
Your team talked about just that 1% more, that 1%. Was it 1% or what was it?
I mean, honestly, the first time we played Crew, after we watched it back, we thought we shouldn't have won that game. We were over rotating, our comms are very hectic in retakes, so we fixed those things and we knew it was going to be much cleaner, and it was a 2-0 today, as it should have been before.
Yes, I mean, that was my next question. I talked to Josh and I talked to you earlier, just those little things that you needed to fix. Are those fixed now that we move on, or is it still something we need to work on maybe?
I mean, every game you have to make sure all your flaws are worked on. We're just every day, every game at practice, we talk about what we want to work on, and it's just adding every day, and just got to make sure our comms and our micro plays and our macro is good, and our comms are pretty hectic, so we got to make sure everyone's calm, and I would say it's my duty to calm everyone down as initiator, and just be step up and be the only voice we need.
Yes. Well, I do want to ask you, your girlfriend has been here for every single match, and you've heard her screaming if you've been in the audience. What is it like having such a dedicated partner?
It's amazing. Yesterday when we lost, she was saying she was getting some ugly faces because she was so loud, and I was I'm just so happy she's here. I love her so much, and I hear her through the noise canceling headphones. It might be concerning, honestly. So, but she's amazing. I wouldn't be here without her. So.
That is the sweetest thing. Well, thank you so much. Give it up for Jonah P one more time. And it's been a long, long day of Valor, but we have a post show with your teammate, Net. So stay right here, friends. Please take it away.
Well, shout out to Liz for keeping that single meta going on her behalf. But joining us right now, we got Net. Welcome to the analyst desk. How are you doing? Coming off this win.
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, but probably not as good as you. So I want us to kind of I want us to walk things back a little bit. You all faced Crew 5 times. Y'all gave them Icebox week 1, and then after that, it was just y'all were just cleaning house. What do you attribute all these wins against Crew to?
I attribute a lot of it to us just staying calm, and I honestly think that Valen is the best IGL in all of Americas, and maybe not Sonic, but I'm just so confident. But every time Valen calls something, we just know it's right. We buy in, and it's always right. I think Valen doesn't get the credit he deserves. He's just amazing. Yeah.
I was noticing kind of a difference between yesterday against CG, maybe even the other game against Crew. He was frying. He was individually clicking. He was nasty. Today it was kind of subdued, and everybody else was frying. Was that kind of because you guys felt a little bit more comfortable on the stage now, or what's that about?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a lot of comfort. Me personally, I feel like it's gonna be funny, but I've been playing like a fraud for a little bit, and I love my team so much, and I don't want to be the reason for us not to make Madrid. All of us, we put in so much time, countless hours every day, and I love them like my family. So I want to like, they're there for my lowest lows, and I want to be there for their highest highs.
When you say you were playing like a fraud, what do you mean in scrims too, like or
No.
just?
I would say like a lot of it was I just wasn't being confident enough, and just really like playing with some balls, and they gave me a good pep talk today, just like zero. Like,
I think we noticed it, man.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, you guys have played on so many stages now, like all the way back to the first time you shocked everyone with the core, made it to Reykjavik, then winning the Ascension LAN on stage there last year and playing now here in Americas. Is there like a difference between all of them, or at this point, do you guys just feel so comfortable in this environment that it's all just kind of blending together?
I definitely think we were getting more and more comfortable. I would say back in Reykjavik, we were pretty timid, and we didn't really play like ourselves, just because I think in Valorant, confidence is a lot. Like, if you let the enemy team walk over you and you don't stand your ground, they're just gonna, it allows them to build momentum and really like do their game plan. Like, that's why teams, in my opinion, like PaperX are so good. They always play with full confidence, and they have a plan and they commit to it.
I've actually been, following you for a while, obviously all the way back to the Garden and Reykjavik and all that. And I always attribute like seeing your persona on camera and your performance. And I feel like a lot of times I've linked them. And it's been more and more that you're the guy who's constantly like hyping the team up. Is that for yourself? Is that for you? Like, is that something you're working on in terms of mental performance?
I would say that it's something that I've had to develop over time, because I used to be like a big rager, and that's a result of like having a lot of energy. And it's a more positive way to release my energy if I try to hype my team up rather than being frustrated.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to kind of circle back and touch on the Valen thing again with you. You know, obviously regarding him so highly as an IGL. Can you kind of dig into that? Like, what are the attributes specifically that playing with him, it's just like, God, this is just perfect. It's so easy.
Sorry to cut you off. I would just say that he's always confident in his calling. I think he does his due diligence of like, he always makes sure that we do the little things right. And if we really like mess up, it's more so on us than him, to be honest. And I would say also that we have so many smart individuals on our team that really help him like paint a great picture across the map so he can make the best call that he can. So a lot of it is him just being a great IGL, but also just having great minds on the team that helps him in that sense.
Yeah, sure. No, he definitely is a great IGL, and he like I mentioned this earlier. He said all y'all needed was that 1%, and I think y'all superseded that 1% in order to win. Now, you know what? Let's talk about what's up next for tomorrow. It's the play-ins, everybody. Now it's 3-team round robin. Everyone will play each other once, and the winner will be our 4th team for the playoffs.
It's crazy. You got 3 matches or 2 matches potentially tomorrow after running it down.
It's freaking bananas.
How does that? I mean, how do you guys even prepare for something like that after what is it? It's like 8 p.m. right now.
Yeah. It's.
I think we're just gonna unwind, and honestly, like, this is what you live for. Like, I'm more happy to be playing more matches, and I'm just grateful to be a pro, and I'm happy to do it alongside people I love. So I'm just gonna go out there and have some fun.
Let's go. I'm looking forward to it tomorrow.
No, I think it's gonna be great. We got MIBR versus Sentinels, MIBR versus G2, Sentinels versus G2. I'm here for it all. Like, honestly, the more the merrier. Now, I want to thank you so much, Ned, for joining us, man. It's giving us a little bit more insight on what was going on that stage. And thank you all so much for joining us. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thanks, boss.
Such good position right now. He's daring the challenge! And FRZ hits the flick! He one-tapped him! I got one more! Get a chance to display. Vanity's so weak. There's a paranoia. It's a swing. He drops down and he gets him with the shorty. That's all it'll be. MIBR send Cloud9 home in advance.
Yeah.
John, did you see that? Did you see that? A little finesse.
I see it.
Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
3 down.
Spike couple.
Not even too sure. I'm not too sure. Did it have enough? It's a win. No, it's a win. Not enough time. Unbelievable.
Screen down. Get out of my way.
Under their control, in their grasp, a chance for match 3, and we will get it.
Let's go. Beautiful.
It's monstrous! And Sentinels are going to the brains!
First fight and gets it. Now ready for the second. It's a one-on-one, and Shy takes down Valen.
Six HP to work with. Swing. What? How has he done that? 1v1 now.
Nah, I simply don't believe that, Mimi.
That's not possible. And Leaf is here. The final shot connects, and G2 qualified to the play-ins. They eliminate Crew.